This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Day Wall Street Exploded, a story of America in its first age of terror, by Beverly Gage. Narrated by Pam Ward. Introduction. At the corner of Wall and Broad Streets in Lower Manhattan, there is a memorial to the victims of terrorism. It is easy to miss, just a dozen or so pockmarks along the north face of the old Morgan Bank. The building has no plaque, no statue, no list of names. Only a tourist sign around the corner, set off from the bank's ornate front entrance, gives any mention of the terrorist attack that occurred here on a cloudy day almost 9 decades ago. On September 16th, 1920, as the bells of Trinity Church chimed the noon hour, a bomb planted on a horse-drawn wagon exploded into the lunchtime crowd at Wall and Broad, shattering windows throughout the financial district, killing 38 people, and wounding hundreds more. Until the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, it was the worst act of terrorism in American history. Erupting at the heart of financial capitalism, the Wall Street explosion inspired thousands of pages of anguished press coverage, much of it speculating about who had done what and why. The official investigation emerged as a 3-year global epic, involving no less than a dozen government agencies and extending into Russia, Italy, and Poland. The Wall Street case ultimately shaped some of the key political trials of the 1920s, including the prosecution of Italian anarchists Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. It reached as well into the lives of some of the most controversial figures in American politics: the embattled Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer, architect of the Palmer raids; J. Edgar Hoover, the youthful head of the Justice Department's new Radical Division; the legendary bankers of J.P. Morgan and Company, the nation's most influential financial institution. Most of all, it cast a national spotlight on the hundreds of communists, anarchists, socialists, and militant unionists who had endured World War I and the post-war Red Scare, only to find themselves accused once again of plotting violence and treason. How many such persons this makes we are unable to say offhand, the Evening Post remarked, as the investigation drew to a close at mid-decade. But at the present rate they will be numerous enough to justify a special section of the census of 1930. The Wall Street explosion struck at a moment when millions of people around the globe believed that capitalism was on the verge of collapse, or at least of profound transformation. The immediate impetus for this belief was the Bolshevik Revolution, which had emerged from World War I as a shocking example of how easily the old order could be replaced by the new. Even within the United States, where, as Lenin himself admitted, revolution would probably not come soon, the conditions spawned by industrial capitalism and by Wall Street itself had long been the subject of conflict and debate. The decades before the explosion witnessed the development of the great industrial corporation, the creation of vast new capital fortunes, the invention of the telephone and the electric light, and, not least, the rise of Wall Street as a financial and political power. They were nonetheless years of profound discontent, in which many Americans began to decry the economic system as a perversion of justice, run for the benefit of the few. Out of this clash came some of the great reform movements of American history, including the populist insurgency of the 1890s and the progressive drive of the 1900s and 1910s. These years saw the rise of smaller but far more militant groups as well, socialists, anarchists, and other revolutionaries dedicated not to the reform of capitalism but to its abolition. Finally, they yielded a series of violent conflicts between employers and a growing union movement, what many described as a civil war between capital and labor. It was in this context that Americans first came face to face with the specter of revolutionary terrorism. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Newspapers were filled with reports of violent attacks on the symbols of American government and business, bombs mailed to mayors and governors, assassination attempts on presidents and capitalists, dynamite found beneath railroad tracks or outside the factory door. In the years before the Wall Street explosion, such violence was a central preoccupation of American politics and culture, the stuff of blaring headlines and fierce editorials, of congressional debate and soapbox oratory. Then, as now, the word terrorism conjured up images of clandestine plots, revolutionary zealots, and bombs planted to achieve the maximum psychological and political effect. Those images, in turn, helped to inspire a dizzying array of new laws aimed at containing radical and labor movements, from local ordinances against revolutionary speech to more sweeping federal restrictions on immigration and political dissent. This crackdown came to a peak in the Red Scare of 1919 and early 1920, when the federal government, led by Attorney General Palmer, deported hundreds of immigrant radicals on suspicion of advocating force and violence against the American government. 9 months after the final round of deportation raids, the Wall Street explosion erupted. Americans recognized the explosion as a shocking event, an act of diabolism unparalleled in the annals of terrorism, in the words of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. At the same time, they saw the bombing as something predictable, even inevitable. It is not surprising that the bomb massacre was accomplished in New York, noted the Washington Post. Rather, it would have been surprising if this festering sore had not come to its horrid head. To the Post, and many others, the explosion seemed to be the culmination of a half-century's worth of bitter political conflicts over the growing power of Wall Street, the rights of political radicals in the United States, the problems of political violence and terrorism, and the nature of industrial capitalism itself. In an instant, the explosion seemed to capture all of these disputes and send them hurling forth in a hail of metal and flesh and fire. It took the popular political metaphor of an attack on capitalism and made it real. I began researching the Wall Street explosion in the late 1990s as a graduate student living in New York City. What attracted me to the subject then was the strangeness of the society it seemed to evoke. Nothing in my experience gave me an immediate understanding of why Americans would have been so accustomed to this sort of violence in 1920. It also seemed incredible that an event of such proportions, with dozens killed and hundreds injured at the hub of New York's financial district, had earned no more than a sentence or occasionally a few pages in the vast literature on American history. I set out to write a book that would describe a distant world in which terrorism would be considered not surprising. Then came September 11th. Even now, with the war on terror at the forefront of national politics, this remains a book about the past, not the present. And yet to dwell on the differences between the two is to avoid the obvious. What makes the Wall Street explosion such an intriguing event is, at least in part, the way in which it reflects our own experience. There are the coincidences of time and place. Here's another attack in downtown New York in mid-September. And there are other resonances to be drawn out as well. Terrorism is not a form of violence restricted to one time or place. It has a history. As an abstract concept, terrorism has never been easy to define. Its basic elements are clear. Terrorism is a form of political violence designed to induce fear and thus destabilize the social order. But the task of coming up with more specific boundaries and limits has befuddled social scientists for decades. Historians have had little better luck in reaching a consensus about when terrorism first entered the world stage. Walter Laqueur has traced the idea as far back as the zealots of the ancient world, who hid swords beneath their cloaks in order to commit clandestine political attacks. The The word itself seems to date from the reaction against the French Revolution, when Edmund Burke, among others, denounced the Jacobins as hellhounds called terrorists. In the United States, terrorism appears to enter common usage as a political epithet sometime in the first half of the 19th century, applied variously to the actions of slaveholders, abolitionists, labor unions, employers, and all stripes of politician. Arriving at a definitive conclusion about either the origins or definition of terrorism is beyond the scope of this book. What does seem clear is that terrorism as both a theory and a practice underwent a profound change beginning in the late 19th century. The invention of dynamite in 1866 transformed an individual's ability to create mass destruction and wreak havoc from afar. In tandem with this breakthrough came the spread of new ideologies calling for the overthrow of industrial capitalism and its replacement by a more egalitarian, utopian order. As the two came together in theories of clandestine political violence, terrorism began to lose some of its more general connotations, emerging by the early 20th century as a tactic associated primarily, though not exclusively, with the revolutionary left. The European anarchist movement issued some of the first explicit calls for theatrical acts of violence to combat the power of capital. In the United States, trade unions and revolutionary groups debated the merits of such tactics in newspapers and open-air rallies, as well as during strikes and sensational public trials. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the iconic figures of the American left, anarchists Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, labor leader Big Bill Haywood, and socialist champion Eugene Debs, argued frankly over the usefulness of violence and terrorism. They rarely came to a consensus on the matter. Nonetheless, they agreed, in ways shocking to 21st century ears, that its merits were well worth discussing. In an age when some 35,000 American workers died each year in industrial accidents, in which policemen and soldiers routinely fired on strikers and picketers, it was not unusual to hear the use of dynamite praised as a justifiable reaction to capitalist tyranny and a weapon of working-class self-defense. And that talk did, at least on occasion, translate into action. By 1920, most Americans hearing of the Wall Street explosion could recall a long list of bloody incidents, from the Haymarket Affair of 1886 to the nationwide dynamite attacks of June 2, 1919, in which opponents of capitalism, or at least of the Wall Street Money Trust, stood accused of employing bombing and assassination to achieve their ends. Some of the most dramatic incidents were targeted attacks on plutocrats or political leaders, rather than acts of mass casualty terror. Often the details of who had done what remained murky. All, however, contributed to the widespread impression that dynamite and assassination were a vital part of American class relations, as much a part of the new industrial age as electricity, financial trusts, and skyscrapers of steel. This is not to suggest that the American left or the labor movement as a whole supported terrorism, or, for that matter, violence of any sort during these years. If anything, talk became deed with remarkable infrequency, and even the talk itself was rarely as bloodthirsty or vitriolic as critics liked to suggest. One of the tricky aspects of writing about bombings and assassination is that they tend to reinforce stereotypes of wild-eyed anarchist bomb throwers, of brutal labor thugs that were themselves the products of controversy and manipulation in their day. Accusations about terrorism and bomb throwing served a variety of political agendas. Employers, hoping to win public sympathy, accused striking workers of fomenting violence and terror. Politicians used the specter of mass terrorism to whip up support for causes ranging from immigration restriction to their own political careers. The absurdity of some of these accusations, in turn, led to a culture of conspiracy on the left, in which the first response of those sympathetic to labor and radical movements was to deny any possibility of individual guilt. The truth, however, is more nuanced than that. There were bombs, and those who believed in bombs, and there were also scapegoating, stereotyping, and false accusation. The question, in 1920 as today, is how to distinguish between the two. As the historian Richard Hofstadter noted in 1970, Americans have a remarkable lack of memory when it comes to violence. When he wrote those words, Hofstadter was responding to a generation of American historians for whom the notion of consensus, of a bounded and inescapable liberalism, seemed to be the defining feature of American politics. In the years since, historians have by and large rejected this romantic view, emphasizing the depth of conflict and real ideological dispute that went into crafting the American political tradition. But there remains a tendency to think of violence as an anomaly, something outside the American experience, rather than as one of the many ways that Americans have long carried out their political disputes. Few things testify to this phenomenon more eloquently than the declarations since 2001 that terrorism is something utterly new in the American experience, a horror without a past. There are many reasons for this kind of historical forgetting. As Hofstadter pointed out, there is something inherently difficult about assessing the role of violence in history. It is committed by isolated individuals, by small groups, and by large mobs. It is directed against individuals and crowds alike. It is undertaken for a variety of purposes, and in a variety of ways. Certainly this is true of the labor and radical violence that is the subject of this book. In its range of forms and motives, its parades of charge and countercharge, it seems almost to resist analysis, to be a string of individual acts with little in common other than the possibility of bloodshed and death. And yet, our comforting amnesia on this subject is also relatively recent. As late as the early 1930s, the significance of class violence in shaping the nation's economic and political development seemed self-evident to many observers. To me, the social critic Louis Adamic wrote in his 1931 book, Dynamite, it appears to be an inevitable result of the chaotic, brutalizing conditions in American industry, a phase of the dynamic drive of economic evolution in the United States. Adamic's book was the first major work to survey the use of violence, and especially terrorism, by the have-nots against the haves. It was also the last. Within a few years, as federal legislation reduced the level of violence in labor conflicts, the issue of bombings and assassinations began to lose some of its currency. By the 1950s, it had become politically dangerous, a brush with which to tar an increasingly beleaguered American left. Horrified at the excesses of McCarthyism, many liberal historians, Hofstadter included, went out of their way during the post-war years to minimize past controversies over violence, terrorism, and class conflict. They tended to depict the first Red Scare as an anomalous episode, the result of paranoid delusions, not genuine social conflict. In this context, the great bomb cases of earlier decades began to be understood as cautionary tales about McCarthyism, more important for the hysteria and repression they produced than for the tensions they revealed. In the late 1960s, historians of anarchism began to rediscover the world of militant revolutionary violence. For the most part, however, the issue has remained marginal, a matter of concern primarily for those interested in the factional disputes of the American left. While recent years have seen a handful of histories exploring some of the era's great bombing and assassination trials, broader questions about the impact of such violence on American society have received little attention. Many of the social historians who transformed the study of American radicalism and labor in the 1960s understood their task as a redemptive one, an effort to move beyond tired images of bomb throwers and dangerous subversives. They emphasized the unequal nature of class violence, in which strikers and protesters were often no match for policemen, soldiers, and guards. And they were admirably sensitive to the ability of those in power to channel public fear into campaigns of repression. In the process, however, they robbed at least a few revolutionaries of their militancy, of the idea that when they spoke of dynamite and armed resistance, they sometimes meant what they said. One goal of this book is to rediscover the genuine drama of class conflict in the United States, a story in which violence ran in at least two directions. From our current vantage point, it can be tempting to view the early years of the 20th century as a time of gradual progress, in which Americans, shocked by the inequities and indignities of their new industrial society, set out to find better ways to ensure basic democratic and economic rights. History is less kind than that. Far from being an era of placid reform, the turn of the century was a moment in which the entire structure of American institutions, from the government to the economy, seemed to be up for grabs, poised to be reshaped by new movements and ideas. To the degree that terrorism stoked this sense of disorder, providing a dramatic example of destruction and class vengeance, it was a remarkably effective political tool. Indeed, for the handful of men and women who undertook the task of setting bombs and planning attacks, this was precisely the goal: to illustrate the depravity of American industrial conditions and to put the society's leaders on notice that they, too, would suffer. Whatever the judgments of history, there can be no question that many Americans at the time took this threat seriously, believing that the nation was poised on the brink of chaos and revolution. This sense of crisis may help to explain why the history of revolutionary and labor terrorism has so effectively disappeared from national memory. Despite our recent financial turmoil, the institutions that were so bitterly contested in the Gilded Age and Progressive era, banks, corporations, factories, trusts, remain such an accepted part of the American landscape that it can be hard to imagine a time in which they were subject to revolutionary denunciation and to frequent violent attack. This is particularly true of the post-Cold War world, when those who fought the tide of capitalism, who threw bombs and organized strikes, can sometimes seem like hopeless offshoots, deluded in their dreams of reversing the course of history. Americans in 1920 did not have this benefit of hindsight. On September 16th, as they gazed into the rubble on Wall Street, as they read in the papers of an enormous and mysterious explosion at the hub of American capitalism, they did not yet know what lay ahead. Part 1. September 16th, 1920. Chapter 1. The Middle of Things. Junius Spencer Morgan never seemed quite at home on Wall Street. He wanted to be a marine architect. He was happiest on the water, racing yachts. But he was the eldest son of J.P. Morgan, grandson of the legendary J. Pierpont Morgan, namesake to Pierpont's father, the great gentleman banker Junius Spencer Morgan. So each day he went to work at the family bank. Thursday, September 16th, 1920, was no exception. The morning dawned cool and damp. New York papers were predicting rain. Junius' destination on that morning, as on so many others, was an elegant little building on the southeast corner of Wall and Broad Streets. There was no sign at the building's entrance. Everyone who conducted business in the financial district knew about 23 Wall. It was the headquarters of J.P. Morgan and Company, the nation's most powerful bank, and, to Junius, the family business. From an early age, Junius had been schooled in the commercial and personal values appropriate to a Morgan banking heir. He had learned that business was best conducted among a small and trustworthy elite, that a letter of credit from the proper source was worth more than cash. A banker was expected to be a man of great respectability, well-bred, well-spoken, decidedly Protestant. Earnings were not to be flaunted and spent. Rather, they were to be harvested and tended, like saplings destined to become great trees. The bank's headquarters reflected this Morgan blend of understatement and confidence. In contrast to the showy skyscrapers that had sprung up around the neighborhood in recent years, the bank stood just 4 stories tall. Those 4 stories were made from the finest materials, however, including marble from a Tennessee quarry purchased in its entirety. Within the cloistered world of New York banking, Junius was known as a likable fellow. He was shy, handsome, even something of a Democrat. Mostly he had done the expected thing: private school at Groton, then Harvard, then marriage to a suitable girl and a post with a bank. Along the way, in keeping with his family's philanthropic tradition, he offered symbolic gestures of humility. At Harvard, he avoided the hangouts of the rich boys, choosing to live among the working students on a modest budget. After graduating in 1914, he volunteered at a French military hospital. When he left, he donated 2 motor cars and artificial limbs. Now a newly minted partner in the world's most prominent bank, he was noted for his unassuming ways. Traveling to Wall Street from Long Island, he sometimes took one of the Morgan yachts. At other times, though, he rode the train, and to the delight of the society reporters, he often sat in the day coach. No matter how Junius arrived on Wall Street, once there he found it impossible to avoid at least a moment's contact with the city's workaday elements. The streets of the financial district swarmed with messenger boys, curb brokers, pushcart vendors, men for whom finance capitalism was a physical ordeal. Their running and shouting and aggressive elbowing had no place inside the house of Morgan, where business was conducted in hushed tones amidst brass and warm, dark wood. But given the bank's location in the geographic heart of American capitalism, given its awesome financial reputation, there was no way for a Morgan partner to entirely escape from the outside world. As Junius's father had recently boasted to a French colleague, the Morgan Bank stands, as it always has stood, in the middle of things. When he wrote those words, J.P., or Jack, Morgan, was celebrating the bank's success in the Great War, a cataclysm that at first had looked as if it might bring the financial world to ruin. From its founding in the 1870s, J.P. Morgan and Company, or as it was more imperiously known, the House of Morgan, was a matchless force in American economic life, a leading symbol, in the admiring words of the New York Sun, of the heroic age in American industrial history. By the turn of the century, it had moved from engineering loose financial trusts to creating corporate behemoths, International Harvester, U.S. Steel, whose size and heft reshaped the industrial world. Along the way, the Morgan Bank found itself on the winning side of countless national and international dramas: the railroad wars of the Gilded Age, William McKinley's campaign to defeat William Jennings Bryan and preserve the gold standard, the panic of 1907, when the bank rallied Wall Street financiers to save the country from financial disaster. The Great War was only the latest crisis to be weathered and exploited, and there, too, the firm triumphed. The House of Morgan entered the war a mere cousin to the great London banks. It left as the undisputed leader of global finance. On September 16th, Junius was walking into the most significant institution of its kind in the world. This story of inexorable upward ascendancy, of vast power handled in gentlemanly fashion, was only part of the legacy that had been bequeathed to him, however. The rise of industrial capitalism and of banks such as Morgan, National City, and Kuhn Loeb was not a seamless democratic process. inspired by the precepts of John Locke and Adam Smith. It had been a bitter contest, sometimes literally a war, fought with bombs, guns, and blockades. Beyond Wall Street's confines, the bank evoked ferocious criticism from populists and progressives, from union men and small entrepreneurs, from anarchists, socialists, and communists, from isolationists, pacifists, and farmers. Some of it came in the form of threats and, on occasion, violence. The Morgan men bore these challenges without panic, seeking interest and profit in an elite world where opposition was taken for granted. But the bank's great achievements, its many enemies, and even the possibility that capitalism might be a transient affair, shaped what it meant to be a Morgan on September 16th, what it meant to live in the middle of things. The bank that Junius entered that morning was dominated by a single man, not his father Jack, but his grandfather Pierpont, the original J.P. Morgan. Pierpont had died in 1913, yet his influence endured at Wall and Broad, tangible in the bank's Italian design. He had been a great aficionado of all things Roman. Its all-male social order. He had disliked female secretaries. Even in the walls themselves, the bank's cornerstone held, among other items, a copy of his last will and testament. It was there, especially, in the memory of those who recalled what it had been like to work with the financial Moses of the New World. Pierpont was no self-made man. His father, the first Junius Spencer, had been a prominent banker in his own right. Pierpont nevertheless earned a grudging respect, even among his detractors, for his accomplishments and the sheer force of his will. "I know that I came to feel, myself, what others on Wall Street felt," the muckraker and one-time Wall Street reporter Lincoln Steffens recalled. A vague awe of the man. In 1920, the House of Morgan still occupied the site Pierpont had selected almost half a century earlier. Convinced that the United States would prove itself the richest country in the world in natural resources, he and his partner Anthony Drexel had spent $1 million for the lot at Wall and Broad in the early 1870s, the highest price ever paid per square foot for a bit of American real estate. The original headquarters, a 6-story marble building with mansard roof, dormer windows, and an impressive internal elevator, opened in early 1873. Later that year, the post-Civil War rail boom collapsed, shuttering hundreds of brokerage firms, forcing the stock exchange to close for weeks, and ushering in the country's first major depression. Pierpont was one of the few on Wall Street to emerge unscathed. In 1873, Drexel Morgan earned $1 million, a hint of the uncanny acumen that would characterize Pierpont's later career. But the panic was a lesson for him as surely as it had been for the thousands of depositors who mobbed the district's muddy streets that autumn, hoping to extract cash before plunging railroad stocks destroyed their modest fortunes. He saw in the crash a sign of the dangerous volatility of the American economy, how unfettered competition doomed it to extremes of enthusiasm and despair. He was certain that he could find a better approach, some way for industrialists and financiers to profit while coordinating such matters as prices and rates. For the next 50 years, he acted as Wall Street's chief apostle of organization, or, as it would come to be known, Morganization, the idea that consolidation, not competition, held the key to a prosperous future. This faith in the power of bigness, in the rationality of the large corporation, soon emerged not only as Pierpont's personal doctrine, but also as the organizing principle for a swift restructuring of the American economy. When Pierpont settled at Wall and Broad, the United States was still a provincial nation, a land of small farms and factories, dependent upon Europe for credit, imports, and capital. By his death in 1913, it was nothing less than an industrial monolith, producing a third of the world's goods and services, more than Great Britain, France, and Germany put together. None of this was Pierrepont's work alone, but far more than industrial magnates such as Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller. Pierrepont symbolized the new world of finance capitalism, in which a single banker's decisions mattered more than anything that happened in the mines or on the factory floor. Indeed, to most Americans, Pierpont Morgan was Wall Street. Over the course of his career, cartoonists had established his fat mustache, satisfied paunch, and omnipresent top hat as the essence of the banker, prosperous, cunning, and far removed from the muscular work of the men and women who created his paper fortune. By the time Junius joined the bank in 1915, the stories of his grandfather's triumphs were Wall Street lore. There was the 1879 sale of the New York Central, when Pierpont helped William Vanderbilt sell off the largest block of stock ever issued in the United States, then walked away with control of the railroad's board of directors. There was his famous emergency meeting during the Panic of 1907, when he gathered Wall Street's top financiers in his library on 36th Street and insisted that they prevent a full-blown depression. And, inevitably, there were the stories of the vast riches that resulted from these efforts. A devout Episcopalian, Pierpont always disapproved of the gilded indulgence, so much the rage in New York society. But he was not above spending lavishly. The growing power of the Morgan Empire could be measured by the size of Pierpont's yachts. His Corsair, built in 1882, was 165 feet. Less than a decade later, Corsair II expanded to 241 feet. Making it the largest recreational vessel in the world. Corsair III, built just after the turn of the century, came in at a staggering 300 feet and required a 70-person crew. In his affection for a fine boat, Junius was nothing if not his grandfather's heir. Of all Pierpont's achievements, none better captured his essence than the 1901 creation of U.S. Steel. The very idea was audacious. Rather than rely on the loose trusts that, more often than not, broke apart amidst squabbling and government opposition, Pierpont bought up some 228 of the nation's most promising steel-related entities, specializing in everything from ore extraction to shipping, and combined them into a single, massive company under centralized control. Capitalized at $1.4 billion, an amount equal to 1/6 of the value of all American manufacturing, U.S. Steel was the world's largest corporation at its moment of birth. It was also Pierpont's most celebrated accomplishment, a gargantuan effort that yielded not only profit, but also something utterly new in the annals of industry. The Wall Street Journal affirmed this in February 1901, declaring the invention of U.S. Steel a turning point in the market, the high tide of industrial capitalism. For his son, and now for his grandson, it was an imposing legacy. Wall Street marked Pierpont's death in 1913 as a quasi-royal event. "We have lost our foremost financial magnate," mourned Andrew Carnegie. Elbert H. Gary, Pierpont's longtime ally at U.S. Steel, declared him the greatest man of the age. Behind all of the praise and hyperbole, however, was a note of uncertainty about what would come next, a skepticism about whether another man, presumably another Morgan, could or even should attempt to take Pierpont's place. "There will be no other king," National City Bank President Frank Vanderlip commented to a colleague. "Mr. Morgan was typical of the time in which he lived and can have no successor, for we are facing other days." At the time, Junius was still at Harvard, not yet expected to worry about assuming his grandfather's mantle. For his father, the pressure was immediate. Jack did his best to replicate his father's persona, acquiring the same top hats, the same suits, even the same fat cigars that had made Pierpont into an icon of finance. He changed his public name as well, dismissing the Junior and becoming, like his father, simply J.P. Morgan. Still, everyone wondered if he might be too weak, too cautious, to measure up to his father's achievements. "Of course, my greatest desire is to keep together the structure which father reared," he assured his fellow bankers in 1913. As it turned out, history stepped in to smooth the transition. In June 1914, Serbian nationalists assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, setting in motion not only the Great War, but also one of the greatest transfers of financial power in global history. Jack was wrong about the war, at least at first. "You will see how perfectly absurd all this talk of conducting the trade of the world in New York must be," he wrote to British partner Teddy Grenfell in September 1914. Like Pierpont, he maintained a deep faith in the superiority of all things English, from the London financial markets to the Anglican Church, and he raised his sons to believe the same. Junius spent his early childhood in England, earning subpar grades in boarding school and studying cricket with a private coach. When war broke out in 1914, his mother and sisters were still there, watching with alarm as the British authorities commandeered their horses and milk. Even as Jack attempted to secure their passage back across the Atlantic, he found it hard to believe that crass, disorderly New York, with all its clumsy and very individualistic banking system, would ever replace aristocratic London as the center of world finance. Still, he recognized that the United States would likely profit from Europe's poor decisions. "The war, by cutting down the trade of other countries, should be a tremendous opportunity for America," he wrote President Woodrow Wilson. 3 months later, he made good on this prediction, taking advantage of his British contacts to secure the bank an appointment as the official British purchasing agent in the United States. By the time the United States entered the war, more than 2 years later, the Morgans had spent some $3 billion in British money, trading more in a single month than the world's GNP a half-century earlier. What this meant for Jack and the bank were fees beyond anything Pierpont had ever imagined, $30 million for the purchasing work alone. And this was only a small part of the firm's wartime business. Jack's most famous act was the organization of a Wall Street syndicate involving 61 underwriters and 1,570 banks and financial firms to deliver the gigantic Anglo-French loan of September 1915. At $500 million, it was the largest foreign loan in Wall Street's history. Calculated for interest, it brought a hefty return. To Jack, this was not just good business. It affirmed by war's end that he had fulfilled his fondest hope, to take father's place in the community and help out in many ways. For others on Wall Street, the rewards of such work were more pragmatic in nature. By 1920, the war had produced 42,000 new millionaires in the United States, most of them in and around New York. Corporate profits tripled between the beginning and end of hostilities. Stock prices boomed, too. Between 1914 and 1916, Bethlehem Steel, a Morgan interest, went from $33 per share to $600. But the most important effect of the war, from a banking perspective, was what it did to the stature of American finance. For the first time in its history, the United States was lending out more than it was borrowing from Europe. It became, almost overnight, a creditor nation. And within the United States, most of those payments flowed straight through New York Harbor into the vaults and counting books of Wall Street. As Junius approached the Morgan Bank on the morning of September 16th, nearly 2 years after the armistice, he could see the signs of this new prosperity all around him. Due to government building restrictions, financial firms had been severely pressed for space during the war. Now, with the return to peace, Wall Street seemed to be one great construction site. Blasting and hammering echoed through the district's canyons, and shipments of marble, wood, and machinery blocked the already congested streets. This was excellent news for the real estate market. "Sales and resales of property in the Wall Street district are greater than ever before," reported the Wall Street Journal. It was rather less welcome inside the established firms, where the constant din tended to distract from the work of sums and transactions. This was a particular problem for the Morgan employees, who faced, on September 16th, yet another morning of pounding and shouting, courtesy of the New York Stock Exchange. Despite their mutual interests, relations between the two great engines of capitalism, the banks and the markets, were never entirely cordial. Jack rarely set foot in the exchange, viewing it as a loathsome symbol of chaos. Yet the Stock Exchange, with its famous Corinthian columns and elaborate marble frieze, was less than a minute's walk from the house of Morgan, just across Broad Street and a few dozen feet to the south. In September 1920, it was slowly inching closer. Capitalizing on the wartime boom, the exchange had decided to add a 22-story annex at Wall and Broad, directly across from the Morgan Bank's main entrance. Commissioned at a price of $3 million, the building was slated to be both a practical addition and a monument to Wall Street's new global power. That morning, though, it was little more than scaffolding. Work had begun weeks earlier, and the Morgan men had since learned to tolerate the persistent banging. "The expansion of business," the New York Times explained, "has been so extraordinary that more room has been urgently needed for some time." Along the Broad Street sidewalks, the men of the outdoor curb market, a lesser cousin to the New York Exchange, found themselves similarly squeezed, both by post-war business and by the crowds it seemed to bring. Months earlier they had appealed for space in the new annex, arguing that they, more than anyone on Wall Street, could show an urgent need. They made a good case. For more than a century the curb market had operated outside, in rain, sleet, snow, and sun, trading the junkier stocks and bonds scorned by the bigger markets. The Board of Governors, however, rejected their appeal, so the curb men had decided to construct a building of their own. It was going up not on Wall Street itself, but a few blocks away behind Trinity Church, in an area known as Wall Street's backyard. Business on the other corners of Wall and Broad that morning was more stable, and, at any rate, more subject to Morgan influence. On the northwest corner stood the great tower of Bankers Trust, 35 stories from base to roof, capped at the top by an incongruous 7-story Egyptian pyramid. All of it, the building as well as the business, was Pierpont's doing. Along with a syndicate of other bankers, he had spun off the company in 1903 to perform the trust work that President Theodore Roosevelt, among others, had begun to denounce. To give Bankers Trust a permanent home, Pierpont personally commissioned the tower as well as the pyramid, a symbol of his fascination with Egyptian antiquity, second only to his interest in Rome. He was pleased enough with the final product, completed in 1912, to invite the same firm to design the new Morgan Bank on the corner's southeast lot. He constructed the design according to his specifications, though Pierpont died months before the new building was finished. The final site at Wall and Broad, the northeast corner, was both the most historic and, by 1920, the most symbolic of the district's recent largesse. A century and a half earlier, the site had hosted Americans' first successful attempts at a national government. There, on Wall and Broad's northeast lot, George Washington took his oath of office, the U.S. Congress met for the first time, and the Bill of Rights became law, all before the seat of federal power began its slide south to Washington. The building where those events took place had been demolished a few decades later to make way for a new customs house, its modest 2 stories replaced by a grand run of stone steps leading to a pillared Greek Revival landmark. In 1889, on the centennial of Washington's inauguration, city fathers added a bronze statue of the first president out front, a gesture toward the past in a neighborhood now obsessed with the future. By 1920, Washington still stood proudly, but the building itself had become a U.S. sub-treasury devoted to collecting federal taxes. Like the rest of Wall Street, the sub-treasury was a great beneficiary of the war, and like their friends at the stock exchange, Treasury officials had decided to expand their reach. In July 1919, Treasury Secretary William McAdoo dedicated an ornate new assay office next door to the sub-treasury, just across Wall Street from the Morgan Bank's northern face. "Every patriotic citizen takes a pride in this greatest metropolis of the world," he pronounced at the dedication, "and anything that affects the interests of New York should not fail to enlist the sympathy and the pride of American citizens everywhere." The new structure featured an ornate brass door, one of the most ornamental ever constructed in a government office building, according to the Sun and New York Herald. It also boasted the largest vaults in the world. On the morning of September 16th, government workers were busy transferring $1 billion in gold coin and bullion along a wooden chute between the assay office and the sub-treasury. One newspaper estimated that it was probably the greatest accumulation of this precious metal anywhere in the world today. And the new vaults, in anticipation of further interest due the United States, had been constructed to hold twice as much. This sense of opportunity, of boundless expansion, was not limited to Wall Street. By 1920, it was part of the fabric of New York itself. The city's economic picture was not entirely rosy. The cost of living, driven by wartime inflation, was spiraling out of control. The housing crisis, another wartime product, seemed all but insoluble. Even the stock market had taken a turn for the worse in recent months. None of this had dampened the sense, particularly at the upper reaches of government and finance, that New York was the city of the future, that all things were possible, in the words of one recent telephone ad campaign, thanks to the bigness of New York. New York was home to the country's tallest buildings, its busiest port and longest subway, its most productive factories, its most crowded neighborhoods, its finest poets and artists and writers. New York's 5.6 million residents far surpassed Chicago's 2.7 million. Its 2 million foreign-born residents alone could populate a city the size of Philadelphia. The fact that these millions chose to settle in New York was a testament to the city's status as an international crossroads. Above all, New York was a place of motion and flow and change, the cosmopolitan capital of an emerging world power. In the first half of September alone, more than 26,000 new U.S. residents had arrived at New York's Ellis Island, nestled off Manhattan's southernmost tip. Within the United States, migrants from small towns and cities, from regions to the north and south and west, made their way to New York as well, settling in neighborhoods such as bohemian Greenwich Village, a previously unassuming little district transformed in the pre-war years into an avant-garde Mecca. Then there were the newer groups of migrants, the 1.6 million men who found themselves marching through the city on their way to battle in Europe. New York had been the central city of the country's war effort, the pivot, in the words of New York Police Commissioner Richard E. Enright, on which all the war activities revolved. The successful transport of more than 1 million troops demanded some 4.5 million tons of supplies, artillery, food, blankets, instruction manuals, uniforms. Much of it came direct from New York factories. The necessity of production, in turn, had attracted thousands of black Southerners, eager, like immigrants from abroad, for decent wages and a little breathing room. Later, this northward movement would be labeled, with biblical aplomb, the Great Migration. In New York during the war years, though, it was just one migration of many. Even before the war, this flow in and, to a lesser degree, out of money, of people, of cultures and prejudices and ideologies had begun to transform New York into America's first world-class city, the sort of place where, as reformer Herbert Croly predicted in 1903, something considerable may happen. By 1920, flush with victory, boosters could declare with passable truth, in Enright's words, that this city stands today at the zenith of its development magnificence, beyond reach of competition. And yet, predictions of something considerable occurring in New York had also contained ominous overtones. As it grew, New York had become not a melting pot, but a city of extremes, the capital of capitalism and of radicalism, of wealth and poverty, of high-minded reform and pragmatic enterprise, of the war effort and the anti-war crusade. Its very success as a magnet for the rich as well as the poor, for left as well as right, made it a city of frequent discord, a place where the conflicts of the rest of the nation, indeed of much of the world, were compressed into a few square miles. With military mobilization came thousands of soldiers, accompanied by all the other transformations bound to follow in the train of such a state of affairs. In Enright's words, with munitions manufacturing and shipping came the threats of sabotage and attack. With industrial life came strikes and union organizing. And with the concentration of national wealth on Wall Street came direct challenges that men such as Junius Morgan found themselves powerless to avoid. Junius had missed the assassination attempt on his father, but not by much. On June 15, 1915, Junius married Louise Converse, a 20-year-old artist and a member of the Boston social elect, in what papers described as a very simple ceremony in a little white church in the Boston suburb of Dedham, Massachusetts. His parents were pleased to see him make such an appropriate match. "I think he is absolutely the most satisfied and contented person I ever saw," Jack wrote to a cousin in early 1915. To welcome Louise to the family, the elder Morgans planned a small honeymoon party, just 13 guests, at Matinecock Point, their 250-acre estate on Long Island. Junius and Louise expected to stop by for a few refreshments and well wishes before departing for Panama. Instead, when they pulled up to the Matinecock Point Bridge late on the afternoon of July 3rd, they found their way blocked by armed guards and detectives. Nobody, the New York Times reported, wanted to be first to tell the truth to the young couple. As near as the police were able to determine, a clean, well-kept man bearing a card in the name of Thomas C. Lester of the Summer Society Directory had appeared at the Manor House a few hours earlier, demanding to see Mr. J.P. Morgan. When Henry Physick, the butler, refused to let him in, the man barreled his way through the front entrance, armed with 2 guns and several sticks of dynamite. Jack encountered him on the stairs and tried to wrestle him to the ground, but one of the guns went off. Moments later, Physick, along with British Ambassador Cecil Spring Rice, a breakfast guest, managed to tackle and bind the intruder. Jack sustained 2 bullet wounds, one in the hip, another in the abdomen. By the time Junius and Louise arrived, he was settled in bed under the care of family doctors. Physick took care of canceling the honeymoon party and sending the guests away on one of the Morgan yachts. Under police questioning, the gunman gave his name not as Thomas Lester, but as Frank Holt. Later, he confessed that he was actually Erich Munter, a one-time German instructor at Harvard who was wanted in another state for poisoning his wife. His aim, he explained to the police, was not to harm Jack, but to hold his wife and children hostage while the Morgan leadership went about calling off the war. As evidence of this plan, Munter shared a list in his pocket bearing the names of the Morgan children and of Jack's wife, Jane Norton Grew. He also confessed to planting a bomb beneath the switchboard of a public telephone at the U.S. Capitol before boarding the train for Long Island. All of it he said, was meant to express his fellow Americans' despair over the war and over what the Morgans were doing to escalate it. There are thousands of other persons in the United States who think as I do about the necessity of bringing this terrible world conflict to an end, Munter explained to police, but who lack the courage to take any decisive action. The bomb at the Capitol went off just before midnight on July 2nd, largely destroying the Senate reception room, but causing no injuries. As Jack languished in bed, Junius assumed the role of family spokesman, patiently answering reporters' questions about his father's condition. The wounds were not terribly serious. One bullet passed straight through, and surgeons extracted the second from Jack's hip. And the family decided that a show of calm was the proper response. On July 4th, the day after the shooting, Junius attended church with Louise. The following day, he took his father's modest 50-foot yacht, the Grayling, for a spin in a local race. Finally, on July 6th, as if to ensure the continuity of the family legacy, he arrived for his first day of work at Wall and Broad. Jack was quick to explain to friends that Junius was not signing on indefinitely, but was merely coming into the office to see if he is fit to go into the firm later on. But for Junius there was no going back. When he returned from his honeymoon later that year, he went to work at the bank full-time. Despite this public bravado, Junius and the family were shaken by what had happened, not just by Munter's act, but also by how it reflected the darker strains of the Morgan legacy. As long as Junius could remember, the Morgan men, indeed all of Wall Street, had been denounced as a source of shame and evil. They were the money power, the money trust, plutocrats, monopolists, capitalist Caesars. The reasons for the hostility were not hard to see. Walk a mile in any direction from the Morgan family's well-appointed 35th Street townhouse, and the evidence was there in all of its daily misery. "I saw the midnight breadlines," wrote Louis Duché, a socialist who toured the city in 1910. "The thousands of homeless sleeping in the parks, upon the sidewalks, and in the doorways of large, shaded buildings in the off-streets. I saw them perched on the fire escapes for 8 and 10 stories upwards in order to get a breath of air that might possibly sweep through the long, narrow streets." Of all the American cities, New York best embodied the stark inequalities of the new industrial capitalism, in which the top 2% of the nation held 60% of the wealth, and 1 in 4 poor children died before reaching adulthood. Duché, like thousands of others, saw the roots of revolution in such conditions. "If there is one place in America where the workers have reason to revolt against capitalism and this thing called civilization and to overthrow it," he concluded, "it is New York City." As a young boy, Junius could only have been dimly aware of this other half, or of the political challenges to the industrial and financial order that his family was doing so much to create. By the time he reached adulthood, though, he could hardly read a newspaper without learning of the ills that his grandfather had foisted upon the country. To the populists, Pierpont was a brazen, selfish financier, a man whose hunger for profit, and especially for gold, had destroyed a virtuous freeholder republic. To labor unions he was a plutocratic tyrant, despised for his claim that the non-union shop was a cornerstone of American virtue, as well as for the brutal 12-hour days and 7-day weeks at companies such as U.S. Steel. Socialists, anarchists, and other political radicals attacked him as the embodiment of a corrupt capitalist system, which, Pierpont or no, was destined to fail, they believed, while progressives such as Theodore Roosevelt blamed him, in turn, for providing such groups with a plausible case for revolt. Jack, for his part, remained convinced of Pierpont's righteousness, the ultimate virtue of a world where intelligent, well-bred men earned significant rewards for their business risks and acumen. "Of course we know there are wrongs in the world, and one man has a better chance than another with much less work. He wrote to one of Junius' Harvard instructors in 1913. Nevertheless, I think that even the socialistically inclined perhaps realize that with those good things comes to most people a sense of responsibility. But he proved no more capable than Pierpont at dispelling public criticism. In 1916, for instance, in an attack typical of Jack's early years at the bank's helm, South Dakota farmer advocate H.L. Laux published The Great Conspiracy of the House of Morgan Exposed and How to Defeat It, described as an exposé of the greatest conspiracy ever conceived by the brain of men to control all the commerce and industry of a great nation through a private monopoly of money, the lifeblood of commerce, by a group of avaricious, conscienceless financiers, whom for brevity I shall name the House of Morgan. Profitable though it proved to be, the war only increased this hostility, adding to the list of Morgan crimes the fact that the firm was unmistakably making millions off a catastrophic global conflict. This was Munter's complaint. Mr. Morgan has more influence in this country about the war than anybody, because he is financing the war. He explained to police. If he would say that shipping ammunition was to be stopped, it would stop. If Munter's actions were extreme, his views were not. By 1916, millions of Americans, isolationists, socialists, pacifists, even moderate progressives, shared his point of view, condemning the Morgans and the rest of Wall Street for profiting from the bloodshed in Europe. Some brought their protests to the corner of Wall and Broad, staging rallies to expose the bank's role in the European slaughter. Others made their views known from Washington. What do Morgan and Schwab care for world peace? Senator Robert La Follette demanded, when there are big profits in world war. At least a few seized upon Munter's attack as a model of righteous vengeance. Holt only tried to kill one man, an anonymous correspondent wrote to Jack, using Munter's pseudonym. You are helping kill millions, and for money you do not need and will never want. By the time the United States actually entered the war in the spring of 1917, Jack was living a near fugitive existence, trailed by bodyguards, traveling under a false name, ever suspicious of contact with strangers. Junius, by contrast, fled the whole mess in April 1917, joining the Navy within days of the United States declaration of war. He started as an ensign on his family yacht, donated to help the war effort. By the end of hostilities, he was a junior officer on a destroyer, charged with escorting American supply and troop ships safely into European ports. At home, the newspapers applauded these actions as worthy of the Morgan name. Junius, the New York American noted, was one of the first of Wall Street financiers' sons to get into the war. For Junius, though, there remained a measure of guilt. I feel almost ungrateful being over here, he wrote in his diary in early December 1917 from his officer's cabin. But know that he, Jack, would be far more worried if I was holding down my desk in JPM and Company at this time, instead of serving the U.S. in some way. In the long months that followed, as he settled into the destroyer's rhythm of boredom, interspersed with moments of high danger, he found abroad, as at home, that it was almost impossible to shake a growing sense of doom. Between official duties, he spent much of his time holed up in his bed, worried and ill. I must confess that there have been many times during the past 24 hours when I have been afraid, he wrote on October 31st. However, it is all part of the game, and I hope to get accustomed to it in time. He returned from the war a year later, shattered and nervous, a shadow of the satisfied and contented boy his father had remarked upon in 1915. Nonetheless, he took up where he left off. By early 1919, he was back to work at Wall and Broad. Post-war life brought a curious blend of disruption and routine. In March 1919, Junius accepted an appointment to the board of Liberty National Bank, a sign, in the words of the Atlanta Constitution, that he appears to be following in the footsteps of his forebears. At the House of Morgan, too, he buckled down to prepare for partnership, an honor that would be delivered by the end of the year. All of this was just as it should be, a resumption of expectations temporarily interrupted by war. Outside the bank's confines, though, the situation proved to be at least as unstable as when he left. The United States lost more than 100,000 soldiers during the war, a far cry from the millions sacrificed by European nations, but still the worst military toll in half a century. On the home front, an influenza epidemic killed 6 times that number in just a few months. These experiences might have brought the nation together in shared sacrifice. Instead, by 1919, it looked as if American society was tearing itself apart. During the summer, Chicago, Washington, and Detroit erupted in murderous race riots, in which rumors of rape and criminal marauding became pretexts for vicious assaults on black homes and communities. From Versailles, President Wilson struggled, and failed, to convince Republican legislators to support the League of Nations. He argued, with Morgan's support, that the League was the world's last best hope for avoiding another catastrophic war. Moreover, he suggested, it might help contain the great threat of the post-war age. In November 1917, the Bolshevik Party had seized power in Russia. By early 1919, Lenin was calling for a global revolution. Wilson had left thousands of troops in Russia after the armistice, ostensibly to guard war supplies and repatriate Czech prisoners, but effectively to battle the Bolsheviks. The presence of American soldiers, however, had no measurable effect on the Bolsheviks' power or on their influence around the world. From Mexico to Munich, the Russian example continued to inspire strikes, political agitation, even attempted coups. Within the United States, too, there was evidence of brewing discontent. In 1919, almost 4 million men and women, nearly 1 in 5 U.S. workers, joined the picket line, numbers far in excess of anything Pierpont had ever witnessed. They were not calling for revolution, but their demands showed a new scope and scale. The locomotive men, championing the Plum Plan, sought government ownership of the rails. The coal unions urged a federal takeover of the mines. In Seattle, what began as a walkout in the shipyards ballooned into a 5-day general strike, soon followed by a similar but far longer uprising in Winnipeg, Canada. Accompanying all of this was a dramatic uptick in the sort of personal violence that the Morgans had come to fear in the wake of the Munter assault. In late April, the New York Post Office uncovered a mail bomb addressed to J.P. Morgan, one of 30 similar bombs sent to prominent financiers, industrialists, and politicians as a May Day gift. Thanks to insufficient postage, most of the bombs never reached their targets. The sole casualty was Ethel Williams, a maid to Georgia Senator Thomas Hardwick, who lost both hands after opening a package on April 29th. A month later, however, a new attack hit with more force. On June 2nd, 1919, bombs lit up the midnight sky in 7 eastern cities, a coordinated effort raising the specter of a widespread conspiracy. In Washington, the explosion sheared off the front of Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer's house. In New York, a bomb at the home of Judge Charles Nott killed a night watchman, the only victim of the attack. Left behind at each bomb site was a handful of pink flyers warning all men of power that they might be next. "There will have to be bloodshed. We will kill because it is necessary," the flyers explained, in a warning that would soon come back to haunt the bank. "We will do anything and everything to suppress the capitalist class." The May Day and June 2nd plots, combined with the world situation, put the Morgan Bank on high alert. Over the following year, Jack hired new detectives to investigate the Bolshevik movement and assess any possible threats. Their efforts did little, however, to stop the string of attacks. On April 18, 1920, a deranged gunman shot and killed Dr. James Marco, a dear friend of the Morgan family, during the collection at St. George's Church, apparently believing Marco to be the long-dead J. Pierpont Morgan. After Marco's funeral, everyone did his best, in the words of the New York Times, to obliterate every hint of the tragedy which so shocked the whole community, an expression of the same determined calm that had followed Jack's shooting. Nonetheless, the church was crawling with policemen for fear that some irresponsible crank might be moved to emulate the assassin's deed. If anything, the spirit of hostility toward the bank and its interests appeared to be on the rise, as the immediate concerns of warfare gave way to larger, more intractable battles over the post-war relationship between capital and labor. September 1919 saw the eruption of a round of strikes stretching from the Pennsylvania coal fields to the streets of Boston, where the walkout of more than 1,000 policemen threw the city into chaos. U.S. Steel itself, Pierpont's defining creation, was rocked by a shutdown in which some 365,000 steelworkers walked off the job nationwide, the largest revolt in the industry's history. Their agenda wasn't hard to fathom. Steelmen worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, often for wages below the level set by government experts as the minimum of subsistence, by one commission's measure. But the strike was anathema at the House of Morgan, an assault on the entire idea that employers, not workers, should control the conditions of labor. In response to the strikers' demand for a single, industry-wide union, Jack vowed to fight the rebellion tooth and nail. "Heartiest congratulations on your stand for the open shop, with which I am, as you know, absolutely in accord," he cabled to U.S. Steel President Elbert Gary, charged with suppressing the strike. "I believe American principles of liberty deeply involved, and must win if we all stand firm." As so many times in the past, these efforts had, in the main, succeeded. By early 1920, the Steelworkers Committee was defunct, the strikers convinced, in one investigator's view, that it is useless to strike or fight the big companies. The wave of revolutionary ambition, too, seemed to be breaking down. In the wake of the June 2nd, 1919 bombings, Palmer had vowed to rid the United States of agitators who seek to terrorize the country and thus stay the hand of the government. Beginning in November, he had followed through with a dramatic deportation campaign, the so-called Palmer Raids, that rounded up thousands of foreign-born anarchists and communists. In New York, state and local officials took action as well. In early January 1920, less than a week after the final Palmer raid, the state legislature expelled 5 socialist assemblymen recently elected from some of the city's most radical districts: Harlem, the South Bronx, the immigrant neighborhoods of the Lower East Side, on the grounds that advocating socialism was tantamount to treason. None of this put the post-war turmoil entirely to rest. In the late summer of 1920, for instance, more than 100,000 miners struck in the Pennsylvania coal fields, defying their employers, their union leaders, and even President Wilson, who had attempted to mediate a compromise earlier in the year. In New York, too, a defiant labor movement chugged steadily along. The police department's list of the year's important strikes read like an occupational tally for the U.S. Census. Glaziers, helpers and handlers of plate glass and sheet glass, lumber handlers, merchant truckmen, elevator operators, barbers, warehousemen, furriers, film producers, furniture handlers, chauffeurs, drivers and helpers, moving van chauffeurs, drivers and helpers, bathing suit and sweater operators, outlaw railroad strike. Even the Socialist Party had managed to regroup and continue its struggle, in the words of ousted Assemblyman Louis Waldman. for the abolition of the special interests which exploit and deprive the people of life's happiness. In late August, New York Governor Al Smith called the State Assembly into emergency session to address the post-war housing crisis. To fill the Socialists' empty seats, he called for a special election, giving the former assemblymen a chance to regain their posts. The election was scheduled for September 16th. Jack was not at the bank that morning. He had left for Scotland in August, signing off with the warning to partner Harry Davison that the recession in business is becoming more and more I am certain that we are going to see rather bad times for the next few months. Junius stayed behind as his father's representative. Among the most urgent matters to contend with was the situation in the Pennsylvania coal fields. To discuss the matter, Junius had planned to have a meeting that day with John Markle, proprietor of one of the country's largest independent anthracite mining operations, and an old family friend. Markle had been fighting unions since the big anthracite strike of 1902, when he famously informed his workforce that, "I would rather fight than eat." This had earned him a reputation in labor circles for fiendish cruelty, in the words of lawyer Clarence Darrow, surpassing all the cruelty and violence committed in the anthracite region. At the house of Morgan, though, it won him respect. In 1913, after Markle had moved to New York, Jack sponsored him for membership in the elite Piping Rock Club. Markle arrived some time before noon, accompanied by his engineering assistant, A.B. Jessup. Despite its elegant furnishings, the interior of the Morgan Bank was dark and slightly gloomy, brightened only by the colored glass dome over the main trading floor. The building featured large windows along both the Broad and Wall Street sides, running almost to the lofty ceiling. But they were blocked by heavy curtains, and thick wire screens between the windows and curtains absorbed what little light remained. Upstairs, away from the din of the trading floor, each partner maintained an oak-lined office, within easy reach of the dining room and the barber shop supplied for Jack's comfort. Each partner had a roll-top desk downstairs as well. Beyond the partners' fireplaces and brass spittoons, the first-floor trading area was measured chaos. Clerks scribbling away at their desks, tellers counting change in their cages, some 500 men all told. On the morning of September 16th, 4 of the partners, Dwight Morrow, Thomas Lamont, George Whitney, and Elliot Bacon, were upstairs, conducting their daily conference. For his meeting with Markle, Junius stayed in his first-floor office, separated by a stone railing and glass partition from the workaday crowd. At noon, seated at his desk, Junius faced directly onto the bank's Wall Street side. Markle sat across from him, his back to the street. In addition to Markle, Jessup, and Junius, the meeting included Thomas Joyce, head of the Morgan Gold Department, and a loyal employee of the firm for more than 30 years. Markle later told the papers that he was chatting amiably with Joyce, preparing to leave the bank, when, without warning, there came the sound of a tremendous explosion. From the outside, a taxi chauffeur standing just a few feet from the bank's entrance recalled the scene differently. "I was preparing to crank up," he told the Tribune later that afternoon, "when it seemed like the end of the world." Chapter 2. The End of the World. The blast came syncopated. A flash, a roar, a pause thick with dread. Fire-packed air smashed against buildings, burned through the lunch crowd, knocked buyers and sellers off their feet. One man recalled a sinking in the knees as the first alert of something unusual. Another said it was as if a giant hook had swooped down from the sky, plucking him into flight. Skyscrapers 3 blocks north trembled from the impact. "I was working in the paying teller's cage at the time," recalled Andrew Dunn, a veteran Morgan clerk. "That was the loudest noise I ever heard in my life. It was enough to knock you out by itself." "I was lifted completely off the ground," a 15-year-old messenger boy informed detectives. And at the same instant, a terrible explosion occurred to my right, the terrific force of concussion blowing my hat off my head. I was at the southeast corner of Wall and William Streets walking east when the terrible roar caused me to turn, exporter Elwood M. Lauer remembered. I saw two sheets of flame that seemed to envelop the whole width of Wall Street and seemed to reach as high as the 10th story of the tall buildings. I was sitting at my desk right under the glass dome, said Walter Dickinson, head of the Morgan Credit Department, when I heard an explosion just like the sound of a Gatling gun. Then, calm. Later, witnesses who found it hard to recall the color of the smoke or the order of events remembered that odd moment of silence, the last instant before terror became a conscious thing. Wall Street seemed to freeze in a tableau vivant. Runners lay flattened like 10-pins. There was just time to register smells of acid, blood, and dust before the district's windows shattered and plunged into the street. It was a crash out of a blue sky, wrote an Associated Press reporter. An unexpected death-dealing bolt, which in a twinkling turned into a shamble, the busiest corner of America's financial center, and sent scurrying to places of shelter hundreds of wounded, dumb-stricken, white-faced men and women fleeing from an unknown danger. On the telephone from Washington, a Treasury official heard something like the closing of a large book before the line went dead. One man thought the roar of the glass sounded like Niagara. George Lacina, an employee at the Equitable Life Assurance Society, was hurled down the steps of Fred Eberlin's New Street restaurant. His face hit one of the steps and the world melted into a soft red. The spiked rail snagged his shoulder and one of his lapels, but he managed to hold on to a crumpled $5 bill, payment of a little debt. He later noticed that his coat buttons had popped off, and his watch was 10 minutes slow. "I picked myself up somehow," he told the world, and said to a fellow who was also at the bottom of the steps, "What the hell is it, New York?" I ran to the window, remembered Walter Marvin, working on the 15th floor of the Equitable Building. Wall Street was covered with dust, flying pieces of curtains and splinters. In the street near the Morgan office was some kind of vehicle burning. "When I collected my senses," said J.J. Blommer, visiting from the Milwaukee Association of Commerce, "I found a boy, evidently a messenger, standing alongside of me, his face covered with blood. I escaped without a scratch." What impressed me was the great blast of air, with all the paper and dust and debris and broken glass being whirled about as the explosive expended its force, said Captain Jean Parmentier, waiting in the Morgan lobby for a meeting with partner Harry Davidson. "I was at work on the 8th floor, number 32 Wall Street, and when the blow-up came, was struck all over the head and face and shoulders by plaster and broken pieces of lath," broker Alexander Cummings told the world. "I never knew what it was all about until long afterward." Inside the Morgan Bank, Markle recalled a shudder followed by a blizzard of white. Desks skittered across the trading floor. Papers burst from their files. Overhead, the big glass dome creaked, threatening to erupt into a second storm. Thomas Joyce was thrown to the ground, unconscious. When I came to myself, the whole first floor seemed to be filled with smoke and dust, and was strewn deeply with glass. He remembered. Markle grabbed his felt hat and jammed it on his head, an instinctive gesture for an old mining hand accustomed to explosives. "It is hard to say what did happen after that," he recalled, "but it was pandemonium." Markle saw blood pouring from Joyce's scalp. Jessup was bleeding too, and many other persons who seemed to be badly cut lay nearby. One young man stumbled along with a broken leg. "It had been smashed, I believe, by the concussion," Markle said. He offered to help the injured boy, but other employees rushed in to take his place, so he made his way to the entrance at Wall and Broad. When we came out of the doors, he later told the New York Times, we could see the havoc that had been wrought. Crowds ran from Wall and Broad in waves, north on Nassau, west on Broadway, east toward the river, south to Battery Park. Some leaders said that the force of the stampede bore them along. Men on fire dropped to the ground. Save me! Save me! Put me out! Customers fled barber shops with cream on their faces, aprons streaming behind in white streaks. "Oh, God, what has happened? What has happened?" An old man with a gray goatee screamed on the sub-treasury steps. Above him, the bronze statue of George Washington held up his hand as if in protest. John Much, a chimney repairman, woke to the sensation of hundreds of men and women running over me, crying and shouting hysterically. An insurance solicitor named Leon Canning stopped to help a man whose leg was blown off, but they were both plowed under by the force of the crowd. Canning dislocated his shoulder. Another man broke his arm when he tripped, and the crowd continued over him. Never in its history, one news report concluded, has Lower Manhattan witnessed such excitement. Warnings of a second blast pulsed through the crowd. "Go back! For God's sake, go back!" cried a man near Broadway. "There's another explosion coming." Others shouted first impressions. "The stock exchange has been blown up. The Morgan Bank has been blown up." At Trinity Church, at the base of Wall Street, passengers fleeing a derailed streetcar filled the cemetery. They were mostly silent, immersed, one witness said, in a feeling of awe and horror. Within a few minutes, as fears of another explosion subsided, they turned back to see what they had left behind. Everything was like a dream, recalled J.M. Murphy, a rigger from Brooklyn. "I saw a horse on his back with 3 legs sticking up in the air, an automobile on fire, and dead people spread out on the street." Almost in front of the steps leading up to the Morgan Bank was the mutilated body of a man, wrote reporter George Weston. Other bodies, most of them silent in death, lay nearby. As I gazed, horror-stricken at the sight, one of these forms, half naked and seared with burns, started to rise. It struggled, then toppled and fell lifeless into the gutter. Under one of the high windows of Morgan's banking house, about 10 feet from the burning automobile, a man lying in the midst of bleeding bodies seemed to have just recovered consciousness. Salesman E.G. Fegert remembered. He lifted his head a few inches and looked about him, dazed. Then his head dropped to the cement sidewalk. The other bodies were motionless. "A man had his left leg blown off, not far from me," an anonymous witness told detectives. "I do not know his name." Great War veterans said the devastation reminded them of a battlefield. Thick on the ground were dozens of bodies, some still flopping. Moans and screams punctuated the crowd's hum. Bits of flesh, horse and human, mingled with fragments of brick and stone. Near Wall and Broad, a large crater belched smoke and dust. Splotches of red stained the Morgan Bank's pale walls, and rivulets of blood trickled through the gutters. An unscathed derby hat perched next to an overturned touring car, snapping and sizzling beneath a tower of flame. The fumes from the car lent a sharp chemical tang to odors of blood and burning flesh. Gray clouds billowed forth from empty window frames. "Like a moving picture show of an explosion," one witness thought. "Am I alive?" asked a girl on Wall Street. "Tell my boss to send another boy to relieve me," instructed a messenger boy, dying. A hand hung from the tasteful cornice above the door to the Morgan Bank. At the bottom of the sub-treasury steps, a young woman with a gash from ear to shoulder strained to lift her head out of the gutter. 2 horse hoofs lay near her face. What appeared to be the arm of a messenger boy lay nearby, accompanied by cap and call book. A chauffeur parked on the north side of Wall had caught a slice of glass in the back of the neck, and it severed his head. A woman's shoe rested on a window ledge at Banker's Trust, her foot and ankle still inside. The first rescues were spontaneous, a tourniquet made from a suit coat, a dash for aid in a makeshift taxi. One woman, disemboweled by a hit to the stomach, died as two men tried to lift her. A gray-haired watchman had just crawled from under a steel door when he saw two young women burning from head to foot. Dazed, he grabbed the nearest object and ran after them, attempting to beat out the flames with seared hands and a foolish book. In the front door of a cigar shop, a clerk sliced at three men with his knife, trying to cut away burning clothes. Workers leaned out of a jagged hole that had once been a 7th-story window to rescue a clerk dangling by his left foot. At the assay office, several men hurried to assist a screaming woman who had been hurled against the door. They stopped short because she had no arms. "I ran into Wall Street to see what I could do," said Lawrence Driggs, former president of the Aviation Club of America, "and found a number of persons lying dead or disabled, both on the sidewalks and in the middle of the street. I helped lay about 15 or 20 of the dead and dying in a long line on the pavement. I saw an old gentleman turn the corner of Nassau Street. I remember that he looked like a deacon," a surgeon recalled. "He carried an umbrella, a large one. He saw a man lying in the street. Even as I watched, he tore off his necktie, stooped down and tied the tie tightly around the man's leg above the cut. Then he inserted his umbrella under the tie bandage and made a tourniquet." Former soldiers, well versed in the mechanics of horror, merged into a few loose teams. One group tossed victims into private cabs and autos, separating the panicked from the injured and the injured from the dead. Another set locked arms and tried to form a dike against the rising tide of curious onlookers. Later, ambulances and cars took on priests as well as patients. The clergy delivered last rites in transit. The few doctors on site got to work on triage. One, Dr. Goodfellow, treated his first patient on the sidewalk in front of the Morgan Bank. The man's leg was nearly severed, so Goodfellow amputated it on the spot. Outside of 10 Wall Street, Dr. Leroy Silvey found a man with no scalp. He wrapped a handkerchief around the man's head and knotted it under the chin. Inside the Morgan Bank, Dr. A.J. Barker Savage drifted from punctured lung to broken arm to concussion to torn flesh. "There was so much confusion," he said, "that I did not know where to turn. There were so many things to be done." On the banking floor, brown stains marred a white base of paper and glass. Fire had charred the pinkish marble walls an uneven black. In a small room off to the right of the entrance, detectives found 2 out of 3 stock tickers, smashed and silent. Only the Dow Jones ticker had survived, and it continued to churn out reports of the day's events. The big news was an explosion on Wall Street. Soon there would be other news as well, names and anguished stories to attach to the bodies of the dead. All too quickly, though, such human tales were pushed aside by more sensational, politicized questions. Was it an accident or a bomb? Who would do such a thing, and why? Even as police extracted the last victims from their offices, the financial district buzzed with dark rumors that it had been deliberately attacked. "The explosion is too much of a coincidence to be accepted as an accident," Assistant District Attorney Alfred J. Talley told the New York Times. "The factors that lead me to this belief are that the time of the explosion was at 12:01, when probably the greatest damage could have been done, and the location of the explosion was midway between the Morgan offices and the Federal Treasury." Talley, like thousands of others, felt he knew who had both the motive and the requisite passion to commit such an act. Precisely those agitators, Bolshevists, anarchists, communists, socialists, who had for so long targeted men such as Jack and Junius Morgan. The swiftness with which opinion coalesced around the bomb theory gave the afternoon a mobbish, thoughtless quality, an undertone of vigilante threat. Months later, many radicals would point to the hot words and quick judgments of that first day as evidence that nobody had ever much cared about justice, that the authorities, indeed the American people, were far more interested in finding a scapegoat and crushing dissent than in maintaining the presumption of innocence. But if prejudice and opportunism, even deep, irrational fear, each played a role that afternoon, the idea of a bomb plot was not pure fantasy. Since the earliest days of Pierrepont's reign, a small corps of revolutionaries had talked of just such a cataclysm, of the moment when the working class would rise, perhaps with dynamite, to strike a spectacular blow against American capital. Among their ranks were some of the most famous dissidents in American history: the anarchists Johann Most, Emma Goldman, and Alexander Berkman, the militant labor leader Big Bill Haywood, even, by certain measures, the socialist icon Eugene Debs. No less than Pierrepont, they had created a vision of what it meant to fight and survive in the new industrial age. With little definitive evidence yet culled from the explosion site, investigators turned to that vision, crafted over 40 years of class warfare, to explain why they were so immediately certain that some radical had set off a bomb. When they looked into the rubble on Wall Street on the afternoon of September 16th, eager to arrest a suspect in the most serious outrage ever perpetrated by the radicals in New York, they saw what the past had prepared them to see. Part 2. The Story of Dynamite. Chapter 3. The First Terrorist Act in America. Johann Most was a bedraggled little man, barely 5 feet tall, with a misshapen left jaw covered by an unkempt, sandy beard. When he arrived in New York on the morning of December 18, 1882, after 2 weeks at sea, he was even less imposing than usual. Not, in the judgment of the New York Times, an attractive man. Still, it was said that when he was in the throes of political passion, his words alone had the impact of bombs and dynamite. Among his other attributes, Most was a well-known anarchist, disciple of propaganda by deed, the theory that individual acts of terrorism, from bomb plots to assassination attempts, offered a vital way for the working class to liberate itself from the tyranny of capital. His arrival, the social critic Louis Adamick would conclude half a century later, launched the story of dynamite, the actual stuff, in the United States, as a weapon of the have-nots in their warfare against the haves. Johann Most did not bring the actual stuff that day in 1882. In a lifetime of advocating nitroglycerin, dynamite, gun cotton, fulminating mercury, bombs, arsons, poisons, etc., he was never once caught with the stuff on hand. He brought something far more important: the idea that such weapons could be used to strike fatal blows against capitalism and the state. Within a year of his arrival, Most emerged as the leading spirit of a small but vocal revolutionary anarchist movement, unyielding in its hatred of capital, government, the church, and all other forms of despotism. In the process, he helped to transform the neutral substance of dynamite into a great political symbol, shorthand for the vengeance of an aggrieved immigrant working class. Just as they adopted Pierpont Morgan as the embodiment of the new industrial and financial order, cartoonists used Most as a model for one of that order's fiercest adversaries, the bearded, foreign, bomb-throwing revolutionary anarchist. By the late 1880s, the image of the anarchist bomb-thrower could be found not just in cartoons, but also on the front pages of big city newspapers, in lurid descriptions of bomb plots hatched in the sort of poor, dark, immigrant neighborhood that Chicagoans referred to as the Terror District. It appeared in the cheapest popular fiction and in high literature as well. Henry James, for one, found the pull of the assassination plot irresistible. Perhaps most important, the anarchist menace reached into halls of governance, from the humblest municipality to the nation's capital, where the men whom most referred to as the capitalist exploiters fumed for decades against the evil-disposed persons and wild beasts attempting to slip into the United States from their breeding grounds in Europe. This specter of filthy and brooding foreigners, of a widespread proletarian menace, was far more powerful than the anarchist movement itself. For lack of well-tended lists, the number of the faithful was always unclear. Even at the movement's height in the mid-1880s, the International Working People's Association, the nation's leading anarchist organization, attracted no more than 5,000 to 6,000 members, the majority of them German immigrants. Within this tight-knit subculture, only a militant few subscribed unreservedly to Most's brand of scorching vengeance. Despite his influence, anarchism always attracted far more pacific or philosophical anarchists who rejected violence in all its forms. Fewer still were willing to carry out the sort of acts that Most described, for instance, placing dynamite under the table at a high society banquet. From Most's arrival until his death in 1906, only 3 major acts of violence in the United States were attributed to anarchists: the Haymarket bombing of 1886, the shooting of industrialist Henry Clay Frick in 1892, and the assassination of President William McKinley in 1901. This was in an age when hundreds, if not thousands, of striking workers died at the hands of policemen and armed guards, and in which almost 100 were killed each day in industrial accidents. While acts of anarchist terrorism were exceptional, however, they played a vital role in how Americans imagined the new world of industrial capitalism, providing early hints that the rise of Morganization would not come without violent resistance from below. Along with his early pupils, Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, Most introduced Americans to the idea that dynamite could be a potent political threat, whether on the piers of New York in 1882 or some 4 decades later on Wall Street. As an adult, Most liked to say that his birth was illegal. Born in 1846 to an unmarried German governess, he endured the sort of childhood that might have made even a gentler soul rage against the injustices of fate. His mother died while Most was a young boy. Next, at the age of 13, he underwent surgery for a mysterious illness in his jaw. The operation left him disfigured, a target of pity and outright hostility. It was a relief when he came of age and could hide his shame with a beard. Socialism, he later wrote, gave him his first glimmer of human understanding, a hint of the liberation provided by dedication to a cause. In Europe in the 1860s, this hardly made him unique. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto 2 years after Most's birth, in the revolutionary moment of 1848. Throughout Most's childhood, Europe remained haunted by the specter of communism, an uneasy awareness that revolution might be less a distant dream than an immediate prospect. In 1871, the Paris Commune shocked the world, both with the strength of the uprising — rebels held Paris for nearly 2 months — and the brutality of its repression, in which French troops killed thousands of communards in the climactic Semaine Sanglante, or Bloody Week. Most was in Austria during the Commune, but he had already felt the chill of the anti-socialist backlash. In 1870, he earned a 5-year jail sentence for advocating manhood suffrage. The following year, Austria banished him altogether, the beginning of a lifetime in exile. For the next several years, Most found himself in constant motion, attempting to stay 1 step ahead of jail. In 1874, he won election to the German Reichstag on the socialist ticket. but also received a 2-year prison sentence for his praise of the Commune. 4 years later, he earned a second Reichstag seat, only to find himself once again in the wrong place at the wrong time. His election happened to coincide with an epidemic of revolutionary assassination attempts against European heads of state, including 2 failed plots directed at Germany's Wilhelm I. The German government responded with a raft of anti-socialist laws, banning all revolutionary meetings, shutting down dozens of left-wing newspapers, and outlawing the formation of trade unions, among other measures. Driven from Germany, most fled to London, joining a large and ever-shifting community of high-profile socialists cast out from their nations of birth. There he began to move away from electoral politics toward the tactics of revolutionary anarchism that he ultimately brought to the United States. For most, as for thousands of others, the shift from socialism to anarchism was a response to repression, to the repeated arrests, crackdowns, and raids that accompanied more temperate efforts at reform. Among the first to make the break was the Russian revolutionary Mikhail Bakunin, who was expelled from Marx's International Working Men's Association in 1872 after Marx endorsed electoral politics and refused to sanction the tactic of small-scale armed revolt. By the late 1870s, most was thoroughly in Bakunin's camp, convinced that mere education and agitation would never produce genuine social change. Like Bakunin, most had come to view state power as an evil in itself, incapable of yielding justice, whether socialists or monarchists were in charge. True Marxists sought a dictatorship of the proletariat, a powerful central government controlled by workers. Anarchists, by contrast, dreamed of a stateless world, where no man would exercise power over any other. Beginning in the 1870s, they also set out in search of a tactic that would allow the working class to strike a blow against capitalism without bringing down the heavy hand of the state. To outsiders, the talk of bombing and assassination that suddenly pulsed through revolutionary circles in the late 1870s sounded like little more than an indiscriminate call to violence. To most, and others within the anarchist movement, by contrast, the idea of propaganda by deed, or the attentat, attack, had a very specific logic. Among anarchism's founding premises was the idea that capitalist society was a place of constant violence. Every law, every church, every paycheck was based on force. In such a world, to do nothing, to stand idly by while millions suffered, was itself to commit an act of violence. The question was not whether violence per se might be justified, but exactly how violence might be maximally effective for, in most words, annihilating the beast of property that makes mankind miserable and gains in cruelty and veracity with the progress of our so-called civilization. To the anarchists who flocked to London in the late 1870s, the answer seemed to lie in the miraculous new substance of dynamite, created by the Swedish scientist Alfred Nobel in 1866. When most arrived in London, anarchist circles were awash with praise for dynamite as a transformative revolutionary tool. As a weapon, it required little skill or effort. Dynamite was cheap, available, and easy to use. Like a gun or a knife, it could be easily hidden, carried around for deployment at strategic moments. Dynamite gave its owner the ability to act anonymously. Bombs could be planted on an enemy's doorstep or tossed from afar. Most of all, it provided the working class with firepower to match the armies of the state and to counter the sort of repression that had greeted the Paris Commune. What this amounted to, in the view of many London revolutionaries, was a near-perfect weapon for striking back against power an ideal tool of the weak against the strong. They quickly found examples of how this might work in practice. Beginning in the late 1870s, the Russian insurgents of Narodnaya Volya, the People's Will, turned to dynamite in a desperate attempt to topple the autocratic Tsarist regime. In 1881, after numerous attempts, they succeeded in killing Tsar Alexander II by planting dynamite beneath his carriage. Most, like many anarchists, cheered their act as a model for revolutionaries throughout the world. "The throw was good, and we hope that it was not the last," he wrote. "May the bold deed inspire revolutionists far and wide with fresh courage." For those words he received 16 months in a London jail. Upon his release, he left for New York. At first glance, New York was not a terribly hospitable place for a revolutionary such as most. In 1874, city police had descended, clubs drawn, on a rally organized by socialists in sympathy with the suffering poor. Minor echoes of the crackdown that had followed the Paris Commune. 3 years later, as a nationwide rail strike swept the country, the first in American history, local leaders had armed once again, anticipating a battle with bullets and bayonets, canister and grape, in the words of one newspaper, if the club of the policeman did not suffice. New York escaped the worst of the troubles that year, though other American cities saw gun battles and serious casualties, including dozens of strikers killed by armed guards and police. City leaders nonetheless set out to ensure that leftover rumblings of discontent would never escalate into a full-blown uprising. In the months after the Great Strike, the city began construction on a long-debated armory to defend against its dangerous classes, a term coined by New York reformer Charles Loring Brace in 1872. The first Junius Spencer Morgan, father of the young Pierpont Morgan, donated $500 to the effort. "A sure guarantee," he wrote, "for the future." Far from bringing a peaceable future, though, the building of the armory proved to be only the beginning of an era in which the city's great divides between rich and poor, boss and worker, immigrant and native-born, seemed to be constantly on the verge of open warfare. "We are told every day that great social problems stand before us and demand a solution, and we are assailed by oracles, threats, and warnings in reference to those problems," Yale professor William Graham Sumner complained in 1883. Sumner concluded that no solution was necessary, that an unfettered economy would work itself out in good time. Many working men, however, sought more immediate action. In the wake of the rail strike, they began to flock to the Knights of Labor, whose visions of an artisans' republic, free of Wall Street tyranny, made it the fastest-growing labor organization of the age. Others, particularly German socialists, turned to more militant action, parading under the auspices of the Lehr- und Wehr-Verein, Education and Defense Society, with rifles acquired in the name of self-defense. Beginning in 1882, a new Central Labor Union, CLU, in New York, sought to bring these divided wings together toward common ends. As one of its initial endeavors, the CLU staged the nation's first Labor Day parade on September 5, 1882, marching 20,000 workers past City Hall, carrying placards calling for a return to the Labor Republic and the end of the money monopoly. Arriving in this atmosphere of class tension, most received less than a hero's welcome from the daily press. "His voice is pitched in a high key," the Times smirked, reviewing his first New York speech. "There are no modulations in its tones, and when he wishes to emphasize any particular sentiment, he simply screeches and grows red in the face. He reminds one of the boasting braggart who stands at a safe distance and calls other people hard names." Still, in New York most could speak. a fact of no small value to a man accustomed to jail cells and police harassment as the price of advocating revolution. Despite its stirrings of class conflict, New York in the 1880s was a place of relative tolerance, free of the speech laws and political policing that were increasingly the norm in Europe. Partly as a result, it contained a flourishing revolutionary community. New York was one of the few American cities where reform-minded socialists could battle with revolutionary anarchists, who in turn could struggle against devoted Marxists. Like most, many of these men and women had arrived as political refugees, fleeing certain jail time, even death sentences, awaiting them in Europe. They found, if not a vigorous embrace, at least a grudging sort of home. When most arrived in 1882, revolutionaries throughout the world viewed New York as a sanctuary, the kind of city where agitation would be protected against the worst forms of European despotism. Among the left-wing sects that took root in the city during these years was the tiny but militant Social Revolutionary Club, founded in 1880 and modeled on the anarchists of Europe. Before Most's arrival, the club was ill-defined and diffuse, composed mainly of German immigrants, scattered throughout the major American cities. Its greatest achievement had been attending a national congress of social revolutionary groups, held in Chicago in October 1881, where 21 delegates affirmed their commitment to ending the tyranny of private property through a direct revolutionary confrontation with the money kings. They also endorsed assassination and armed organization of working men who stand ready to resist, gun in hand, any encroachment upon their rights. It was this group that invited Most to join them in New York. Settling first on the Bowery, then in an East Side rooming house, Most wasted little time in attempting to make U.S. rulers feel as threatened as the kings and queens of Europe. "Yes, tremble, ye canaille, ye bloodsuckers, ye ravishers of maidens, ye murderers and hangmen," he warned. "The day of reckoning and revenge is near. The fight has begun along the picket line. A girdle of dynamite encircles the world, not only the old but the new. The bloody band of tyrants are dancing on the surface of a volcano. There is dynamite in England, France, Germany, Russia, Italy, Spain, New York, and Canada." Even as he linked the European and American struggles, though, Most made a sincere effort to tailor his message to his new American audience. After a rousing tour of U.S. cities, he returned to New York and re-established Die Freiheit, the fire-breathing German language paper that had gotten him into so much trouble abroad. In its pages, he described his hopes for an end to racial discrimination and hierarchy, for a society of communal ownership and cooperation. He also advocated the abolition of the wage system, the great social monster that kept mankind yoked to a circle of starvation and overwork. He had little faith, though, that such a world could come about through reform of the existing system. "This monster cannot be tamed, nor made harmless or useful to man," he insisted to his new American readers. "There is but one means of safety: unrelenting, pitiless, thorough war of extermination." Most ran Die Freiheit out of a ramshackle office on William Street, just a few blocks removed from the financial district. While he maintained no great affection for the policemen and government officials who had hounded him in Europe, his new Wall Street neighbors came in for his greatest wrath in his adopted home. Most viewed the American plutocracy, with its massive fortunes and lack of accountability, as a far more dangerous class than European royalty. "In America, the place of the monarchs is filled by monopolists," he wrote. "The sovereignty of the people falls prostrate into the dust before the influence of these money kings, railroad magnates, coal barons, and factory lords. He offered a ready solution for this problem: propaganda by deed. Most's brand of terrorism was not a prescription for mass murder. Rather, he called for targeted attacks on the representatives of capitalism and government, to be undertaken at moments of repression or conflict when public opinion might be sympathetic. Properly carried out, he believed, such acts would inspire others to follow suit, creating a cascade of small revolts that might culminate in revolution. For most, the message accompanying the attentat was at least as significant as the deed itself. We have said 100 times or more that when modern revolutionaries carry out actions, what is important is not solely these actions themselves, but also the propagandistic effect they are able to achieve. Die Freiheit instructed its German-speaking readers. Hence we preach not only action in and for itself, but also action as propaganda. All in all, it was a dark, brooding vision of class conflict as a literal war to the death. It was also a vision that resonated with thousands of committed revolutionaries, mostly German immigrants, schooled in the day-to-day experience of low wages and state brutality. As early as 1883, most secured a central role within the American anarchist movement by helping to compose the Pittsburgh Manifesto, officially titled To the Working Men of America, the founding document of the new International Working People's Association, successor to the Social Revolutionary Clubs. The following year, he took a job under a false name at an explosives factory in Jersey City. Based on this new expertise, he issued a pamphlet with the unwieldy title Science of Revolutionary Warfare, a handbook of instruction regarding the use and manufacture of nitroglycerin, dynamite, gun cotton, fulminating mercury, bombs, arsons, poisons, etc. As the title suggested, the booklet offered technical advice for acquiring and detonating explosives. Most recommended theft rather than amateur manufacture. It also presented detailed suggestions for matching particular weapons to specific acts. Blowing up small to medium structures, for instance, required about 10 pounds of dynamite. Destroying larger and more massive structures, such as palaces, churches, permanent military structures, law courts, etc., demanded 40 to 50 pounds, strategically placed. As in Europe, this open advocacy of violence soon attracted the attention of state authorities. It should be remembered that destructive explosives are easily made, Secretary of War Philip Sheridan warned Congress as early as 1884, and that banks, United States sub-treasuries, public buildings, and large mercantile houses can be readily demolished, and the commerce of entire cities destroyed by infuriated people with means carried with perfect safety to themselves in the pockets of their clothing. For most's first few years in New York, however, little effort was made to rein him in. In 1886, that began to change. On April 23rd, Most led a rally at Germania Gardens in New York, calling on hundreds of cheering workers to transform an impending national strike, called by the Knights of Labor, into a violent revolution. "Buy these," he shouted, brandishing a rifle, "steal revolvers, make bombs, and when you have enough, rise and seize what is yours." This was not dramatically different from anything he had been saying in Die Freiheit. Coming on the eve of the strike, scheduled for May 1st, however, it brought Most a grand jury indictment. Rather than submit quietly, Most decided to hide from the police. As a result, he was nowhere to be found on May 4th, when the actual stuff entered American politics in earnest. The Haymarket affair began with a series of confrontations rather than a single bloody event. On May 1st, heeding the night's call for a walkout in favor of the 8-hour day, some 350,000 workers left their jobs nationwide. In Chicago, where concerns about distrust, dissatisfaction, discontent had haunted employers for years, the numbers were somewhere between 40,000 and 60,000, enough to cause the city's leaders to expect, in the words of Police Inspector John Bonfield, a great deal of trouble. There, too, the May Day events happened to coincide with a long-standing strike at the famed McCormick Harvester Works, where Cyrus McCormick, Jr., heir to his father's industrial fortune, had recently locked out his workforce rather than agree to hire only union men. On May 3rd, frustrated after months of stalemate, 200 locked-out workers descended on strikebreakers leaving the McCormick Works. Chicago policemen, their nerves on edge due to the demonstrations sweeping the city, followed to beat back the offending strikers. They carried pistols as well and began to fire, killing 6 workers and wounding many more. The following evening, a small crowd of anarchists and strikers gathered in the Haymarket at Randolph and Des Plaines streets, usually the site of fruit stands and peddlers' carts, to protest the deaths and affirm their support for the 8-hour goal. The meeting had begun to disperse. It was rainy, chilling, and dark, when protesters observed a column of blue-coated policemen moving toward the square. "I command you, in the name of the people of the state of Illinois, to immediately and peaceably disperse," Inspector Bonfield instructed. What happened after that was never entirely clear. Anarchist Samuel Fielden, according to his own account, cried from his perch on a hay wagon in front of the crowd, "But we are peaceable." Later, some patrolmen claimed they heard, "Here come the bloodhounds, you do your duty and I'll do mine." Next, all agreed, came the bomb. A hiss and an orange blur, tossed from some never-determined distance. As the bomb detonated, sending metal bursting through their ranks, the policemen began to shoot into the crowd. Some of the protesters, aware of the events at McCormick and well-armed in self-defense, fired back. At least 3 demonstrators died in the crossfire, with about 36 others shot and injured. The toll for the police was far heavier. By the next morning, 7 policemen lay dead, with approximately 60 injured, some by the bomb, some by friendly fire, some by the protesters' guns. Their deaths, not those of the strikers or demonstrators, became the focus of the ensuing investigation. From the beginning, Americans viewed the events at Haymarket as the inevitable product of Most's agitation. "The villainous teachings of the anarchists bore bloody fruit in Chicago tonight," the New York Times wrote on May 5th. "And before daylight, at least a dozen stalwart policemen will have laid down their lives as a tribute to the doctrine of Herr Johann Most." While the bombing seemed easy to categorize, however, it also posed urgent new questions about how such an act ought to be addressed. In Europe, bombings and assassinations often provoked swift repression. The German anti-socialist laws were only the most extreme examples of a more general trend. Within the United States, this sort of broad, draconian assault had frequently been condemned as a symptom of European tyranny, a trampling of free speech utterly at odds with the American Republican tradition. In May 1886, however, faced for the first time with a major instance of dynamite on their own soil, many Americans turned to the European example with new interest and sympathy. Within 2 days of the Haymarket bombing, Chicago police raided more than 50 meeting places associated with anarchism and labor. Publication offices, lecture halls, schools, even private homes. Where strikers gathered, the police moved in with clubs and revolvers as well. "The police enjoy the situation," cheered the Times. "They feel that the public is on their side and handle their clubs with a vim they lacked a week ago." The effect on the tenor of the city was dramatic. In contrast to the demonstrations, parades, protests, and marches of early May, silence suddenly reigned. By the end of the week, the night's nationwide walkout, declared in its earliest days to be a ringing triumph for labor, collapsed in a spasm of recrimination and fear. All of this, however, merely set the stage for the justice meted out in court, the crux of the Haymarket affair. On May 27th, 3 weeks after the bombing, an Illinois grand jury issued indictments against 10 of the city's anarchist and socialist leaders. By the end of the following month, 8 of them, August Spiess, Michael Schwab, Louis Link, Albert Parsons, Oscar Neebe, George Engel, Adolf Fischer, and Samuel Fielden, were on trial for murder. None of the men was ever accused of throwing the May 4th bomb. The state's attorney, Julius Sprague Grinnell, put them on trial for what they said and believed, for their desire, in his words, to strike terror to the hearts of the capitalists and their minions through talk of dynamite and revolution. These accusations, as far as they went, were true, and not difficult to prove. With perhaps 2 exceptions, the defendants subscribed openly, often in writing, to Most's scorching view of anarchist vengeance. What made their trial so controversial, what gave it dramatic and lasting influence far beyond its moment, was the question of whether, and to what degree, they should be punished for that fact. Courtroom proceedings began on June 21st, less than 6 weeks after the bombing, and just 2 weeks since the grand jury's report that the attack on the police of May 4th was the result of a deliberate conspiracy. All sides acknowledged that only 2 of the defendants were at Haymarket Square when the explosion took place. Indeed, the bomb thrower himself remained, and remains, unknown. According to Grinnell, however, such material questions were of little consequence to the matter at hand. It is not necessary in this kind of case that the individual who commits the particular offense, for instance, the man who threw the bomb, to be in court at all. He explained, he need not even be indicted. The question for you to determine is, having ascertained that a murder was committed, not only who did it, but who is responsible for it, who abetted it, assisted it, or encouraged it. In mid-August, after a 2-month trial, the jury delivered its answer. 7 defendants would hang for their words, while Oscar Neebe would serve 15 years in jail. In accepting the sentences, Judge Joseph E. Gary went out of his way to identify the verdict as an expression of Americans' natural resistance to the ideas of a man such as Johann Most. The people of this country love their institutions. They love their homes. They love their property, he proclaimed. They will never consent that by violence and murder their institutions shall be broken down, their homes despoiled, and their property destroyed. Alongside this robust confidence, however, was a nagging concern that American traditions of free speech and open immigration made the country uniquely vulnerable to acts of revolutionary terror. Grinnell suggested as much to the jury in his closing statement. In this country, above all countries in the world, is anarchy possible, he warned. In those strong European governments, where there is monarchical or strongly centralized government, they strangle anarchy, or ship it here. If anarchy had a future in America, though, it came as little comfort to the defendants, who began to prepare in the fall of 1886 to meet their deaths as martyrs. Schooled in Most's dictum that propaganda was as important as action, they endeavored to shape the meaning of their executions, to live up to the role that had been thrust upon them. Albert Parsons, a former abolitionist and the only American-born defendant, emerged as the most outspoken of the condemned men. While he remained unapologetic about his commitment to revolution and the attentat, Parsons insisted that the verdict was a tragedy for the country of his birth, a reversal of the very revolutionary traditions that had once distinguished the United States from Europe. "Your Honor," he informed Gary in a phrase that would resonate with generations of admirers to follow, "I hold that our execution, as the matter stands now, would be judicial murder." The state was unmoved. On November 10, 1887, Illinois Governor Richard Oglesby commuted the sentences of Fielden and Schwab, who renounced violence and pleaded for their lives in passionate appeals. The other defendants he ordered to hang as planned the following day. Louis Link, the youngest and most militant, managed to deny Illinois its desire. He set off a dynamite cap in his mouth and bled to death in jail. On November 11th, the remaining 4 men made their way down the corridors of Cook County Jail to the gallows, clad in white muslin shrouds, the uniform of execution. They looked like ghosts, men already gone. Indeed, their last words had already been said. Standing on the high wooden scaffold, a noose around his neck, a white hood and mask shielding spectators from his pain, Parsons began to deliver a muffled message. "O men of America," he began, "may I be allowed the privilege of speech even at the last moment? Hearken to the voice of the people." Then the floor disappeared beneath his feet, and the rope went taut. Later, many Americans looked back on the Haymarket affair as one of the strangest frenzies of fear that ever distracted a whole community. In the words of reformer and novelist Brand Whitlock, a temporary burst of insanity that lumped the guilty in with the innocent, defying logic and constitutional law. In the end, though, the strategies and principles forged in that moment proved to have enormous staying power, not only for Chicago, but also for the nation as a whole. Over the next few decades, as the sort of violence first displayed at Haymarket evolved into a familiar fact of American life, the responses pioneered in 1886, raids, speech laws, immigration restriction, police crackdowns, gained new currency. While Haymarket spawned a cycle of reaction, it also gave birth to another interpretation, thoroughly at odds with Judge Gary's triumphal declarations. For the generation of anarchists, socialists, and labor militants who came of age over the next few decades, Haymarket stood as the darkest example of an essentially reactionary American state, consumed by its own fears and prejudices. Among them was the woman who soon replaced both Most and Parsons as the figurehead of American anarchism, and whose example would loom large over the events of 1920. A young Russian immigrant named Emma Goldman. At the moment of the Chicago executions, Goldman was just 18 years old, a factory girl living and toiling in Rochester, New York. Her family had arrived in the United States some 2 years earlier, part of the great wave of Jewish immigrants fleeing pogroms and stunted lives in the Russian Pale. Goldman recalled her childhood as a time of frustration and confinement, marred by an abusive father, as well as by the expectations assigned a bourgeois Orthodox girl. Even in Russia, though, she had found herself intrigued by the sort of open, violent rebellion that would later define her American image. The Goldman family moved to St. Petersburg in late 1881, just months after Narodnaya Volya assassinated the Tsar. And though her mother denounced the assassins as cold-blooded murderers who ought to be exterminated, the teenage Goldman was drawn to their example. 5 years later, when the family made its way to the United States, she was primed to see her new home through the lens of a Russian revolutionary. Like many immigrants, Goldman found day-to-day life in America rather more tedious than her family's talk of hope, of freedom, of opportunity had led her to expect. There was the grind of stitching clothes all day. Compared to Russia, Rochester factories were clean and bright, but the work here was harder, and the day seemed endless. More importantly, there were the events unfolding in Judge Gary's Chicago courtroom, her first real impression of what justice looked like in America. Reading of the Haymarket bomb and trial in the Rochester papers, Goldman was struck by the violence of the press, the bitter denunciation of the accused, the attacks on all foreigners. As the execution approached, she grew yet more outraged, seeking out socialist meetings to mourn and fight with like-minded critics. On the night after the hangings, she overheard a woman in her father's house praising the executioners. In response, Goldman tossed a pitcher of ice-cold water into the woman's face. "Out, out, or I will kill you!" she screamed. Then she collapsed to the ground, racked with sobs and howls. "The next morning," she later wrote, "I woke as from a long illness, but free from the numbness and the depression of those harrowing weeks of waiting, ending with the final shock. I had a distinct sensation that something new and wonderful had been born in my soul, a great ideal, a burning faith, a determination to dedicate myself to the memory of my martyred comrades, to make their cause my own, to make known to the world their beautiful lives and heroic deaths." In that moment, she later claimed, she decided to leave her husband, her parents, and her sisters to begin life anew as a revolutionary anarchist. "My mind was made up," she wrote in her autobiography. "I would go to New York, to Johann Most." When Goldman arrived in New York, on the stifling late summer afternoon of August 15, 1889, the city before her was far more hostile than the one Most had encountered some 7 years earlier. In New York, as in Chicago, Haymarket had brought a wave of repression against anarchists and revolutionaries of all stripes. Immigrant neighborhoods in Jersey City Heights and Newark, New Jersey, as well as on Manhattan's Lower East Side, had been raided and upended. The reformer Henry George, running for mayor in 1886 on a single-tax platform, found himself denounced as a communist and dynamiter, tainted by virtue of his observation that the association of poverty with progress is the great enigma of our times, with too much sympathy for the likes of Johann Most. Most himself had served almost a year in prison for his speech at Germania Gardens. After the Haymarket executions, he had been arrested yet again. On November 11th, 1887, a date soon enshrined in anarchist lore, he vowed publicly to retaliate for the martyrs' deaths with an attentat against their executioner. For his trouble, he earned another year at the New York City prison on Blackwell's Island. The trade union movement, too, found itself reeling in the months after Haymarket. Before 1886, New York labor circles had been fluid, hardly circles at all. "In the early days," recalled future Union leader Samuel Gompers, then a cigar roller on the Lower East Side, "the cause of labor was a free forum in which all participated who had a thought to contribute." In the wake of the Chicago bombing, a catastrophe, in Gompers' view, that halted our 8-hour program. Many Union leaders began to argue that labor could no longer afford its revolutionaries, that it would have to draw a clear line between conservative Union men and agitators such as Most and Parsons. Within months of the bombing, Gompers helped to found the tiny American Federation of Labor, AFL, which outlined a pure and simple path for labor by rejecting socialism, anarchism, and revolution in all its forms. By 1889, when Goldman arrived in New York, he had emerged as one of labor's few national spokesmen, urging scattered craft unions to join forces for common gain. Even as he called for unity, though, he built divides that would last for decades, between reform and revolution, between craft and industrial unions, between American visionaries such as the men of the AFL and foreign revolutionaries such as Johann Most. To Goldman, arriving alone and penniless in New York at the age of 20, none of this was a deterrent, at least at first. The city seemed to vibrate with energy and possibility. A new world, strange and terrifying. On Goldman's first day in town, her sole anarchist acquaintance escorted her to Saks Cafe on the Lower East Side's Suffolk Street, a famous gathering spot for the city's revolutionaries. There she found anarchists and socialists, poets and intellectuals. "Everybody foregathers here," her friend explained. She was struck by the sheer volume of the Yiddish and Russian conversations underway in the cafe's 2 packed rooms. Loudest of all was a thin young man who, in a boorish display of gluttony, hollered above the crowd for an extra-large steak, extra cup of coffee. His name, she learned, was Alexander Berkman. Eventually he would be her lover and greatest political ally, as well as one of the most notorious self-proclaimed terrorists in the United States. That August, though, he was no more than a boy, just 21 years old, like Goldman, a recent Jewish immigrant from Russia. Later that night, in their first joint act, Goldman and Berkman attended a lecture by Most, who delivered a passionate tirade against those responsible for the Haymarket tragedy, as well as a scorching denunciation of American conditions. The following day, Goldman appeared at the offices of Die Freiheit to petition for Most's wisdom and guidance. She made an unlikely revolutionary, a little bit of a girl, just 5 feet high, including her boot heels, not showing her 120 pounds, in the description of journalist Nellie Bly, with a saucy, turned-up nose and very expressive blue-gray eyes that gazed inquiringly at me through shell-rimmed glasses. Under Most's tutelage, she soon developed into one of the nation's leading anarchists, an impassioned orator and provocateur. During that first critical year in New York, Most taught her the principles of anarchism, pushing her to speak in public and to act as his disciple. Like Berkman, he became her lover as well. "I could have denied him nothing," Goldman recalled. She soon grew disillusioned. Like many revolutionaries, Goldman found herself caught up in factional disputes, opposed to Most on issues ranging from the 8-hour day to the proper methods of anarchist agitation. As a woman, she expanded her views of liberation to include birth control, sexual freedom, and defiance of the restrictions of marriage. But in those first learning days, she was Most's faithful pupil, studying and absorbing his ideas about everything from opera and high art to the necessity of the attentat. Indeed, she arrived on his doorstep already persuaded that dynamite held the key to a revolutionary future. On her first evening in New York, leaving Saks to seek a cool breeze and some relief from the August heat, she and Berkman strolled south through Manhattan to the Battery. There, she later recalled, while gazing out over the placid blue harbor and its new Statue of Liberty, they traded stories of their childhoods in Russia, their journeys to America, and especially their deep admiration for the Chicago martyrs. "Link was right when he said, 'If you attack us with cannon, we will reply with dynamite,'" Berkman told her, quoting the Haymarket anarchist Louis Link. "Some day I will avenge our dead." I too, Goldman replied, according to her autobiography. "Their death gave me life." From there they plunged together into the world of militant anarchism, awaiting an opportunity to fulfill Link's mandate. That chance came less than 3 years later, in July 1892, when they read of a great labor conflict stirring in the Pennsylvania steel town of Homestead. Goldman and Berkman were busy running a little ice cream parlor in Worcester, Massachusetts, when the Homestead strike erupted. While the trappings of their life were laughably conventional, its purpose was not. Observing a new round of Tsarist atrocities in Russia, they had concluded that their true revolutionary calling lay in the land of their youth. They hoped to use the shop to raise money for passage overseas. Business was slow in the chillier months, when hankerings for ice cream were more subdued, but by the summer the little parlor was turning a profit. Then came the news from Homestead. Goldman later described the headlines of July 1892, "Strikers evicted from company housing, woman in confinement carried to street," as a tangible, physical blow. "They inflamed my mind," she wrote. "Indignation swept my whole being." 3 years earlier, the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers had won a hard-fought contract improving wages and hours at the Carnegie Steel Company's plant in Homestead, Pennsylvania. In the spring of 1892, with the contract poised to expire, the company announced it would no longer bargain with the union, offering a take-it-or-leave-it 18% wage cut. Then, in a coup de grace on July 2nd, Henry Clay Frick, manager of the steelworks and later a close ally of Pierpont Morgan's, abruptly fired all remaining Union men, locking them out until they agreed to return under conditions to be determined by company fiat. By the time Goldman and Berkman began to pay attention, Homestead was a fortress city, its roads under military blockade, its railroad depot heavily guarded, the steel plant itself barricaded behind a 12-foot-high fence. Despite this, the entire workforce, union members and not, amassed for battle. To Goldman and Berkman, this picture of solidarity appeared unprecedented. "This is, at last, what I have always hoped for from the American working man," Berkman later wrote, recalling the thrill of those first moments. "Once aroused, he will brook no interference. He will fight all obstacles and conquer even more than his original demands." They made immediate plans to abandon the ice cream parlor and join the revolution in Pennsylvania. After a furious night of scooping and cleaning, cooking and serving, they handed off the shop keys to their landlord. He replied that we were mad, Goldman recalled, and boarded a southbound train for New York. Initially, they planned to spend a few days in the city composing, then translating, a German-language manifesto urging the strikers to throw off the yoke of capitalism. Events, however, interfered. On July 6th, Frick dispatched 300 Pinkerton guards on a barge up the Monongahela River to crush the strikers' resistance. When the Pinkertons arrived at Homestead, the steelworkers fought them off with guns and explosives, hurling dynamite, cannonballs, and fireworks toward the trapped ship. By the following morning, 9 strikers and 7 Pinkertons lay dead. Reading the news from New York, Berkman and Goldman concluded that the time for speech was past. They saw in the rising conflict at Homestead the perfect setting for the sort of dramatic act most had so long prescribed as the spark for revolution. The psychological moment, in Goldman's words, for an attentat. The details of what followed, who acquired the weapons, who provided shelter and money and information, were never made public. Though Berkman played the starring role, many others, Goldman included, helped to plan his act. Berkman later recalled that he was prepared, even eager, for martyrdom. "I am simply a revolutionist, a terrorist by conviction," he wrote in his memoir, published 20 years later, "an instrument for furthering the cause of humanity." His first weapon, a small dynamite bomb built according to Most's handbook, sputtered and died when tested on a secluded Staten Island beach. Next, Berkman selected a revolver, adding a poisoned dagger as support. He took the train to Pittsburgh alone, assured Goldman remained in New York to proselytize his deed. Arriving in mid-July, Berkman found his rage at the capitalist system enhanced by the dismal landscape before him. In the distance, giant furnaces vomit pillars of fire, the lurid flashes accentuating lines of frame structures, dilapidated and miserable. He later wrote, "They are the homes of the workers who have created the industrial glory of Pittsburgh, reared its millionaires, its Carnegies and Fricks." Against this backdrop of a capitalist hell, he took the final steps to carry out his mission. On the afternoon of July 22nd, he entered Frick's office, pushed his way past the colored attendant, and raised his gun. Before shooting, he began to call Frick's name, but stopped short at the look of terror on the victim's face. The first bullet hit Frick. The second went astray, and the third round failed to fire. Something heavy struck Berkman on the back of the head. Finally, Berkman made a lunge to stab Frick in the thigh before a struggle with the office staff ensued. When the police finally arrived to take him to jail, Berkman admitted that he had set out to kill the tyrant of Homestead. In his memoir, Berkman proudly labeled his attentat the first terrorist act in America. This was meant as no slight against the Haymarket anarchists, but precisely because they had protested their innocence, precisely because they had been railroaded to their deaths, the whole affair, in Berkman's view, lacked the element of voluntary anarchist self-sacrifice, so crucial to an effective act of propaganda by deed. Only if an attentat was claimed forthrightly, openly announced as a vital blow against an oppressor, could it have its desired effects, illustrating the evils of capitalism, inspiring others, and putting the rich on notice that they, too, were vulnerable. He envisioned his act as a test of sorts, a measure of how the American public would respond to this sort of European class violence, undertaken in full deliberation, with no attempt to apologize or deceive. Things did not go as planned. As a practical matter, Berkman was painfully ill-equipped to shape his act's meaning before an American court. He did not speak English. He was not a citizen. And aside from a few anarchist acquaintances, he did not know a soul in Pennsylvania. Nor did the strikers of Homestead rush to his support. Far from embracing him as a martyr, the labor movement scrambled to distance itself. Even most rejected his deed as so much misguided violence, destined to revive the prejudices of Haymarket. He wrote in the late summer of 1892, "Americans have never heard anything good about the anarchists. Now, suddenly, all the nonsense was revived which their press had been funneling into their indecently long ears, especially since 1886. To Goldman, these claims smacked of hypocrisy. Most is a most contemptible coward, a liar, a dissimulator, and at the same time a wash-rag, she responded in Der Anarchist in July. Later that year, as Most spoke before a crowd of well-wishers, she strode onto the platform, brandished a horsewhip, and lashed him across the face and neck, the definitive break from a man she had once viewed as an idol and teacher. Outside of anarchist circles, though, Goldman found herself powerless to shape the meaning of Berkman's act. As planned, she kept the larger scope of the plot secret, and her few scattered speeches and essays supporting the deed had little effect. Like Berkman, she watched helplessly as their grand revolutionary plan collapsed. In late July, the Homestead strikers, now tainted like the 8-hour movement with the tag of anarchy, petitioned to return to work on Carnegie Steel's terms. Berkman's trial 2 months later was an even greater disappointment. He refused to hire a lawyer. An extraordinary phenomenon like an attentat cannot be measured by the narrow standards of legality, he explained. Instead, he attempted, through a court-appointed translator, to redeem the Haymarket legacy, to deliver the glorious tirade against capital for which he had sacrificed so much. "The injustice of the ruling classes is to blame for this," he told the court. I belong to those who were murdered at Chicago." The judge cut him off after an hour. In even less time, the jury declared him guilty of felonious assault, unlawfully carrying concealed weapons, and feloniously entering the Carnegie offices. The sentence was 22 years, 1 in a workhouse and 21 in the penitentiary. This, however, was not the worst indignity. Weeks earlier, Berkman learned that Henry Frick had survived his wounds, not much the worse for wear. By September, Frick was back in charge of Carnegie Steel. Over the next several years, there were no further attentats in the United States. No bombings or assassinations. No poisoned daggers aimed at the minions of capital. But something curious happened. Rather than disappearing from the national consciousness, the anarchist threat emerged in the 1890s as a dull, insistent problem, a constant reminder of the fragility of the modern world. As Berkman mouldered in jail, composing anxious letters to "the girl," his jailhouse name for Goldman, Congress took up the first serious attempts to bar anarchists from entering the country and to make attacks on government property and representatives into federal crimes. What precipitated this alarm was, in part, the news from Europe. Far from being an isolated act, from a global perspective, Berkman's attack on Frick had been one of the first ripples in a wave of bombings and assassinations seldom equaled, as one U.S. magazine exclaimed, in the history of modern civilization. In 1892 and 1893, Spain alone witnessed 3 major terrorist attacks, including a bomb tossed callously into a crowded Madrid theater, killing 20 and wounding hundreds. France, too, saw rising violence, with 11 major bombings at cafes, theaters, and even the national legislature between 1892 and 1894. There, the attacks fed on each other in a dismal cycle of state repression and revolutionary revenge. When the Italian anarchist Sante Caserio shot and killed French President Sadi Carnot in June 1894, for instance, he explained that Carnot was killed in retaliation for the execution of Auguste Vaillant, who had thrown a bomb into the Chamber of Deputies the previous year. As a model of a brutally successful attentat, the Carnot assassination struck a chord with American legislators. On the day after the assassination, Congress announced a day of rest in the French president's honor. In the weeks that followed, newspapers across the country appealed for more deliberate action. "Society must protect itself against the malignants," warned the Chicago Tribune, "or no one will be safe." By far their greatest worry was not what should be done about anarchists already on U.S. soil, but how the United States might prevent such people from arriving in the first place. With repressive policies once again flaring up across Europe, federal officials warned of a new influx of terrorist refugees. "Nearly all the principal European countries are now legislating against this class of people," explained New York Senator David Hill. "And if they are not excluded from the United States, this country will soon be the dumping ground of the anarchists of the world." In August 1894, for the first time since Haymarket, Congress took up serious consideration of a ban on immigration by anarchists, self-proclaimed or otherwise. The debate over the ban revealed a persistent, grandiose image of anarchism as a powerful menace to our institutions and danger to our people. In the words of Treasury Secretary John G. Carlisle. But it also showed a genuine hesitation among many legislators over the prospect of stepping away from American traditions of open immigration and free speech. "I do not like the idea of a conviction based upon mere abstract beliefs when there is no overt act," explained Illinois Senator John Palmer. "I suggest, therefore, that this measure is in the spirit of our fears, rather than in the exercise of wise political judgment. This skepticism extended to Chicago, where the Haymarket executions remained a pressing source of controversy well into the 1890s. On June 25th, 1893, the anarchist-run Pioneer Aid and Support Association unveiled a great bronze monument in Chicago's Waldheim Cemetery to honor the men executed for the Haymarket bomb. The following morning, after months of hesitation, Illinois Governor John P. Altgeld announced that he would pardon the remaining 3 Haymarket defendants. In his written explanation, Altgeld insisted, "The soil of America is not adapted to the growth of anarchy." He concluded, nonetheless, that whoever threw the bomb on May 4th had been provoked by police aggression. "Captain Bonfield," he wrote, "is the man who is really responsible for the deaths of the police officers." Many anarchists, Goldman included, seized upon his words as a beacon of hope, official acknowledgment that the Haymarket defendants, and by extension all revolutionaries, were something more than a gang of cutthroat murderers. Despite the rise in anti-anarchist sentiment among legislators, many revolutionaries saw reasons for optimism as the 1890s wore on. In the spring of 1893, a new banking crash had plunged the United States into yet another depression. Out of this crisis arose dramatic new political movements, most notably the populist insurgency in the West, offering their own criticism of Wall Street as a bastion of greed, inequality, and autocracy. In the cities of the East, the Depression crisis led to a similar surge in popular protest, as 20% unemployment translated into daily misery and insecurity. The numbers told a grim story in New York. 70,000 men and women out of work. 607 infants dead in city tenements in a single sweltering July week. In this desperate context, Goldman found that the notoriety she had achieved after Berkman's attentat — the papers described her as Berkman's wife, their home as an abiding place of bloodthirsty dynamiters — was suddenly a great political asset. In the turmoil of the early 1890s, she offered a potent symbol of rage against groups such as the patronizing Committee of Prominent and Wealthy Citizens, organized by Pierpont Morgan to dole out alms to the poor. When Goldman proffered her own response to the crisis, helping to plan a rally at Union Square in late August, more than 5,000 city residents turned out to show their support. "Demonstrate before the palaces of the rich. Demand work," she urged in German. "If they do not give you work, demand bread. If they deny you both, take bread. It is your sacred right." The speech earned Goldman her first jail sentence. Like most in the days before Haymarket, she was charged with inciting to riot. The arrest also helped to make her a martyr for the cause of free speech. When she went to trial, she was represented by former New York Mayor Okie Hall, who objected to her politics but admired her bravery. Upon her release a year later, 3,000 supporters greeted her with vives, vivas, hochs, bravas, and bravos. All of this provoked alarm in the city's social and financial elites, who discovered that they could not ignore the anarchist movement, despite its small numbers. In 1897, for instance, when New York heiress Cornelia Martin planned a grand ball, recreating Louis XIV's Versailles in the Waldorf Hotel, she hired detectives to stand watch for fear that thieves or men of socialistic tendencies might be inclined to disrupt the proceedings with bombs. In Europe itself, where royalty was no game, the drumbeat of assassination continued through the late 1890s. In 1897, Spanish Premier Antonio Cánovas del Castillo. In 1898, Empress Elizabeth of Austria. In 1900, King Umberto of Italy. This last act caused a minor panic within the United States. the man who killed Umberto, a young anarchist named Gaetano Bresci, had lived in Paterson, New Jersey for 6 years. He bought his revolver in Paterson and conducted target practice in Weehawken, New Jersey, before traveling to London, then Paris, and finally Italy to carry out his deed. What, many wondered, would have transpired if he had decided to remain in the United States? The question has been many times asked since Humbert's assassination, whether our own government is in danger. Journalist Francis Nichols wrote in August 1901, and whether the President of the United States is regarded as belonging to the same category with the rulers of Europe. The answer was not long in coming. On September 6, 1901, a self-proclaimed anarchist named Leon Czolgosz shot President William McKinley, once in the stomach, once in the chest, during a handshake session at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York. When asked why he had done the deed, Czolgosz explained, "I shot the president because I thought it would help the working people, and for the sake of the common people." His inspiration, he added, came from a lecture he had attended in May. The speaker was Emma Goldman. If Most's arrival launched concerns about dynamite in American politics, the McKinley assassination made them permanent. McKinley was not just the national figurehead. He was the great political champion of the financial and industrial system that had been built up since the Civil War. A supple and highly paid agent, in Henry Adams' sneering words, of the crudest capitalism. McKinley had come to office by defeating populist William Jennings Bryan, champion of free silver and the beleaguered farmer-worker coalition of the West. Pierpont Morgan himself had entertained McKinley on board the Corsair II, pledging $250,000 to his campaign and outfitting 23 Wall with McKinley banners. With the gunshots of September 6th, as Goldman commented, not only McKinley, but also this entire ethos seemed to be under assault. "Never before in the history of governments," she wrote, "has the sound of a pistol shot so startled, terrorized, and horrified the self-satisfied, indifferent, contented, and indolent public, as has the one fired by Leon Czolgosz when he struck down William McKinley, president of the money kings and trust magnates of this country." As in 1892, this sentiment won her no shortage of enemies. In contrast to the Homestead strike, however, when her support for Berkman appeared hopelessly out of touch, in 1901 Goldman's analysis offered a fair description of events. As the first lethal attentat since 1886, the assassination suggested that Haymarket was not an aberration, that the problems highlighted in that earlier moment, class conflict, anarchy, labor violence, had become ongoing features of American politics. In that sense, Czolgosz did what Berkman failed to do, commit an attentat that changed, at least for a moment, how Americans thought about the history and fate of their ruling class. Goldman vaguely remembered meeting Czolgosz at her May lecture in Cleveland. He struck her as a nice enough boy, a young man with a girlish face. She had been speaking on Gaetano Bresci and other anarchist attentateurs, lauding them as men of great courage and sensitivity. She had not directly urged others to rush out and commit their own acts of vengeance. Instead, she championed Bresci and the others in more passive ways as the regrettable but inevitable product of an unjust social order, and of what she would later describe as the psychology of political violence. Friends begged her to disappear. "It will be the same as with Albert Parsons," they warned. "You must let us get you over to Canada." Goldman, flirting with martyrdom, refused to go. Instead, as if deliberately evoking the memory of Haymarket, she made her way to Chicago, where several anarchists were already being held. Police found her posing as a maid at a friend's house. Eventually, after a lengthy grilling, They transferred her to the Cook County Jail, where Parson, Speece, Engel, and Fisher had been hanged some 15 years earlier. For Goldman, the effect was both terrifying and affirming. Strange indeed the complex forces that had bound me to those martyrs through all my socially conscious years, she later wrote. And now events were bringing me nearer and nearer, perhaps to a similar end. As it turned out, she was not held for long. Chicago officials, perhaps fearing another Haymarket themselves, refused to extradite her to New York without evidence beyond a few provocative speeches. Still, the McKinley assassination lent a new urgency to the calls for drastic action against what appeared to be a growing terrorist threat. In New York, Most was arrested and sent to jail yet again. Throughout the city, there were calls for more violent action as well. In most places, mad dogs are killed, Jack Morgan wrote to a friend after the assassination. And I don't see why anarchists should not be suppressed when they create rabies in the feeble-minded who listen to them. On this matter, at least, the new president, Theodore Roosevelt, unintentionally the chief beneficiary of Czolgosz's act, agreed wholeheartedly. The harm done is so great as to excite our gravest apprehensions, he announced to Congress in his first annual message, and to demand our wisest and most resolute action. Roosevelt's proposals for restraining anarchism reflected ideas that had been circulating since Haymarket. He argued, first, for the importance of restricting words as a way of preventing further deeds. Anarchistic speeches, writings, and meetings are essentially seditious and treasonable, he declared. As acts of high national treason, Roosevelt argued, they should be addressed by the federal government itself. This meant, in part, passing the immigration ban so long under discussion. They and those like them should be kept out of this country, Roosevelt insisted. No matter calls more urgently for the wisest thought of the Congress. He went further as well, into what the Chicago Tribune labeled an international war on anarchists. From the high position of moral authority granted him in the months after McKinley's death, he called for an international treaty to define anarchism as a global threat, one that could be extinguished only when the old world agreed to stop sending its worst offenders overseas to the new. As after Haymarket, the call for such action was based at least in part on the idea that anarchists were, in Roosevelt's words, not the product of social conditions, that there was nothing so problematic within the United States that such a deed could be justified. They were also an acknowledgment, at least implicitly, of the potency of the anarchist threat, of the idea that without concerted action more men might be tempted to follow the lead of Leon Czolgosz. About Czolgosz himself there was little question of what to do. After a lifetime of petty jobs, unemployment, and isolation, he played the martyr tolerably well. McKinley was going around the country shouting about prosperity when there was no prosperity for the poor man, he told one physician who was examining him for proof of sanity. I am not afraid to die. In late October, after a brief trial, the Buffalo authorities carried out his death sentence by electric chair, then dissolved his body in acid to prevent further inquiry. Czolgosz's trial was only a small part of the resolute action, in Roosevelt's words, undertaken after the assassination attempt. Over the next few years, the restrictions born with Haymarket and debated throughout the 1890s began to make their way into law. In 1902, the New York State Legislature passed a pioneering criminal anarchy statute, outlawing all expression in either speech or writing of the idea that organized government should be overthrown by force or violence or by assassination. The following year, acting on Roosevelt's advice, Congress passed an immigration law banning the entry of any person who disbelieves in or who is opposed to all organized government, or who advocates or teaches the duty, necessity, or propriety of the unlawful assaulting or killing of any officer of the government of the United States. Prostitutes, paupers, and the mentally ill were also excluded. The law reflected an impression formed in the days after Johann Most's arrival that anarchism was a foreign infection, whose spread could be prevented by keeping immigrants from U.S. shores. But it also showed just how much had changed over the course of those 2 decades. For the first time in national history, the U.S. government declared that a particular ideology was, by law, un-American. To Goldman, the arrival of such laws seemed to signal a fundamental shift in American identity, a blow to the country's already battered reputation as a haven for the politically oppressed. What other conclusion can be reached or inference drawn than that America is fast being Russianized, she wrote to Chicago friends in November 1902, and that unless the American people awake from the pleasant dream into which they have been lulled by the strains of "My country, 'tis of thee," etc., we shall soon be obliged to meet in cellars or in darkened back rooms with closed doors and speak in whispers, lest our next-door neighbors should hear that free-born American citizens dare not speak in the open. Her suspicions were more right than she knew. By the time the Wall Street explosion erupted 2 decades later, both she and Berkman had been expelled from U.S. shores, condemned as bomb-throwers and subversives. First, though, the story of dynamite took a dramatic turn. As the McKinley assassination faded into public memory, the nation's attention began to shift from the exotic world of foreign-born anarchists onto a thoroughly American miner and cowboy named Big Bill Haywood. Chapter 4. American Roughneck. Like Johann Most, Bill Haywood bore the marks of a hard early life. At the age of 9, while whittling a slingshot, he sent a knife through his right eye, leaving a murky, sightless hole. Like Most, too, he projected a magnetism far beyond his physical frame. Barely 6 feet tall, Haywood was routinely described by friends and detractors alike as a giant with the physical strength of an ox. There the similarities ended. Most was a European refugee. His radicalism was, at least in popular depiction, the province of the bearded, foreign-tongued city immigrant. Haywood was a son of Utah, Idaho, and Nevada, a proud roughneck and miner, rarely seen without his black Stetson hat and his cowboy swagger. By some accounts, this marked him as a true frontier legend, a rugged gunslinger along the lines of Wild Bill Hickok or Calamity Jane. But Haywood's tale of the West, as he informed countless audiences, was less an adventurer's romp than a catalogue of injustice. His was not the West of the homestead, but that of brute force industrial capitalism, in which mine owners and workers fought for control with guns, armies, and, in some cases, dynamite. Haywood was never an open advocate of propaganda by deed. He did not write long essays extolling the virtues of dynamite, nor did he call for the assassination of the nation's leaders. What he brought to the fight against men like Pierpont Morgan was a much more straightforward class militancy, an assurance that when he and his followers talked of revolution, they might well mean what they said. Haywood used many names to describe this brand of class warfare. He was a Union man, a socialist, a syndicalist, and above all, a wobbly, the nickname for those who joined the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, and embraced its dream of one big union. But like the anarchists to whom he was often compared, Haywood believed that the conditions spawned by American capitalism, the maimings and starvation in the mines, the unrelenting misery of factory life, and especially the brutality of policemen, soldiers, and guards, gave American workers the right, even the obligation, to arm themselves and fight back. Out of his early experiences in the hand-to-mouth world of Western mining had come a commitment to the overthrow of the entire wretched system, and the use of all necessary means to achieve it. Haywood came of age at a time when Americans were ready to entertain the idea that they bore some responsibility for this state of affairs. To the members of the progressive movement that rose to power in the new century, the rise of the labor dynamite problem seemed less a foreign importation than the symptom of a national sickness. Much to Haywood's benefit, they proposed to cure it not only through repression, but also through a stiff dose of national soul-searching and industrial reform. Haywood, in short, was a thoroughly American radical, or so his supporters, eager to dispel the Mostian stereotype, liked to say. Haywood played along. "I'm a two-gun man from the West, you know," he often told audiences, slipping his two guns from their pocket holsters. One was the red card of the Socialist Party, which was growing like prairie fire, as the slogan went, in the early years of the new century. The second was the similarly crimson card of the IWW, which Haywood helped to found in 1905. Beginning with his arrest the following year, this mix of Western bluster and industrial militancy thrust Haywood into the nation's most serious conflicts over the sort of violence, assassination, bombings, once seen as the sole province of genuine anarchists. In the process, he came to serve as the symbol of an increasingly radical, growing, and decidedly American labor movement, whose fate was tied more and more to the national debate over the problem of dynamite. By 1920, when the greatest bomb attack of the age stunned his countrymen, he had earned himself the dubious honor that most once held. He was seen as the leader of the forces of disintegration, the New York Times later wrote, the most hated and feared figure in America. Just the sort of man, many papers speculated, who might set out to bomb Wall Street. Haywood was born in Salt Lake City to a family so American, he would later recall with sneering pride, that if traced back it would probably run to the Puritan bigots or the Cavalier pirates. The Haywoods arrived in North America well before the Revolution. Like the nation itself, each generation moved further west. His mother's family made the journey from South Africa in 1850, following the gold rush. By 1869, the year of Bill's birth, the get-rich-quick promise of that decade had faded. He spent his childhood in a string of grim mining towns, where schooling was both stern and brief. By the time Haywood was 9, he had taken his first job underground. By the age of 15, mining had become his principal occupation. Years later, Haywood wrote in disgust of the brutalities he witnessed during his early life in the mines. The long and filthy days, all too often punctuated by reports of some poor fellow crushed beneath a slab of rock, or killed in a blasting accident, when dynamite, that trade tool of all miners, misfired as it burst through solid earth. Above ground, conditions were not much better. The people of this mining camp breathed copper, ate copper, wore copper, and were thoroughly saturated with copper. He wrote of Butte, Montana, in the 1890s. The smoke, fumes, and dust penetrated everywhere and settled on everything. Many of the miners were suffering from rankling copper sores caused by the poisonous water. Human life was the cheapest byproduct of this great copper camp. As a young man, Haywood spent little time considering how any of this might be changed. Still, it was impossible to live in the West during those years without absorbing some sense of discontent. His coming-of-age years saw the rise of the populist movement, with its aggressive stance toward the East Coast's capitalists and bankers. Haywood remembered running into Coxey's army, a ragtag bag of tramps on their way to Washington to demand jobs and bread, under the leadership of populist Jacob Coxey. Most of all, He remembered hearing the events of 1886 and 1887 in far-off Chicago, ending with the deaths of the anarchist martyrs. Like Goldman, he later identified the Haymarket executions as a moment of political awakening, a turning point in my life. If Haywood shared Goldman's memory of Haymarket, his formal plunge into revolutionary politics was rather slower in the making. A true itinerant, he devoted his energies over the next decade to acquiring the trappings of Western manhood, finding a wife, experimenting with drink, becoming a father, homesteading, cowboying, and, most of all, finding steady work in the mines. Then, on July 19th, 1896, he caught his hand between an ore car and the mine shaft, nearly severing his fingers, and making him, at least temporarily, unfit to work. While languishing in Silver City, Idaho, waiting for his hand to heal, he decided to attend a speech by Ed Boyce, president of a militant new union called the Western Federation of Miners. Boyce was a tall, thin, veteran miner whose most obvious feature was a set of protruding teeth, the result of disease contracted while working with quicksilver in a quartz mill. He was also a longtime Union man, a survivor of, among other struggles, Idaho's Coeur d'Alene labor wars of 1892. While in prison, as a result of the Coeur d'Alene battle, Boyce explained to the packed Silver City Hall he and several other miners decided that all of the miners of the West should come together in one organization to oppose the rule of distant capitalists and claim the mines for the men who worked them. They came up with the Western Federation of Miners, WFM. The Federation's vision was not terribly different from that of any other union. Members wanted the 8-hour day, regular work, better wages, and an end to conditions that left men such as Haywood nursing bum hands. But for the leadership of the WFM, these fights were only part of a greater struggle. From its inception, the WFM distinguished itself as a fighting revolutionary union. They only want socialism, progressive Ray Stannard Baker concluded in 1904, after the WFM had split with the conservative AFL. But they want it this morning. The WFM was distinguished as well by its tactics. In echoes of calls heard in the streets of Chicago and New York a decade earlier, WFM leaders urged their members to arm in self-defense, to engage, if necessary, in a literal war against capital. This was not just a theoretical stance. Violence in the Western mining camps was a fact of everyday life. As a boy, Haywood witnessed 2 gunshot deaths, a dynamiting, and a near lynching, all before his teenage years. Later, there was the violence of the mines themselves. Haywood never forgot what it was like to see a miner with his entire face blown off, the victim of an underground blasting accident. Nor did he take well to the violence committed by the authorities, to the hundreds of armed guards and troops inevitably called in to quell discontent among miners in places such as Coeur d'Alene. In this environment, the WFM believed it was foolhardy not to take up the weapons at hand. As an alarmed Idaho editor commented in 1899, the early members of the WFM were men who have received the training of a lifetime in the handling of dynamite. Haywood's work with the WFM began with a decidedly unglamorous stint on the Local 66 Finance Committee. Within a few years, though, he had a chance to see the WFM's tactics and principles play out in far more dramatic fashion. The setting, once more, was the craggy, isolated mining district of Coeur d'Alene. By 1899, only one employer, Bunker Hill & Sullivan, had refused to recognize the WFM and to pay its standard wage of $3.50 per day. That year it also introduced new power drills, making mining jobs both more dangerous and less plentiful. It could be summed up as less food, less clothes, less house room, less schooling for the children, less amusements, less everything that made life worth living. Haywood later wrote. In response, the Federation launched a new campaign to force Bunker Hill and Sullivan to mend its ways. At first, the miners found success. Wages went to $3.50 almost immediately. But the company refused to recognize the union, firing 17 Federation men in a single day and summoning all others to the office for similar treatment. The WFM, recognizing a provocation, decided to raise the stakes. On April 29th, some 250 Federation members descended on a Northern Pacific freight train near Wardner, Idaho, overpowered the engineer and conductor, loaded the boxcars with some 4,000 pounds of dynamite, and set off to get Bunker Hill and Sullivan's attention. Along the way, the train, eventually known as the Dynamite Express, gathered almost 1,000 other men, many of them masked, almost all of them armed, each wearing a bit of white muslin around his right arm or in his buttonhole. At the town of Kellogg, they disembarked and piled the dynamite in a 5-foot-high pyramid in the street. A few hours later, they transferred the load a final half-mile to their target, placing 60 boxes beneath Bunker Hill and Sullivan's concentrator, a massive machine vital for grinding and washing raw metal ore. At 2:35, after clearing the premises, they lit the fuse, blowing the concentrator, estimated value $250,000, into thousands of fragments. Hearing of the events from his hospital bed, where he was suffering from a case of the grip, Idaho Governor Frank Steunenberg issued an immediate appeal for federal troops. Within a few weeks, the soldiers had rounded up about 1,000 miners, selected more for proximity than for evidence of guilt, and placed them in a makeshift bullpen, a crude ring of one-story wooden buildings. There they stayed, without lawyers and without charges, some for several months. From inside they hung banners painted on sheets, naming their jail the American Bastille. Outside, all men not under arrest found themselves required to obtain a sheriff's permit before they would be allowed into the mine, creating in intent as well as effect an official blacklist. Haywood witnessed all of this from afar. He was living in Silver City at the time, working his way up to president of the WFM local. But no less than Haymarket, news of the backlash in Coeur d'Alene came to him with the force of revelation. "They were men of my own kin," he gushed. "They were fighting my fight." Among the most painful ironies was the fact that the WFM had supported Steunenberg, a well-known populist, in his initial run for governor. Haywood concluded that the ballot was of limited use in labor's cause, a conviction that he held for the rest of his life. In June 1900, he joined 5 other state WFM leaders in a manifesto denouncing Steunenberg as an enemy of the working class. "Resolved that we condemn such arbitrary action of the said governor of Idaho as a usurpation worthy of the tyrants of the Middle Ages," read the declaration, "and that such a man is unworthy of the respect and support of all liberty-loving people." Haywood left Idaho the following year, heading south to Denver, Colorado, to take up a post as the WFM's secretary-treasurer. There he threw himself into literal warfare on behalf of labor, helping to maintain the struggling WFM through bloody strikes in Telluride, Cripple Creek, and Colorado Springs. He also led the founding meeting of the militant new Industrial Workers of the World, opening its first convention in 1905 with a rousing declaration that this is the Continental Congress of the working class. He was not, however, quite done with Idaho. On December 30th, 1905, a bomb blew off Steunenberg's legs as he opened the front gate to his home, leaving the former governor bleeding to death in the snow. 2 months later, Haywood found himself under arrest for the crime. accused of being the new American apostle of dynamite. Haywood was at a Denver rooming house. Detectives said it was really a brothel, when the deputy sheriff came for him on February 17, 1906. He remembered a knock, then a voice. "I want to see you, Bill," came the muffled sound. When he opened the door, just enough for a glance outside, he saw the deputy waiting, armed and patient, in the hallway. The man admitted he didn't have a warrant. But Haywood, well acquainted with the methods of the Denver police, knew better than to court a beating by resisting arrest. Arriving at the jail, which the locals had nicknamed the Hotel Calumet, he found WFM President Charles Moyer and former Coeur d'Alene striker George Pettibone behind bars. He also discovered the reason for all of their arrests. "They're going to take you to Idaho," a sympathetic sheriff informed him. "They've got you mixed up in the Steunenberg murder." At 5 o'clock the next morning, after a brief carriage ride through the quiet, drowsy city, the Denver authorities deposited Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone at the railroad depot. A straight shot to Idaho was impossible. Between fuel, water, and crew changes, the train would have to stop no fewer than 24 times along the way. Thanks to the advanced planning of the authorities, though, they made the trip in just 27 hours and 15 minutes. The three men arrived in the Boise jail's death cells by midday on February 19th. "Here we were in Murderers' Row, in the penitentiary, arrested without warrant, extradited without warrant, and under the death watch," Haywood later wrote. It would be another 2 days before he talked to his lawyer, and more than a year before he became one of the most celebrated defendants in American labor history. Already, though, the three men's arrest and extradition had acquired national infamy as the Haywood-Moyer-Pettibone kidnapping. The arrest of the WFM leadership signaled the arrival of dynamite as a potent factor in the struggle for Union power and recognition. The mere fact of violence in labor battles was nothing new. The WFM record attested to that. Since the 1870s, American workers had frequently used dynamite to attack employers' property, planting explosives beneath rails during streetcar strikes, or, like the WFM, blowing up key pieces of equipment during particularly fractious strikes. As Homestead suggested, workers often engaged in armed warfare with Pinkertons or state militiamen, usually, but not exclusively, when fired upon. Some unions experienced episodes of internal violence as well, brutality that came with enforcing member payments, dissuading scabs, or holding on to what little power there was to go around. The accusations that burst forth against Haywood that February were different, however, less like the open warfare of the picket line than like the calculated assassination plots long associated with revolutionary anarchists. Perhaps the best precedent for this sort of clandestine labor violence was the Molly Maguire's campaign of the 1870s, when a group of Irish miners in western Pennsylvania had used organized terrorism, murder, sabotage, arson, against the Pennsylvania mine bosses, before being infiltrated by the Pinkertons and, in 1877, hanged by the state. In all, the Mollies dynamited dozens of work sites, doled out numerous beatings, and killed 16 men, mostly mine officials. For these crimes, 20 men went to their deaths by state execution. The detective who engineered Haywood's 1906 kidnapping was the same man who had infiltrated and exposed the Mollies 3 decades earlier, a Pinkerton operative named James McParland. He eagerly made the connection between the two campaigns, denouncing Haywood and the WFM as the Mollies reborn. Even McParland, though, saw something different, more dramatic, in the latest accusations. "Let me tell you that the most fiendish work carried on by the Maguires was but child's play compared to the plots hatched by the officers of the Western Federation of Miners," he informed the press in February. He vowed that Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone would meet the same fate as the Molly's leaders. "They will never leave the state of Idaho alive," McParland promised. This was the cry of the daily newspapers. Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone were the Mollies reincarnated, only in more vicious and anarchistic form. In the radical and labor press, by contrast, a different historical example held sway. For the thousands of socialists, unionists, and reformers who rallied to the defense of Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone, the great specter from the past was not the Molly Maguire trials, but the Haymarket affair. Here, once again, were the arrests of labor radicals, men who had made no secret of their militancy. Once again, they had been arrested for a crime in which not only their individual fates, but also the reputation of organized labor seemed to hang in the balance. Once again, they were accused not of having directly committed the crime, but of having aided and abetted it from afar. Not even McParland suggested that Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone had been anywhere near Idaho in December 1905. Nonetheless, like the Haymarket men, they would face the gallows if convicted. The parallel was not exact. At Haymarket, the bomb thrower remained unknown to the end. In this case, a WFM member known as Harry Orchard, his real name was Albert Horsley, had already confessed not only to the Steunenberg murder, but also to a gruesome string of dynamitings and assassinations carried out at the WFM's behest. And there was another important difference, too. In the 2 decades since Haymarket, both the moderate and revolutionary strains of the labor movement had become far more organized and influential than they were 2 decades earlier. This time, acutely aware of the lessons of Haymarket, they were determined not to see a repeat of 1886. "There have been 20 years of revolutionary education, agitation, and organization since the Haymarket tragedy," Socialist Party leader Eugene Debs declared in March 1906, just days after Haywood's arrest. "And if an attempt is made to repeat it, there will be a revolution, and I will do all in my power to precipitate it." Like Haywood, Debs was a member of the new American-born generation of radicals, converted to revolutionary politics not through European texts, but through his direct experience battling American capitalists. He did not, however, point to the Haymarket affair as the searing experience that had awakened him to socialism. For Debs, that moment had come in 1894, when he led the American Railway Union in a historic strike against the Pullman Car Company. After Pullman refused to negotiate with the strikers, Debs had called for a nationwide boycott against the company, informing the railroads that they should disconnect their Pullman cars or risk a strike. The boycott provided an excuse for federal troops to put down the strike. According to President Grover Cleveland, a nationwide walkout threatened the orderly distribution of the U.S. mail. It also earned Debs a jail sentence of 6 months on charges of conspiracy and contempt of court. The violence directed at the rail workers during the Pullman battle, he later wrote, made him a revolutionary. "In the gleam of every bayonet and in the flash of every rifle, the class struggle was revealed." Debs exaggerated the suddenness of this conversion. He did not simply walk away from the life he had led before. Nonetheless, in the years after the Pullman strike, Debs emerged as one of the country's most outspoken socialist leaders, a vigorous, charismatic man whom his followers likened to everyone from John Brown to Christ. "Lincoln was great. Debs is greater," wrote one typical admirer. "Lincoln proclaimed that the black man should be free. Debs proclaims that all men shall be free." Debs' bald pate, thin frame, and fondness for bow ties gave him the air of an affable Indiana gentleman. When he spoke before a crowd, though, every vein and fiber alive with righteous anger, there was no mistaking him for anything other than the revolutionary he was. In 1901, Debs had been a driving force behind the creation of the Socialist Party of America, organized to join the country's fractured left into a single mass movement. 4 years later, he signed on as a founding member of the IWW, one of a handful of socialist leaders to attend Haywood's Continental Congress. By 1906, both organizations were still small. Debs polled 420,000 votes in the 1904 presidential election, but Socialist Party membership was just 20,000, and the IWW was far smaller. In the same year as Haywood's arrest, the German sociologist Werner Sombart wrote an essay puzzling over the weak state of American socialism, particularly in electoral politics. "Why is there no socialism in the United States?" was the title. His conclusion, that Americans were simply too individualistic, too covetous of their roast beef and apple pie, echoed Judge Gary's tribute to the country's love of property at Chicago some 20 years earlier. But by 1906, there were signs that this vision of socialism as the refuge of broken-down Germans without any following, in Sombart's words, was beginning to change. Faced with a growing disjuncture between rich and poor, between workers and the money trust, thousands of reformers, loosely joined in the new progressive movement, had begun to reject the stand-patism of the 19th century in favor of child labor laws, antitrust regulation, and the 8-hour day. The labor movement had begun to make stunning gains as well, with the American Federation of Labor ballooning from 250,000 members in 1897 to some 2 million by 1904. Neither movement adopted the label socialist. Progressives, in particular, hoped to restore social order by strengthening government at all levels and providing outlets for discontent. They did not seek to foment revolution. Nonetheless, there was an unmistakable sense among Western populists as well as Eastern reformers, among both the American and foreign-born, that the old solutions were no longer sufficient to solve capitalism's growing social divides. As Debs surveyed the events of recent years, from the founding of the Socialist Party and the Wobblies to the call for progressive reform, he saw a nation ripe for transformation. The Haywood trial seemed like precisely the incident to join these disparate forces of unrest into a single, powerful socialist movement. "The crisis has come, and we have got to meet it," he wrote in March 1906, just weeks after Haywood's arrest. "Upon the issue involved, the whole body of organized labor can unite, and every enemy of plutocracy will join us." Debs' words came from an essay called "Arouse, Ye Slaves," penned and published in a burst of indignation in the Socialist Party's newspaper, Appeal to Reason. They set an uncompromising tone for the months ahead. To Debs, the accusations against the WFM leaders looked like nothing so much as a conspiracy of capital, a plot by the gory-beaked vultures of the Mine Owners Association and their pals in Wall Street, New York, to destroy the West's fighting unions. What made the essay significant, though, was less its analysis of events than its vision of the fate to be delivered upon such men if they dared to convict Haywood, Moyer, and Pettibone. Responding to McParland's prediction that the 3 men shall never leave Idaho alive, Debs warned without hesitation that if they don't, the governors of Idaho and Colorado and their masters from Wall Street, New York, to the Rocky Mountains had better prepare to follow them. Accused of advocating assassination, Debs insisted that this was merely a metaphor, and that the violence of a state poised to execute innocent men was the greater crime. "We are not favoring violence, but resisting it," he wrote. "We are seeking not to commit, but to prevent murder." It was unlikely, at any rate, that Debs could have delivered on his promise to provide 1 million revolutionists with guns in the event of a conviction. But as a source of agitation, this talk, combined with parades, demonstrations, and endless anxious coverage in the newspapers, succeeded in framing the Haywood trial as a referendum on the capitalist system, a showdown in the long-standing battle of the workers versus the plutocracy. Even President Roosevelt took notice of the agitation. In January 1907, he published a letter in which he condemned Debs, as well as Moyer and Haywood, as the quintessence of an undesirable citizen. By the spring of 1907, the phrase undesirable citizen had become the rallying cry for a national movement to save the Idaho men from the Haymarket anarchists' fate. On May 4th, for instance, New York socialists joined with the Central Federated Union for 2 simultaneous parades, complete with trumpets and cymbals, one heading up from the immigrant Lower East Side, the other heading south from the more placid uptown neighborhoods. The parade converged with a flourish on Lexington Avenue's Grand Central Palace, where socialist editor Joseph Wanhope, fresh from a trip to Idaho, led the course of denunciation. "Let us serve notice upon the capitalists, upon Wall Street, from which Idaho is governed," he urged a cheering crowd, "that we are going to watch this trial, and that if in the course of it our suspicions are justified, we are going to take the necessary steps to do away forever with an industrial system that depends upon murder for its continuance." The Haywood trial began in late May with an acute consciousness on all sides that the eyes of the civilized world were upon the frontier city of Boise, in the words of the Idaho Statesman. The socialist papers were there, of course. So was nearly every newspaper with a readership of even a few thousand. The Associated Press alone sent 3 correspondents. Every movement was being scrutinized by more interested people, recalled Fremont Wood, the presiding judge, than had ever before followed the trial of an individual case in the history of the country. Nobody attracted more attention than Clarence Darrow, the lead attorney for the defense. A lanky, sardonic Midwesterner, Darrow was one of the country's most prolific crusading lawyers, famed for his courtroom theatrics on behalf of labor organizers, socialists, anarchists, and other dissenters against the capitalist status quo. He had defended Debs himself during the Pullman battle. In a burst of affection, Darrow declared Debs the bravest man I ever knew, wondering if a kindlier, gentler, more generous man had ever walked the earth. Less than a decade later, he championed the anthracite miners in their 1902 strike against the Morgan-led Coal Trust. Darrow was not always successful. His effort to have Haywood's kidnapping tossed out by the Supreme Court failed in January 1907. But he was known to be a man who liked to put American society on trial along with his individual clients. As he explained to United Mine Workers official John Mitchell in the run-up to the Haywood trial, "Public sentiment is very necessary in a great case of this kind." Darrow's chief obstacle was the unavoidable fact of Harry Orchard, the man who had confessed more than a year earlier to murdering Steunenberg, along with other WFM foes. Over several days of testimony, and later in the pages of McClure's magazine and a popular autobiography, Orchard laid out an incredible tale of his 6-year career as a dynamiter and assassin in the employ of the Western Federation of Miners. From 1899 to 1905, he claimed, he had traveled the West, committing stealth attacks on the Union's enemies, planting dynamite beneath a rail station at Independence, Missouri, an attack that killed 14 non-Union men, sneaking explosives under the sidewalk outside Colorado Governor James Peabody's mansion, only to grow nervous at the last minute, bombing the door of former Bunker Hill and Sullivan manager Fred Bradley's San Francisco apartment, an event falsely attributed to a gas explosion, and, of course, attaching the bomb to Steunenberg's gate in late December 1905. There was little talk of socialist theory or revolution, of the nobility of labor's cause. As Orchard described them, The 20-plus murders were acts of cold-blooded revenge by a small group of Union leaders committed to the maintenance of their own power. This inner circle, Haywood, Moyer, Pettibone, and a few others, met with him repeatedly to plan the attacks, offer instruction in explosives, and, most importantly, to pay him $250 per job. The confession corroborated claims that the Mine Owners Association had been making for years, that a large number of criminals and lawless men have been welcomed, supported, and sheltered by the Western Federation of Miners. It also supported the prosecution's claim that the WFM leaders were far worse than ordinary murderers. When he looked at the blood-stained snow in front of his friend Frank Steunenberg's house, prosecutor William E. Bora told the jury, "I saw murder. No, not murder. 1,000 times worse than murder. I saw anarchy displaying its first bloody triumph in Idaho." The mention of anarchy was deliberate, an appeal to the dark and malevolent imagery so long associated with the anarchist movement. In contrast to Haymarket, however, where the defense had pleaded with the jury to focus on the question of criminal culpability, Darrow pushed the jurors to examine the social significance of the case. "I need not tell you how important this case is," he began, "how important to society, how important to a great movement which represents the hopes and the wishes and the aspiration of all men who labor to sustain their daily life." What followed was perhaps the best-known courtroom oration of its day, an 11-hour summation that seemed to encapsulate the issues at stake in the nation's developing class war. Darrow urged the jury to see that Haywood had been placed on trial because he had fought too long and hard with too much devotion for the principle that 8 hours was as long as a man ought to twist his muscles and twist his bones in a smelter. He pleaded with the jurors to side not with the spiders of Wall Street, but with the men who toil with their hands through our mills and factories and down deep underneath the earth. If Steunenberg had met with a single horrible attack, he argued, these toilers were the victims of violence every day of their lives, at the hands of precisely those men, the mine owners and East Coast capitalists, who now accused them of fomenting war. Darrow took his argument one step further, into what the Chicago Tribune denounced as the mad brawling of an anarchist. As he closed his summation, he urged the jury to acquit even if they believed Haywood and Union leaders like him were guilty of the crimes at hand, as they quite possibly were. "I am here to say that in a great cause these labor organizations have stood for the poor. They have stood for the weak. They have stood for every humane law that was ever placed upon the statute books," he declared. "I don't care how many wrongs they have committed. I don't care how many crimes, how many brutalities they are guilty of. I know their cause is just." As the Tribune suggested, this echoed just what Albert Parsons had said years earlier in his own defense, and what Goldman had argued about Chaldash, that the conditions spawned by industrial capitalism made violence perfectly justifiable. This time, though, after more than 20 years of wrangling over dynamite, after a year of agitation on Haywood's behalf, the arguments fell on more receptive ears. On July 28th, in a decision hailed by the WFM's Miners magazine as a sparkling gem in the crown of organized labor, the Boise jurors returned a verdict of not guilty. As Debs hoped, the Haywood trial emerged as the great counterexample to Haymarket, a testament to all that 20 years of revolutionary education, agitation, and organization could accomplish. To Haywood's supporters, it seemed to confirm the country's new receptivity to socialist ideas, its willingness to entertain class war as a legitimate response to the money trust. After all of the machinations of the trusts, They did not reckon on the people. Debs crowed of his Wall Street adversaries. They owned the courts, but not the people. To others, the apparent influence of socialist agitation on the trial was a rather less welcome development. "There has been a gross miscarriage of justice, to my mind, out in Idaho, at the acquittal of Haywood," Theodore Roosevelt announced. "I suppose the jury was terrorized, but it is not a pleasant matter from any standpoint." For Haywood himself, the verdict's meaning could be summed up in a single word: freedom. After more than a year in jail, he walked down the back steps of the courtroom, retrieved the books he had been reading in jail, and rushed to the Boise hospital to visit his mother, a happy crowd following him all the way. Already he had decided to return to Colorado and re-enter the Union fight. "My intention," he informed the papers, "is to go back to Denver and take up my work where I left it off when I was placed under arrest." For a few days, as he made his way south by train, steaming through Idaho's vast ranch lands, through Wyoming's peaks and valleys, and on into the splendor of the Rockies, this did seem possible, as if time itself were being reversed. Whatever illusions he may have harbored in those first relieved hours, when Haywood arrived in Denver, he discovered just how much had changed as a result of his trial. Greeting him at the depot were thousands of cheering spectators, evidence, reflected Miners Magazine, of a new fraternity among the laboring people that will one day crystallize into a strength that will sweep the present murderous system from the face of the earth. At the WFM office, he found piles of telegrams. One came from Daniel De Leon, the leading voice of the Socialist Labor Party, a passionate, if tiny, rival to Debs' Socialist Party, and that year of the IWW as well. Later, De Leon would emerge as one of Haywood's fiercest critics. In 1907, though, De Leon, like almost everyone else within socialist and labor circles, had nothing but praise for Haywood. "Thanks to your own antecedents, your celebrated case, the unanimity of the working class in your behalf, and your triumphant vindication," De Leon wrote, "the capitalist class has itself hatched out the needed leader." Haywood embraced the role. Many friends urged him to be quiet and humble, thankful for the acquittal. But he was in no mood for retreat. As invitations poured into the WFM office, Haywood took to the road, delivering dozens of lectures and speeches, repeating in each new city the story of how he had whipped the plutocrats in a plot of their own devising. Only once, he later reflected, did he break down and really consider how close he had come to losing his life. While in Chicago to deliver a lecture for 45,000 admirers, he ventured to Waldheim Cemetery, where the Haymarket anarchists lay beneath their grand new monument. "When I realized that I was standing at the foot of the monument to the workers who had been hanged 20 years before, I burst into tears," he later wrote. "The remembrance of these men had grown closer to me than a blood relationship since the time when, as a boy, I had followed the details of their trial and execution." Over the next several years, Haywood's identification with the Chicago martyrs only continued to grow. The acquittal saved his life. He soon discovered, however, that it had done little to change the opinions of millions who had always seen him as an anarchist and undesirable citizen. Far from erasing Haywood's association with violence, Orchard's gory revelations at the trial, combined with the publication of his confession in book form later that year, made Haywood the most obvious symbol of labor's nitroglycerin and gas pipe habit, in the words of one later critic. Just how significant this habit actually was remained a matter of considerable debate. Between 1881 and 1905, the year of Steunenberg's assassination, There had been more than 37,000 strikes in the United States. Of these, only a few hundred resulted in serious violence, much less the use of dynamite. But those eruptions of violence, and Haywood's trial in particular, shaped the public's imagination in ways that few peaceable strikes could muster. As Haywood began his new life beyond Idaho, headlines continued to feature reports of explosions and assassinations on labor's behalf. In 1908 alone, Americans could read of streetcars blown up during strikes in Cleveland and in Chester and Elgin, Pennsylvania, of bridges and dams bombed in Buffalo, in Oakland, and on Blackwell's Island in New York. "West's labor war renewed by bomb," read one ominous headline in the Chicago Tribune in March 1908. "Attempted assassination reopens reign of riot." At certain points in his new life as the living incarnation of the social revolution, Haywood embraced this reputation for violence and all it brought with it, announcing forthrightly his intent to overthrow the capitalist system by forcible means if necessary. At other points he was more circumspect. "I, for one," he told a reporter in 1912, "have turned my back on violence. It wins nothing. When we strike now, we strike with our hands in our pockets." In either case, the association with violence established at his trial remained the essential feature of his public reputation for the next decade, as he struggled to find a home within an ever-factionalizing American left. The WFM's new leadership, battered by trial expenses, fearful of being associated with violence, no longer wanted him on their payroll. A small announcement printed in Miners Magazine in early 1908 read, "The Executive Board has decided to terminate the services of William D. Haywood as a representative in the field." Deb's Socialist Party took him in, but within a few years they too concluded that Haywood's views were more than they could bear. "We do not want any of it, none of it," one socialist delegate would declare in 1912. "We don't want the touch of it on us. We do not want the hint of it connected with us. We repudiate it in every fiber of us." It was the doctrine of sabotage and direct action, which finally reunited Haywood with the industrial workers of the world and ultimately put them in direct confrontation with Wall Street. The Wobblies began to rumble about direct action in 1908, when a group of Portland lumber workers tramped their way to the IWW's annual Chicago convention, determined to revive the organization as the great refuge of the militant working man. This was the vision that had animated Haywood 3 years earlier, when he led the group's founding convention. By the time he left prison, though, he was no longer an IWW member. As described in its preamble, the IWW had been created as an instrument of class struggle, free from the political infighting and conservatism of the AFL. While Haywood languished in prison, the promise of this early vision had collapsed into warring factions, one a cadre eager to run for office, the other dedicated to taking the fight directly to the employer and the picket line, the essence of direct action. The Portland men supported the latter camp. Known as the Overalls Brigade, they brought to the IWW a brash new proletarian style, one that was sympathetic with Haywood's gruff Western identity. They bellowed out revolutionary songs, scorned the niceties of bourgeois society, and made a point of dressing in the workman's garb that eventually became the Wobblies' trademark uniform. Black overalls and jumpers, black shirts and red ties, an IWW book in his pocket, and an IWW button on his coat. During the 1908 meeting, they also pushed through a vote eliminating all mention of political action from the Wobblies' preamble, establishing the vague term direct action as the preferred alternative. What this meant, in an immediate sense, was a rejection of voting and political party work in favor of strikes, slowdowns, and direct confrontation with employers, actions undertaken, in wobbly parlance, at the point of production. But what it came to mean to many Americans, as the Wobblies grew from an isolated sect into a national political force, was what De Leon suggested as he grudgingly withdrew his support in 1908, that the Wobblies had become a bunch of bums, anarchists, and physical force destroyers. Haywood, busy stumping for the socialists, wary of the Wobblies' internal disputes, missed the crucial 1908 meeting where direct action became the official IWW platform. He also missed some of the first major ventures to thrust the Wobblies onto the national agenda, the 1909 strike in McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania, in which thousands of immigrant workers joined with the IWW in a brutal battle with strikebreakers, and the Spokane free speech fight, in which some 400 Wobblies spent months in jail, as well as paying visits to area emergency rooms, after protesting a city ordinance banning them from speaking in the streets. Haywood spent much of his time in Europe during those years as a hard-drinking, unvarnished, and wildly popular ambassador of American socialism. The pent-up passion and excitement of the audience overleaped all bounds, reported one British admirer, a remarkable circumstance for a man who, prior to 1907, had never traveled east of the Mississippi River. In Europe, he found audiences aflame with talk of the aborted 1905 Russian Revolution, where self-proclaimed terrorists had proudly used bombings and assassinations to ward off repression by the Tsarist state. He also encountered the ideas of the syndicalist and French social critic Georges Sorel, whose 1908 Reflections on Violence declared that force was an unavoidable part of the class war. Sorel's syndicalism was a complicated blend of Marxist, anarchist, and trade union theories, all aimed at the creation of a single industrial union, essentially the Wobblies' one big union. On the ground, it was more straightforward. While in France in 1910, Haywood watched as a few thousand rail workers brought the nation's economic system to a halt, simply by laying down their tools. Ordered to return to work, they slyly forgot how to do their jobs. "This is the way it worked, namely by making the capitalist suffer," he cheered. "There is only one way to do that. That is to strike him in the place where he carries his heart and soul, his center of feeling, the pocketbook." He returned to the United States to rejoin the Wobblies and bring these tactics home. As Haywood often pointed out, there was nothing inherently violent in the idea of direct action. "Shall I tell you what direct action really means?" one Wobbly pamphlet asked. "The workers on the job shall tell the boss when and where he shall work, how long, and for what wages and under what conditions." Chief among the tactics prescribed to achieve this end was the general strike, in which workers would rise en masse to assume the power of the state. Opponents derided the general strike as little more than a violent, anarchic uprising. But Haywood saw the potential for a peaceful transition. When all workers had reached an understanding of the class struggle and learned to recognize their common interests, he wrote in a 1911 pamphlet, Industrial Socialism, all strikes by definition would be general. Even sabotage, perhaps the most controversial form of direct action, could mean something as placid as working a bit more slowly or pretending not to understand instructions, just what the French railmen had done. "Sabotage is the destruction of profits to gain a definite revolutionary economic end," explained Wobbly pamphleteer Walker Smith. "It has many forms." Louis Levine, a social scientist who studied the issue in 1912, came to a similar conclusion. "Direct action may, but must not necessarily, assume violent forms," he wrote. "Nor would all violence be direct action." Or so the theory went. But if there was one thing that united most Wobblies in the years after 1908, It was their rejection of theory in favor of action on the ground. What attracted the men and women who joined the IWW, the proud bums of America, was not its careful adherence to limits or its parsing of European concepts, but its image of sheer, unbridled rebellion. Often this came from the organizers' willingness to take extreme physical risks. In strike after strike, they endured beatings, lynchings, and jailhouse tortures. Many wobbly leaders wore their pariah status as a badge of honor. That the industrial workers of the world are in a class by themselves, wrote Haywood in 1912, is indicated by the uniformity of condemnation this organization receives from the many diversified sources and representatives of apparently conflicting interests. The ability to tolerate violence, though, was only part of their public image. As early as June 1907, in the midst of Haywood's trial, the Los Angeles Times reported suspected IWW involvement in placing dynamite beneath a building outside the radical mining camp of Goldfield, Nevada. Within a decade, the specter of crime and terrorism carried out by an IWW menace had solidified the wobbly reputation as those bomb-throwing I-won't-works. Haywood scoffed at accusations of bomb plots and assassination, and, as the National Civil Liberties Bureau pointed out, few, if any, Wobblies were ever convicted for acts of violence. But Wobblies also took a certain pride, in Haywood's words, in making the capitalist class shudder and cringe in fear. "You are doomed," organizer James Thompson informed American businessmen. "The best thing you can do is to look for a soft place to fall." Some of the greatest wobbly heroes were men who blended the imagery of violence with the suggestion that they might follow through on their words. Songwriter and accused murderer Joe Hill, whose execution by a Utah firing squad in 1915 was later memorialized by generations of left-wing bards, was perhaps the wittiest example. Writing in The Industrial Worker in 1911, he warned that workers would do best to avoid voting machines and instead adopt the machine which the capitalists use on us when we ask for more bread for ourselves and our families, the one that works with a trigger. Haywood, with his one-eyed stare and thunderous voice, flung out a similar defiance of bourgeois norms. "I despise the law, and I am not a law-abiding citizen," he assured an overflow crowd at Cooper Union in New York on December 21, 1911. "And more than that, no socialist can be a law-abiding citizen." Coming from a man who had been on trial for murder just 4 years before, this did little to persuade most Americans of the essentially peaceful nature of Haywood's intent. In the particular month of December 1911, it carried an extra dose of controversy as well. 3 weeks earlier, brothers John and James McNamara had confessed their role in the greatest labor dynamite scandal since Haywood's trial in Idaho. To many people's surprise, they came not from the ranks of the IWW, but from the International Association of Bridge and Structural Iron Workers, a pure and simple union in good standing with Samuel Gomper's AFL. "To review the kidnapping of John J. McNamara and his associates is like reading a brief chapter of my own life," Haywood wrote in June 1911, soon after his return from Europe. First, there was the sensational crime. In this case, a fireball that ripped through the Los Angeles Times building in the early hours of October 1, 1910, smashing the main floor into the ceiling and lighting up the jumbled buildings of downtown L.A. 21 men died, most from burns and suffocation, a few from missing the firemen's nets when they attempted to jump to safety. Later that day, investigators found 2 more time bombs, one at the Bivouac, the Wilshire Boulevard mansion of Times publisher Harrison Gray Otis, the other 15 sticks of dynamite, nestled beneath a window at the home of Felix Z. Handelar, secretary of the local Merchants and Manufacturers Association. Like Steunenberg, Otis and Zeehandelaar were well-known foes of labor. Now, they surmised, they had come close to meeting Steunenberg's fate. "Must blame the unions," read an outraged headline in the Los Angeles Times. The next step was the arrests of mid-level union men, in this case the McNamara brothers, John Jay, also known as J.J., and his younger sibling James. "Like myself," Haywood wrote, John was secretary-treasurer of a militant labor organization. James, or Jim, was more of an itinerant, an odd jobber in the sometime employ of his brother. Jim was arrested in Detroit on April 12, 1911, carrying a valise full of dynamite. John's arrest came 10 days later during a steelworkers' executive board meeting in Indianapolis. As if in a deliberate affront to Haywood, detectives whisked John away to California without a warrant or extradition papers. "The abduction of our brothers was so nearly like that of Pettibone Moyer and myself," Haywood wrote, "as to almost furnish a parallel case." From there, the McNamara affair became almost a reenactment of the Steunenberg drama. The McNamaras encountered their version of Harry Orchard, a dodgy union member named Orty McManigal, who confessed to setting off dozens of bombs at the association's behest. They confronted their own McParland as well, a swashbuckling private detective and former Secret Service man named William J. Burns, whose reputation as a foe of dynamiters would bring lucrative contracts for years to come. Once again, Clarence Darrow took up the cause, rushing off to Los Angeles with a vow to save labor from such callow lies. Debs jumped in as well, composing a call to arms that was nothing if not an echo of "Arouse, ye slaves." "We are again face to face with a crisis," he wrote. "There is no time to lose. The workers must be stirred and the nation aroused." And once again the workers answered his call, organizing meetings, parades, and rallies that quickly surpassed anything undertaken on Haywood's behalf. Millions of socialists and union members across the nation pinned on defiant McNamara buttons and stamped their letters with McNamara stamps. The AFL itself turned Labor Day into McNamara Day in 1911, a day of protest against the outrage, as pamphlets described it, and as an evidence of our confidence in the innocence of our men. By the time jury selection began a few months later, all of the elements were in place to make the McNamara case a repeat of the Haywood triumph. The vast publicity, the star defense team, an aroused working class prepared to fight for its innocent men. On December 1st, however, things took an unanticipated turn. The McNamara drama, staged in the court of Los Angeles, held the entire country in tense anticipation, and then came to a sudden farcical end. Emma Goldman later wrote, "The McNamaras confessed." The McNamara case did for labor what the McKinley assassination had done for anarchism: confirm, in no uncertain terms, that the rumors of recent years, of bloodshed and murder, of secret plots and elaborate conspiracies, were more or less true. If anything, the McNamara's pleas were far more damaging than Czolgosz's admission of guilt, both in the scope of the revelations and in their potential for political harm. In this case, it was not a single man, but a significant portion of the union's leadership that had colluded in a dynamite campaign. What's more, by maintaining their innocence, the McNamaras had allowed thousands of other labor and radical leaders to put their own reputations at stake. To the man familiar with the work and methods of trade unions, New York socialist leader Morris Hillquit had written in June 1911 for a speech at Carnegie Hall, "The charge that a high official of a national organization was systematically engaged in organizing dynamite plots as a sort of routine of business, and paying for it from the treasury of the organization, is so absurd as to provoke uncontrollable laughter." This, nonetheless, was what the confessions revealed. Standing before Judge Walter Bordwell, nervously chewing gum and glancing at Darrow for guidance, Jim McNamara pleaded guilty to murder, effectively admitting that he had planted the dynamite that destroyed the Times building and killed 21 working men. His brother J.J., the high official of the two, confessed to ordering the Christmas Day bombing of the anti-union Llewellyn Iron Works, which took no lives, but cost the company $25,000. In return, the court spared their lives. Jim received a life sentence, while J.J. ended up with 15 years in jail. As further details emerged, the story grew even more damning and even closer to what Hillquit had mockingly described. According to one government report, between 1906 and 1911, the International Association of Bridge and Structural Iron Workers carried out no fewer than 100 dynamite attacks on non-union work sites, bridges, viaducts, even an opera house and a hotel. Only the Times bombing cost lives, and the McNamaras admitted their horror at the mistake. But the fact of a widespread intimidation campaign was undeniable. The Union stored the dynamite at its Indianapolis headquarters and paid both McManigal and Jim McNamara directly from the Union treasury. Many Union members continued to support the leaders who had undertaken the campaign. The president, Frank Ryan, convicted of participating in the conspiracy, was re-elected while in prison. For those who claimed to believe the McNamara's claims of innocence, however, the evidence was devastating. Samuel Gompers, on his way from Washington to New York aboard the Congressional Limited, supposedly began to weep when a young Associated Press reporter informed him of the pleas. "If this is all true, my credulity has been imposed upon," he exclaimed, much to the skepticism of his critics. "I am astonished at this news." What ultimately proved most astonishing about the McNamara case, though, was how little it actually seemed to hurt labor's cause. In California, unions endured a painful crackdown as cities rushed to pass new anti-picketing laws and speech restrictions. So did the Socialist Party, which in late November had been poised to win the Los Angeles mayoral election for the first time. The Socialists had modeled their campaign on Haywood's Idaho defense, championing the McNamaras, in Deb's words, as the victims of a conspiracy hatched in Wall Street by the brute J.P. Morgan. "Of course, we knew that we had no chance of election as soon as the plea of guilty was entered," mayoral candidate Job Harriman wrote to Hillquit later that month. "But we would have been elected had this not happened." Outside California, by contrast, the McNamara pleas only seemed to fuel public desire for some sort of class rapprochement, an end to the cycle of violence that kept labor and capital at each other's throats. Lincoln Steffens, the New York muckraker famed for his exposés of urban corruption and money trust excess, had attempted to deliver just that in the early stages of the McNamara case, urging the brothers to plead guilty in return for light sentences and other gestures of goodwill from the local business community. The businessmen's promises had vanished after the guilty pleas. According to Steffens, they agreed to the deal, then promptly reneged. So Steffens took the proposition to the American public as a whole. "What are we Americans going to do," Steffens demanded in early December 1911, "about conditions which are bringing up healthy, good-tempered boys like these McNamara boys to really believe, as they most sincerely do, they and a growing group of labor, that the only recourse they have for improving the conditions of the wage earner is to use dynamite against property and life?" At home in New York, Steffens' fellow reformers rushed to propose answers. In December, Survey magazine, a bellwether of progressive sentiment, devoted an entire issue to ferreting out the larger bearings of the McNamara case. Identifying the source of the growing rift between capital and labor, survey writers pointed to a vast array of structural problems in American society: a lack of legal protection for unions, employers' shameless hiring of strikebreakers and company spies, and, most of all, the domination of the economy by a handful of large corporations. Is there not a causal connection between the development of these huge, indomitable trusts and the horrible crimes now under investigation? Asked attorney and future Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis, one of the Morgan Bank's great critics. To address these problems, the magazine proposed a solution not unlike what Steffens had suggested months earlier, appealing to President William Howard Taft to create a Commission on Industrial Relations to study the problem through the lens of social science. To Haywood, schooled firsthand in the violence of so-called industrial relations, this sort of talk seemed naive. He had called for a general strike on the first day of the McNamara trial, and even after the pleas, he continued to support the brothers. "You can't see the class struggle through the stained glass windows of a cathedral," he told the Wobblies. He discovered, nonetheless, that he benefited from the progressives' temperate response to the McNamara's pleas. In January 1912, with his embrace of the McNamaras as backdrop, he set out on one of the most challenging fights of his career, rushing up to Lawrence, Massachusetts, where some 10,000 textile workers had suddenly walked out to protest a recent pay cut. By the middle of the year, the Wobblies had won their first major fight in the industrial East, bringing together a dizzying variety of immigrant workers, Lithuanians, Sicilians, Russian, Poles, in a common cause. Even a new bomb plot failed to derail their efforts. On January 20th, less than 2 months after the McNamara's pleas, police uncovered 3 packages of dynamite in Lawrence. When police traced the dynamite to its source, however, they concluded that the whole affair had been staged by William Wood, owner of the American Woolen Company and one of the town's leading industrialists, to stir up hostility to the strike. Other left-wing and labor groups found similar good luck in 1912. Despite lingering concerns from California, Debs won more than 1 million votes in the presidential election, more than twice his previous total. Indeed, every presidential candidate, including the victorious Democrat Woodrow Wilson, ran on a platform reflecting labor's deepest concerns: that the American system was rigged in favor of the wealthy, that the working man was not getting his just deserts, that something at last had to be done. The American Federation of Labor itself, home of the McNamaras, gained members in 1912. "It is now 37 years since I became active in the labor movement," Debs noted. "At last, the labors of all these years are coming to fruition." In December, President Taft provided a final gesture of encouragement, signing into law the progressives' hoped-for Commission on Industrial Relations, the first time that terrorism in America, as journalist Walter Wolke described the dynamite campaign, had provoked anything of the sort. Looking back from the vantage point of 1918, historian and commission member John R. Commons would see the event as a turning point for labor. "What a difference," he wrote, "between the attitude of the public toward this case of extreme and premeditated violence and its attitude towards the suspected Chicago anarchists." Testimony before the Commission on Industrial Relations began in 1913, the year of Pierpont Morgan's death. Over the course of the next 2 years, the commission called forth hundreds of witnesses from all sides of American industrial life to air their views about how and why the United States had descended to such a state of chaos and violence. Among the witnesses were many veterans of the McNamara affair: Otis, Darrow, Gompers, Steffens. There were survivors of other battles as well, workers from New York's Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, where a fire in 1911 killed 141 women trapped behind locked doors; miners from Ludlow, Colorado, where Rockefeller hired guards used machine guns on a crowd of strikers before setting fire to their tent colony, killing 14 women and children cowering in an underground pit. The Commission's greatest coup was its summoning of the plutocrats of American industry to answer questions before the public. John D. Rockefeller testified in New York, informing the commissioners that even in retrospect, I would have taken no action to prevent the guards from descending on strikers at Ludlow. Jack Morgan put in an appearance as well. Asked whether he thought steel workers could survive on $10 per week, he responded honestly that they ought to take what they could get. To Commission Chairman Frank Walsh, a former child factory worker turned labor attorney, what stood out were not these platitudes, but the workers' own stories of how they had survived the sweatshops and mines and machinery of American industry. He particularly recalled two witnesses whose stories of rebellion and defeat, of violence and counterattack, moved him deeply. One was a grizzled, wobbly organizer named George Speed. The other was Big Bill Haywood. The Haywood who took the stand on May 12, 1915, was more subdued than the one who 3 years earlier had thundered into Lawrence, Massachusetts, to denounce the capitalist class. He was, for one thing, smaller and weaker. Years of heavy drinking, a poor diet, and an exhausting itinerant schedule had caught up with him, producing a stomach ulcer and the loss of some 80 pounds. He was also estranged from the Socialist Party, once his strongest source of support. In the spring of 1912, still reeling from the McNamara pleas, the party had passed a resolution expelling any member of the party who opposes political action or advocates crime, sabotage, or other methods of violence as a weapon of the working class, a category that included Haywood himself. He had recovered from the blow in time to lead a blistering but unsuccessful textile strike in Paterson, New Jersey in 1913, though the Wobblies garnered publicity from a benefit pageant at Madison Square Garden. They won few material improvements. The following year, seeking a bit of respite from the turmoil, he accepted the position of IWW Secretary-Treasurer in Chicago, his first desk job since his 1906 arrest. On the stand, Haywood summoned a bit of his old roughneck self, describing the United States as a land plagued by inequality and graft, dominated by callous plutocrats. From his early life in the mines, he conjured up images of poverty and despair. From his WFM years, he recalled how the miners had tried to bargain and strike, only to be turned back at the point of a gun. It was a dramatic story that Big Bill told, the Socialist Call reflected. A story of strike after strike. Hundreds thrown into jail, workers charged upon by soldiers, men and women beaten, court orders binding the workers, and constant revolt against exploitation. Even more dramatic was the report the Commission issued a few months later. For an official government document, it was a stinging indictment of American society, affirming much of what Haywood had said on the stand. According to the report, the United States was no longer a democracy, but a nation ruled by a small number of wealthy and powerful financiers, in what amounted to industrial feudalism. The report described what this meant in numerical terms. Up to half of all factory workers and miners lived below a comfortable and decent condition, and 1 out of every 12 people who died in New York was buried in a pauper's grave. But the commissioners did not restrict themselves to numbers. The crux of the question, they declared, is, have the workers received their share of the enormous increase in wealth which has taken place in this country? The answer is, emphatically, no. The Commission came perilously close to affirming what Goldman had been saying since the days of Homestead, that acts of violence arose in response to intolerable conditions. Throughout history, where a people or a group have been arbitrarily denied rights which they conceived to be theirs, reaction has been inevitable, the report announced. Violence is a natural form of protest against injustice. Walsh himself delivered a personal endorsement of this view. In a moving, if rather flowery, personal addendum, he pleaded with the American public to heed the Commission's words. "We call upon our citizenship, regardless of politics or economic conditions, to use every means of agitation, all avenues of education, and every department and function of the government, to eliminate the injustices exposed by the Commission, to the end that each other may secure the whole product of his labor," he wrote in the report's final draft. By the time the report came out in late 1915, though, Americans were beginning to turn their attention to other matters. The previous year, Europe had erupted in war. That development, and the upheaval that followed, did far more than the Commission's words to shape how the nation would respond when dynamite exploded in the streets of New York. Chapter 5. The War at Home. In New York, as in Europe, the war opened with a bang. On June 28, 1914, Serbian nationalists assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo. Less than a week later, on the morning of July 4th, a townhouse exploded on Lexington Avenue in New York. City police found one corpse dangling from a fire escape. They pieced together a second body from a torso and leg gathered nearby. Both men were anarchists, as was a third man noted as missing in the initial reports. According to official accounts, all three were intimate friends of Alexander Berkman, co-conspirators in a dynamite plot aimed at John D. Rockefeller, Jr. At first, these two events, a successful assassination in Sarajevo and a botched one in New York, seemed entirely unrelated. Franz Ferdinand was heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne. His murder was a nationalist blow against occupation. Rockefeller had been targeted for his action, or rather inaction, in response to the Ludlow massacre in distant Colorado. Over the next several years, however, the war between nation-states in Europe and the class war in the United States became increasingly intertwined. As the tentacles of war spread through Europe and entangled the United States, the spirit of progressivism that had led to the Commission on Industrial Relations and forced millions of Americans to question the justice of their industrial order gave way to a darker, less tolerant outlook. Well before suspicions of a radical plot against Wall Street began to emerge in September 1920, dissidents such as Goldman, Berkman, Haywood, and Debs found themselves again marginalized and reviled, wondering, in Goldman's words, if we have not lived in vain during the last 30 years. To any radical living in New York in July 1914, this prospect would have seemed absurd, a relic of outmoded 19th century thought. Recent years had not brought unblemished victory, but they had brought progress, that favored term of reformers. Progress, by its nature, did not go backward. Once accomplished, it could not be undone. The growth of the Wobblies, the new enthusiasm for socialism, the progressive questioning of Morganized capital, all of these were signs of a golden revolutionary age ahead. This, at any rate, was what Goldman and Berkman assumed as they sought to transform the Lexington Avenue explosion into a moment of triumphant martyrdom in the summer of 1914. Goldman had come of age as an American icon in the progressive Renaissance. Within New York, she still had her cadre of militant, foreign-born admirers, Italian anarchists, French syndicalists, and especially Russian revolutionaries who had fled to New York after the failed 1905 revolution. As the political climate had grown more receptive to talk of capitalist crimes, however, she began to broaden her activities, throwing herself into causes as diverse as the birth control movement, the battle against child labor, and the struggle for wobbly free speech. She expanded her social contacts as well, moving from the tight-knit anarchist circles of her youth into the free-for-all modernist Greenwich Village, where the movement to examine the larger bearings of the McNamara case had first taken hold. Among the new friends encountered in the downtown swirl of salons and protest meetings was Haywood himself, "Dear Tender Bill," as she called him, with whom she debated points of doctrine and exchanged Christmas presents. Theirs was a natural affinity, born of a common faith in the implacable nature of class warfare, and a mutual contempt for those who believed in piecemeal change. Much of Goldman's new village circle was of a decidedly more philosophical orientation. Mabel Dodge, the doyenne of a famous Fifth Avenue salon, was an heiress with literary pretensions. Hutchins Hapgood, a daily newspaper columnist, made his name translating the queer and repulsive life of Lower East Side Jews into literary sketches for an American audience. Lincoln Steffens, bard of the Golden Rule, was perhaps the typical village figure, sympathetic to radical views, but himself basically bourgeois. Like Goldman and Berkman, these men and women shared a desire to tear down the existing order. Whether in literature, plastic art, or the labor movement, Hapgood wrote, "We find an instinct to loosen up the old forms and traditions, to dynamite the baked and hardened earth so that fresh flowers can grow." They did not, however, take their dynamite literally. The friendship of such men and women, with their public influence and deep pockets, had become a requisite part of Goldman's more progressive, Americanized identity. But it also posed certain delicate challenges, especially when it came to the subject of violence. Goldman never abandoned her faith in the essential justice of Most's vision, or the nobility of the attentat. She had learned, through bitter experience, however, that militancy on the subject often came at the price of alienating allies who otherwise shared her dislike of capitalism. Like Haywood, she found herself trapped by competing impulses, thrilled to find a place of influence within her adopted country, but unwilling to jettison her revolutionary roots. She was also subject to intensive federal scrutiny, including a failed effort to deport her under the new anti-anarchist laws. Driven by ambition as well as fear, she had learned to present more than one face to the world. To her fellow revolutionaries, she was the militant she had always been, a fiery spokesperson for propaganda by deed. During revolutionary periods, such as the present one in Russia, for instance, she wrote in a resolution presented to fellow anarchists in Amsterdam in 1907, "Terrorism serves a twofold purpose. It undermines the very foundation of tyranny and kindles in the timid the divine fire of revolt." To her growing audience of American socialists and reformers, her views tended to be more temperate. In a 1908 essay, "What I Believe," for example, she argued that she had never applauded violence, especially in the American context. "Who says that I do? Have you heard me? Has anyone heard me?" she demanded. This stance was convincing enough to persuade at least one publisher that she had been misjudged in the crucial days after Homestead and the McKinley assassination. "In fact and in truth, Miss Goldman is a mild-mannered little woman who would not kill a fly or a spider," publisher J.C. Hart wrote in an introduction to one of her pamphlets. "On the contrary, she teaches peace, harmony, and brotherly love among all men, regardless of race, creed, or color." Berkman, by contrast, never saw much point in catering to the new progressive creed. During his time in prison, he had learned to speak and write in English. After his release in 1906, he used these new skills to hone his message for an American audience, settling in New York and signing on as an editor at Mother Earth. He remained far more inclined than Goldman to embrace violence as an essential part of class revolution. In 1912, for instance, he published his autobiography, Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, part of a minor literary boom on the subject of dynamite. In its pages, he recalled in affectionate detail how he had carried out his attack on Henry Clay Frick, emphasizing the pleasure of attempting such a pure, self-sacrificing deed. "The removal of a tyrant is not merely justifiable," he concluded. "It is the highest duty of every true revolutionist." This was precisely the kind of direct advocacy that Goldman sought to avoid. Mercifully, Berkman left out any hint of her role in the attack. Perhaps to her surprise, though, her progressive and pacifist allies tolerated Berkman's views. As with the McNamaras, they urged the American people to look upon his story as a symptom of capitalism's corrupting, degrading effect on the human psyche. "Why not try to understand an honest man, even if he feels called on to kill?" Hapgood asked in the book's introduction. Do not read to agree, of course, but read to see. As a model of this sort of open, tolerant inquiry, they took up the question themselves. On a memorable night in 1912, Mabel Dodge invited Goldman, Berkman, and Haywood to debate the issue of direct action at one of her famous evening dress salons. The night was an oratorical disaster, she remembered. Haywood especially talked as though he were wading blindfolded in sand. Nonetheless, Dodge admitted a certain thrill at being so close to genuinely dangerous characters. Their obvious activity seemed to be publishing the anarchist magazine Mother Earth, she later wrote. But beneath this, there was a great busy humming complex of planning, and many times they referred to the day when blood would flow in the streets of New York. Despite all the talk, there was little evidence prior to July 1914 that anyone intended to follow these words with action. Even Berkman had been relatively pacific. He was arrested once in 1908 for conspiring to dynamite a police cordon in Union Square, but the courts dismissed the charges for lack of evidence. The bomb killed the young anarchist who threw it, shearing off his face, though it failed to reach its intended target. Since then, he had limited himself to the standard run of protests and propaganda. Beginning in the Depression winter of 1913, he threw his support behind a burgeoning unemployment movement in New York, staging rallies in public squares and descending on churches to demand bread and work. On March 21, 1914, he helped to lead hundreds of unemployed men in a grand parade up Fifth Avenue, past the mansions of the city's gilded elite. A march of the disinherited, as he described it, whose very appearance was a challenge to the guilty conscience of the exploiters and well-fed idlers. For the first time he found himself swept up in something approaching a mass movement, fighting side by side with socialists and progressives, with wobblies and genuine proletarians. Even Mayor John Mitchell seemed to be on their side. On April 4th, police raided one of Berkman's rallies in Union Square, sweeping in on horseback and beating the demonstrators with clubs. 4 days later, Mitchell fired the police commissioner who approved the assault and replaced him with a patrician administrator named Arthur Woods. A Harvard graduate and former Groton schoolmaster, Woods had entered police work in 1907 as a deputy commissioner, charged with reforming the Detective Bureau. One of his earliest acts had been to oversee Berkman's arrest in the 1908 bombing at Union Square. Since then, he had made a name for himself as a progressive champion of free speech, one of the few in police circles. Woods argued that the protection of dissent, combined with highly professionalized undercover crime detection, was the best means of assuaging the city's class conflicts. By 1914, he had concluded that this meant respecting the rights of a man such as Alexander Berkman to say his piece. What followed was a sort of idyll for Berkman. a purging of the rejection he had suffered 2 decades earlier when the miners rebuffed his generosity at Homestead. Goldman was far from New York that spring, raising money for Mother Earth on a Western lecture tour. So Berkman fell back on his own propaganda skills. Each Saturday he stood in Union Square to affirm the necessity for fighting the capitalist monster with all the weapons at the workers' disposal. And hundreds of people listened and applauded. This acceptance seemed to hold even after attention shifted from the city's unemployment crisis to the Ludlow massacre. Throughout the spring, Berkman cooperated with socialist muckraker Upton Sinclair to orchestrate a silent protest campaign against Rockefeller, a model of peaceful, if provocative, dissent. Perhaps this is why nobody paid much attention in May, when Berkman hinted that he was also thinking about a different sort of action. "This is no time for theorizing, for fine-spun argument and phrases," he declared in Mother Earth. "With machine guns trained upon the strikers, the best answer is dynamite." When police questioned him on the morning of July 4th, hours after the explosion on Lexington Avenue, Berkman denied any role in the bombing. He knew that his situation was precarious. All 3 dead bombers, Arthur Carone, Carl Hansen, and Charles Berg, had fought by his side during the Rockefeller protests, dutifully enduring their share of beatings and police assaults. Indeed, he had been with them just the night before, first in a political meeting, then in a hushed late-night session at an uptown cafe, allegedly to discuss Carone's recent arrest for protesting at Rockefeller's Tarrytown estate. Faced with the likelihood of another indictment, and perhaps another long bout in prison, Berkman determined, like Albert Parsons before him, to go out in a blaze of revolutionary defiance. By the evening of July 4th, he had begun to make plans for a grand public funeral in Union Square to honor his comrades' sacrifice for the revolutionary cause. This prospect horrified most city residents. To permit any group of citizens publicly to treat these victims of their own murder conspiracy as martyrs seems like an expression of sympathy with the allies of the terrorist, wrote the New York Tribune. This was precisely Berkman's point. The Union Square rally, he announced, would be a test of the city's devotion to the promise of free speech and assembly. It would also be a measure of whether American attitudes had, in fact, changed since the Haymarket years, whether the glimmer of tolerance evident in the wake of the McNamara affair would hold up in the face of yet another attentat. Supporters began to trickle into Union Square just after noon on July 11th, arriving in clusters of 2 and 3. The men wore red roses in their lapels. Women tied jaunty red ribbons in their hair or around their necks, symbols of their affection for revolution. Around 2 o'clock, a brass band struck up La Marseillaise, the official start of the festivities, then fell silent as the speakers began. Berkman set the tone. "If society has forced our friends to resist oppression with violence," he thundered, "then capitalist society is guilty of creating the spirit which can find expression only in violent methods." The speeches that followed reinforced themes that had echoed through revolutionary circles since Most's arrival: that violence was the product of industrial conditions, that the tyranny of the masters would beget the resistance of the slaves, that dynamite was the best possible retort. Rebecca Edelson, Berkman's recent love interest, affirmed these views in the most explicit terms. "I want to say that it's about time the working class came out frankly and openly and said, yes, we believe in violence. We will use violence whenever it is necessary to use it." To Berkman, hearing such words spoken openly fulfilled a dream nurtured since his earliest days in New York. "Do you still ask me what the anarchists have accomplished in a quarter of a century?" he wrote a few weeks later in Mother Earth. "Just this. They have taught the people that violence is justified, aye, necessary, in the defensive and offensive struggle of labor against capital. He took pride in what did not happen as well. Under Wood's instructions, some 800 policemen watched the rally, but they made no move to silence the speakers. Berkman interpreted the policemen's hesitation as a sign that Americans had finally repudiated the legacy of 1886, that the shift in public sentiment after the Haywood and McNamara affairs had become a lasting part of American life. The Haymarket bomb was followed by a terrible wave of the mob spirit. No anarchist was safe from the blind fury of the murderous law and order hordes, in and out of uniform. He wrote, "What a difference after the Lexington Avenue explosion! Times have indeed changed." His confidence was misplaced. Within a few years, the mob spirit was back. Though it seemed hard to imagine in 1914, Berkman and Goldman were already spending their last years on American soil. Despite its legendary radicalism, New York had seen surprisingly few acts of terrorism before the Lexington Avenue blast in 1914. The city had its minor sensations: a dynamite attack on industrialist Russell Sage in 1891, the Wall Street bomb-throwing, as the Chicago Tribune described it, a subway explosion in 1902, though the blast killed 6 people, it turned out to be an accident, a rash of criminal and labor-related dynamitings, often in Italian neighborhoods, the 1908 debacle in Union Square. But the big affairs came mostly from rough-and-tumble Western outposts, such as Chicago, Idaho, and California. Even the McKinley assassination, New York's closest claim to a major national plot, occurred hundreds of miles away in Buffalo. That changed quickly after the Lexington Avenue explosion. In August, Police Commissioner Woods announced the creation of an undercover bomb squad to infiltrate the anarchist movement and the IWW. Within a few months, the new squad found itself in the midst of the city's first full-blown dynamite epidemic. In creating the bomb squad, Woods envisioned it as a genuinely progressive reform, a professionalization of the department's traditional ad hoc, reactive police work. Its only local precedent was the short-lived Italian squad, which had been formed in 1906 to conduct undercover investigations in the Italian immigrant community, and which became all but defunct after 1909, when its lead detective was gunned down in Italy. The bomb squad revived and reshaped these strategies, dispatching undercover men to populate radical meetings and cafes. Its goal, Woods later explained, was not in trying to bottle up the preachers of any particular doctrine, but simply in finding out who were the plotters of violent deeds and bringing them to justice. He presented the squad as a desirable alternative to the old tactic of smashing up entire neighborhoods or movements. From her vantage point on the Western lecture circuit, though, Goldman recognized all the makings of a tragedy. Goldman thought the plot had been carried out stupidly and recklessly, though she did not deplore its intent. "Comrades idealists manufacturing a bomb in a congested tenement house," she later wrote. "I was aghast at such irresponsibility." She worried especially about what it all might mean for Mother Earth. In July, Berkman dedicated the magazine's entire issue to the martyrdom of Caron, Hansen, and Berg, reprinting the speeches from Union Square and reminding labor to knock the last master off the back of the last slave by tempering oppression with dynamite. In that single essay, Goldman feared, Berkman undid her years of careful balancing on the dynamite issue, putting the magazine on record in favor of violence, at just the moment when the police were preparing their next big assault on anarchism. "I had tried always to keep our magazine free from such language," she recalled, "and now the whole number was filled with prattle about force and dynamite. I was so furious that I wanted the entire issue thrown into the fire. But it was not until the fall that she realized how poor his timing actually was. Goldman returned to New York in September 1914. The city will always lure me back as the place of stress and sorrow, struggle and pain, work and hope, she assured the readers of Mother Earth. Within a month, bombs began to explode throughout the city. On October 12th at St. Patrick's Cathedral, on October 13th at St. Alphonsus Church, a week later at St. Alphonsus again, on November 11th at the Bronx Courthouse, on November 14th at the Tombs Police Court. Nobody died or suffered much by way of injury. The worst damage was inflicted on property, shattered windows, blown out doors, and the like. In the final episode, the bomb even failed to detonate. Magistrate John A. Campbell found it sputtering beneath his chair as he went to sit down. Combined, however, the rash of bombings convinced the new police squad of an urgent need to rein in the city's anarchist movement and began the end of Wood's policy of toleration. The situation was disturbing, Bomb Squad Chief Thomas J. Tunney later wrote. We had to put a stop to bombing before the anarchists grew bolder and began to kill someone besides themselves. Under the circumstances, Berkman decided not to wait around and see how things turned out. In November, with Goldman's forceful encouragement, he headed west on a lecture tour of his own. As after Homestead, Goldman stayed behind to pick up the pieces. In her absence, Berkman had run up huge printing and grocery bills. Money was owed to every storekeeper in the neighborhood, she complained. Mother Earth itself was all but bankrupt, and the Lexington Avenue bombing had thoroughly alienated any financial angels, such as Mabel Dodge, who might have come to the rescue. Though she continued to fight alongside reformers and socialists around issues such as birth control, Goldman quickly discovered that the arrival of genuine, literal dynamite had rather dampened the free-for-all spirit once so much a part of her village life. It is interesting to see the philosophers and sentimentalists and free speech advocates rushing to cover, the Tribune commented. They cannot afford to have their names associated with bomb throwing. Even radical allies, Goldman found, could no longer be trusted. In early 1915, in the last great gasp of the McNamara affair, California detectives arrested anarchists David Kaplan and Matthew Schmidt on charges that they had supplied the explosives for the Los Angeles Times bomb. To her horror, Goldman learned that they had been turned in by one Donald Vose, who was the son of her friend Gertie Vose, and who lived at Mother Earth throughout the summer and fall of 1914. Apparently, Vose had been working for William J. Burns, the private detective who had kidnapped the McNamaras, while Goldman and other friends had been helping to harbor Schmidt and protect him from the law. It was the most terrible blow of my public life of 25 years, Goldman confessed in Mother Earth. There was more terrible news to come. In February, the New York papers announced that the bomb squad had caught 2 Italian anarchists, Frank Abarno and Carmine Carbone, in the act of planting a bomb at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Both were members of the Harlem-based Bresci Group, an Italian anarchist organization named for Gaetano Bresci, who had left Paterson to assassinate King Humbert in 1900. The impressive nab, the trial revealed, was the work of Amadeo Polignani, a recent bomb squad recruit. In the wake of the October bombings, Polignani had gone undercover in anarchist circles as Frank Baldo to befriend the Bresci men, attending basement meetings and listening to reams of oratory, in the description of one police official, against the ruling classes, law, order, and the churches. In late February, as uptown radicals were reeling from the news of the Kaplan-Schmidt arrests, Baldo supplied Carbone and Abarno with antimony and chlorate of potash, then helped them figure out how to build a bomb. At their trial the following month, the setup earned them each 6 to 12 years in prison. To Goldman, The whole affair reeked of the provocateur tactics favored by the Russian Secret Service. "It is the most flagrant police conspiracy that has ever taken place in New York City," she wrote to a friend in early April. But a few months later, she acknowledged with a glimmer of satisfaction that not all of the city's bomb plots were of police devising. On May 3rd, almost 29 years to the day after the Haymarket bombing, a blast wrecked the southeast corner of Bronx Borough Hall, not far from where the Fall's dynamite campaign had almost destroyed the Bronx courthouse. So busy are its detectives manufacturing crime, planning petty disguises, and entrapping victims that they have time for nothing else, Goldman wrote with a bit of satisfaction. Under their very noses the Borough Hall and Bronx courthouse have been blown up. Indeed, the police soon got a taste of dynamite for themselves. On July 5th, a year and a day after the Lexington blast, a bomb exploded at police headquarters on Center Street, blowing off the front doors. That bomb proved to be the finale of the great anarchist scare of 1914-15. Over the next few months, police noted a sharp decrease in bomb throwing in New York. Still, for a city where dynamite had been largely unknown a year earlier, it was an astounding rash of violence. 10 distinct acts of alleged anarchist terrorism in just 12 months. This did not include the many bomb plots that sputtered, then died, on the front pages of newspapers. Nor did it include the various assassinations and bombings related to the escalating war in Europe. By 1915, the United States was still firmly isolationist, but the violence of the war had already begun to spill across the sea into New York. On July 3rd, for instance, less than 48 hours before the police headquarters bombing, Erich Munter had planted his dynamite at the U.S. Capitol, then rushed to New York to carry out his assassination attempt on Jack Morgan. It was a troubled hour, recalled Bomb Squad Chief Thomas Tunney, who himself hurried to Long Island to interview Jack, and one in which it behooved us of the police department to keep our heads cool and our eyes open. As New York's role in war shipments increased over the following year, the bomb squad's attention began to shift from anarchists to Huns, especially to acts of sabotage against the city's growing munitions machine. In their scale and potential, these quickly dwarfed the amateur efforts of the anarchist scare. Sabotage at the Black Tom Munitions Depot, located on an island just a few feet from the Statue of Liberty, nearly destroyed Lower Manhattan. On July 30th, 1916, when the explosions began, some 2 million pounds of ammunition were on site, awaiting shipment to the Allies. The blast killed at least 4 people, injured hundreds, and blew out windows as far north as 42nd Street. All of this put the city on edge. But despite the attention garnered by the New York sabotage plots, the most significant dynamite case of the early war years came once again out of the American West. On July 22, 1916, a bomb exploded in a crowd of spectators at a Preparedness Day parade in San Francisco, killing 10 and sending 44 others to the hospital. By the following week, city authorities had arrested 5 local anarchists and socialists. Among them was the man whose fate soon became a symbol of the war's darkening effects on American radicalism, a self-proclaimed militant worker and a good friend of Berkman's named Thomas J. Mooney. Berkman ended up in San Francisco by process of elimination. He began his 1914 lecture tour in high spirits, thrilled to escape the chaos and recriminations of New York. "I am indeed glad I started," he wrote. "Living many years in New York, one is apt to regard the metropolis as a criterion of the whole country in point of general conditions and revolutionary activity, which is far from correct." Just how incorrect it was, though, came as something of a shock. In Homestead, where he had hoped for a triumphal return, only a handful of supporters showed up. He found equally deflating receptions in Cleveland and Elyria, Ohio, and in Detroit. "The poor boy seems to have absolutely no luck with lectures," Goldman wrote to a friend in late 1915. "I wonder why. He is terribly discouraged, which I can readily understand." The one bright spot was California, where the Kaplan and Schmidt arrests had put the tang of dynamite in the air once again. Berkman arrived in Los Angeles in the early spring, prepared to meet his scheduled lecture dates and move on. Within a few weeks, though, he began to flirt with the idea of staying. He hoped to transform the Kaplan-Schmidt case into the next great rallying point for labor. "Think of Moyer, Haywood, and Pettibone," he wrote in Mother Earth. "Not guilt nor innocence is the deciding factor. The attitude of labor alone weighs in the balance of capitalistic justice." Kaplan and Schmidt's lawyers had a different strategy. They asked Berkman to leave for fear that his presence would damage their client's case. He decided to try his luck in San Francisco. Arriving in the fall of 1915, he found a city brimming with the same social conflicts he had left months earlier in New York: labor protests, a burgeoning law and order campaign, even the lingering memory of dynamite. Towers at the anti-union Pacific Gas and Electric Company had been bombed in 1913. Already, however, these familiar battles were starting to acquire a new cast. As the war in Europe grew bloodier and more intractable, with almost 400,000 soldiers killed that spring alone, Americans had begun to consider more seriously what it would mean to join the fight. Did submarine attacks on civilian liners such as the Lusitania call for a military response? Would a German victory spell doom for American finance? Were vital American strategic interests at stake? In particular, they debated what philosopher John Dewey identified as the social possibilities of war, and what Berkman described somewhat more crudely as the war at home. The prospect that the European war could be used to reshape political and class relations within the United States. For Dewey, the growing drumbeat for war seemed to present a glorious opportunity. Mobilization, he predicted, would shake up the status quo, expand state power, and give progressives the chance to mold society anew. Berkman, like most radicals, was highly skeptical of such claims, wondering aloud if it would be quite so easy to control a war that seemed to have a momentum of its own. "The revolutionary movement of the world is now in great danger of being swept away in the general conflagration," he had written in Mother Earth in 1914. "Let us foresee this danger." By the time he arrived in San Francisco a year later, he had plenty of evidence to prove his case. In Europe, nearly every socialist party had collapsed under nationalist pressure, tossing off their loyalties to the world's workers in favor of homeland protection. Within the United States, the balance of power was already shifting in the direction of men such as Jack Morgan, busy coordinating multi-million-dollar loans for the Allies. To most progressives and revolutionaries, Wall Street's involvement in the war looked like a toxic brew of profit and bloodshed. Out of international carnage they have made billions. Out of the misery of the people and the agony of women and children, the American financiers and industrial magnates have coined huge fortunes, Goldman wrote in Mother Earth. Old Pierpont Morgan would be astounded could he see the dazzling profits gathered in by his son through war speculations. They evinced particular disgust for the so-called preparedness campaign taking shape in coastal cities such as San Francisco and New York, where war-related commerce was on the rise. On its face, preparedness was just what it suggested: a mass movement to prepare the United States for battle by expanding the Army and Navy, manufacturing armaments, and planning for a draft. Its chief backers, however, came from the top ranks of business and finance. Men such as Jack Morgan and Henry Frick, bound to profit handsomely. In San Francisco, employers openly advertised their desire to use the war effort, in the words of the Chamber of Commerce's new Law and Order Committee, to end the long period of tolerance of lawlessness and intimidation that characterized the progressive approach to labor. In other words, to remake San Francisco, long a haven for labor, into a stronghold of the open shop. President Wilson himself had vowed in his 1915 preparedness speech to stamp out creatures of passion, disloyalty, and anarchy, especially among the foreign-born. To Berkman, arriving in San Francisco in the midst of the preparedness buildup, this looked like the issue of the moment. In January 1916, he founded a fiery new revolutionary labor weekly intended to prepare workers for a final revolt against the capitalist war machine. He called it The Blast. The title was a deliberate provocation. Berkman envisioned his magazine a merciless champion of revolution in its most literal sense, a call to arms for the American worker. Unlike Mother Earth, with its digressions on art and literature, The Blast focused primarily on class struggle and the war. If Goldman took this as a challenge to Mother Earth's more temperate sensibility, she did not voice her concerns publicly. When she arrived in San Francisco for a visit in July, exhausted after serving a short jail sentence in New York for advocating birth control, she too flirted with the idea of staying. "It is all so wonderful," she wrote to friends back home. "I do not know just when I will be through with San Francisco, but I mean to stay as long as I possibly can." She soon changed her mind. According to Goldman, she was lunching with Berkman and his companion, Eleanor Fitzgerald, on July 22nd, when the telephone rang. Berkman went to the phone, she recalled breathlessly for her Mother Earth readership, and we continued our conversation. But suddenly we realized in the replies of our friend that something serious had happened. We learned the truth only too soon. A bomb had been exploded during the preparedness parade, a number of people killed and many wounded. Involuntarily I exclaimed, "I hope we anarchists will not again be held responsible." But my hope was in vain. The very first extras which greeted me on the way to my apartment contained the usual glaring headlines: "Anarchist bomb! All anarchists must be driven out of town," etc., etc. Goldman presented the bombing as a complete surprise, yet another incident in which anarchists were unjustly suspected. The police, by contrast, believed that Berkman, if not Goldman, had an active hand in its execution. The first arrests targeted 5 local labor activists, most notably Blast contributor Tom Mooney and his friend Warren Billings, who had served time in prison for the Pacific Gas and Electric bombings a few years earlier. Berkman felt sure he was next. As in July 1914, though, he determined to press ahead, to create the same sort of grand, symbolic protest he had fashioned to such success in Union Square. "Now is the time to demonstrate once and for all," he wrote in The Blast, "that we of the awakened social consciousness will not tolerate a repetition of the hellish crime of the 11th of November, 1887. This time, however, with the war as a backdrop and patriotic appeals for a stiff sentence, few beyond a tiny band of supporters showed any interest in heeding the call. Nor did the jury show much inclination to extend the period of tolerance that had inspired the Commission on Industrial Relations and allowed Berkman to speak in 1914 in Union Square. The central fact of the Preparedness Day case was that the bomb was not aimed at a Frank Steunenberg or a John D. Rockefeller, or even an advancing cordon of police. It struck innocent bystanders attending a patriotic parade. "Here, gentlemen, was the offense," the prosecutor explained. This American flag was what they desired to offend. They offended that by killing the women and men that worshipped it. Faced with such accusations, in the midst of rising calls for the United States to join the war, the jury delivered a swift blow. In January 1917, the California court sentenced Mooney to death, the first time since Haymarket that a labor radical was scheduled to die for using dynamite. The outcome was not a surprise to Goldman, but it worried her. "I am terribly discouraged," she wrote to a friend. "The situation is altogether awful. I really dare not think of it all." As talk of preparedness gave way to a more concerted mobilization, she found added cause for concern. On February 5, 1917, pleading wartime necessity, Congress passed a new immigration law ordering the deportation of anyone found advocating or teaching the unlawful destruction of property or the assassination of public officials, an expansion of the 1903 anti-anarchist ban, which had merely sought to prevent them from coming in the first place. The following month, the state of Idaho approved a criminal syndicalism law, recommending lengthy sentences for advocates of sabotage, violence, or unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform. The first in a wave of state laws reviving the speech restrictions that had followed McKinley's death. Finally, on April 2, 1917, after almost 3 years of hesitation, President Wilson asked Congress for a declaration of war. It was a radical break with U.S. tradition, the first time that the country intervened in a European conflict. As millions of observers predicted, it also intensified the war at home. Before 1917, the federal government had mostly left the problem of labor violence and revolutionary dissent to states, cities, and private employers. Immigration law was the one great exception. Entry into the war licensed a far more active federal role. Within 3 months, Goldman and Berkman found themselves back in prison, this time in the custody of the U.S. government. Hundreds of their friends and sympathizers soon followed. In making his appeal to Congress, Wilson warned that disloyalty will be dealt with a firm hand of stern suppression. Despite the advance notice, the swiftness of the crackdown caught Goldman and Berkman by surprise. In May, they helped to found the No Conscription League, devoted to resisting the impending military draft by every means in our power, in the words of its manifesto. A month later, on June 15th, U.S. Marshal Thomas D. McCarthy appeared with a warrant for their arrest. They were, conveniently, together in New York, working a floor apart at the new offices of Mother Earth and the Blast. When the police arrived, Goldman requested a few minutes to change her clothes and select a book to read in jail. Berkman, leaning heavily on crutches thanks to torn ligaments in his foot, hobbled down from the Blast to join her. The charge, they learned, was conspiracy to induce persons not to register, a violation of the Selective Service Act. Ironically, after years of being accused of subversion through violence, it was opposition to the draft, to murder at the behest of the war profiteers, as they described it, that finally landed them in the custody of the federal government. When their trial began 2 weeks later, the U.S. Attorney, Harold Content, had little trouble proving that they had spoken out against conscription. But he was not satisfied with limiting himself to such recent evidence. Eager to prove that the defendants were not merely pacific opponents of a brutal war, Content recalled for the jury some of the most notorious incidents of their shared past. How Goldman had supposedly inspired Czolgosz to murder President McKinley, how Mother Earth had cheered for dynamite in July 1914, and, of course, how in 1892 Berkman had taken it upon himself to transform word into deed. "You think this woman before you is the real Emma Goldman? This well-bred lady, courteous and with a pleasant smile on her face?" he demanded. "No. The real Emma Goldman can be seen only on the platform. There she is in her true element, sweeping all caution to the winds. There she inflames the young and drives them to violent deeds." As in San Francisco, this blend of accusations, disloyalty and radicalism, dynamite and war resistance, met with a receptive audience. On July 9th, in just 39 minutes, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Later that afternoon, almost 3 years to the day since Berkman's triumphal appearance at Union Square, Judge Julius Mayer imposed the maximum sentence, 2 years in jail with a $10,000 fine, to be followed by deportation to Russia. Given the many portents of recent years, Goldman later reflected, they should have expected no less. As time went by, they even began to count themselves lucky. The following month, the California authorities indicted Berkman in the Mooney case. His draft law conviction, fortuitously, put the federal authorities on his side in preventing extradition to San Francisco. Their early wartime sentences saved them from other, more dire consequences as well. On June 15th, the same day that Marshall McCarthy paid his visit to Mother Earth, President Wilson announced the passage of the Espionage Act, outlawing any speech or political activity tending to encourage resistance to the draft or to U.S. military operations. Unlike the draft law, the Espionage Act carried a sentence of up to 20 years in prison. The passage of the Espionage Act brought an escalation of the federal campaign against war dissenters, an unprecedented venture into regulating and punishing political opinion. Over the next 15 months, more than 1,000 men and women went to jail for speaking out against the government, the war effort, and the role of American capitalists in fostering one or the other. Some of the new defendants were German-born aliens, swept up in the same wave of hostility that banned the German language in public schools, turned sauerkraut into liberty cabbage, and, more ominously, led to vigilante assaults. Others were men such as the Montana rancher Vess Hall, unwise enough to complain that the United States was only fighting for Wall Street millionaires. Hall was tried and ultimately found innocent. The court ruled that the mere expression of discontent with Wall Street did not tangibly disrupt the war effort. But some who made similar comments ended up in jail. In New Hampshire, a man who complained that this was a Morgan war and not a war of the people received 3 years in federal prison for his troubles. To Goldman, this wave of arrests showed how right men such as Hall actually were. Politicians were now so subservient to Wall Street that they arrested anyone who criticized its shenanigans. Wilson himself had suggested that this would happen, warning Navy Secretary Josephus Daniels as late as 1917 that the people we have unhorsed will inevitably come into control of the country, for we shall be dependent upon the steel, ore, and financial magnates. They will run the nation. In fact, if not in intent, the Espionage Act furthered this shift, transforming grumbling about plutocratic tyranny from a common point of interest into a federal crime. The wartime postal regulations only reinforced this point. Postmaster Albert Burleson, empowered to suspend the mailing privileges of seditious publications, explicitly targeted any magazine treasonous enough to suggest that the government is controlled by Wall Street or munitions manufacturers or any other special interests, or to express support for the Wobblies. Among his first targets were Mother Earth and the Blast. As the war proceeded, Congress expanded these speech restrictions still further, passing the Trading with the Enemy Act, which required all foreign language publications to provide a translation of articles critical of the U.S. government. The Sabotage Act, which designated a 30-year sentence for acts of violence or work slowdowns aimed at war industries. And finally, the sweeping Sedition Act of May 1918, which trumped them all by simply outlawing disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language about the form of government of the U.S. or the Constitution of the U.S. As the Supreme Court later noted, all of these laws were based upon a claim of war necessity. The idea that, in the words of Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, when a nation is at war, things that might be said in times of peace are such a hindrance to its effort that their utterance will not be endured. But they also drew heavily on the strategies honed through years of domestic battles over labor, dynamite, and terrorism. At the core of the new restrictions was the same idea expressed 30 years earlier in Chicago, when Haymarket prosecutor Julius Grinnell argued that words rather than deeds were the true danger to the Republic. And despite the occasional exception, the law's chief targets were drawn from precisely those ranks: Wobblies, socialists, anarchists, who had long been accused of subversive speech. This was, in part, because these groups did oppose the war, and even after April 2nd, they made little effort to disguise the fact. Of the major national organizations that once opposed U.S. involvement, from the American Federation of Labor to the Progressive American Union Against Militarism, only the Socialist Party, and to some degree the IWW, maintained their stance once hostilities began. In return, they found themselves accused not only of subversion and violence, the old standards, but also of treason itself. Many of the most aggressive attacks came from one-time progressive allies, determined to prove their patriotism and support Wilson's effort to craft a democratic peace without victory. As the head of Wilson's new propaganda agency, the Committee on Public Information, former socialist sympathizer and progressive champion George Creel took the lead in encouraging newspaper readers to report any friend or neighbor who spreads pessimistic stories, cries for peace, or belittles our efforts to win the war. Those who remained in the Socialist Party found themselves subject not only to calumny, but also to arrest and purging from political office. Among their ranks were dozens of moderate socialists, such as Milwaukee Congressman Victor Berger, who had long denounced both Wobblies and anarchists as misguided terrorists wedded to murder as a means of propaganda. As one of the first dissenters arrested, Goldman joked that her old reformist adversaries were perhaps getting what they deserved. Now the American Huns no longer discriminated between one radical group and another. Liberals, IWWs, socialists, preachers, and college professors were being made to pay for their former short-sightedness. Actually seeing old friends and allies suffer the gauntlet was much harder to take. On September 5th, 1977, with President Wilson's personal approval, federal agents raided Wobbly headquarters in Chicago, arresting 166 alleged conspirators against the war. Among those seized was her old village comrade, now Secretary-Treasurer of the IWW, Big Bill Haywood. Haywood knew his arrest was coming. What he did not expect was the scale of the operation, which dwarfed anything directed at either the anarchists or the socialists. On the same day that federal agents raided the Chicago office, teams swooped down on Wobbly headquarters in Sacramento, Wichita, and many other cities, the largest political raid in federal history. They accused the Wobblies not only of opposing the war, but also of orchestrating a campaign of sabotage and strikes against critical war industries. In Chicago alone, the indictment charged the defendants with 17,022 separate crimes, a ridiculous number in Haywood's view. Indeed, most were not even crimes in the standard sense. Of the 17,022 crimes alleged, there was not a single bomb or act of violence. Nor was there any evidence the Wobblies had persuaded anyone not to register for the draft. The only overt acts were those of publication. The Wobbly preamble declaring, "The working class and the employing class have nothing in common." Émile Pouget's Sabotage, reprinted in English by the IWW. An issue of solidarity bearing the damning quote, "We are absolutely and irrevocably dissatisfied with the present system of society. We consider it a useless system, and we mean to destroy it." As in Idaho a decade earlier, Haywood turned to Debs for help. "Anything you may be able to do in the way of organizing a nonpartisan defense league will be greatly appreciated," he wrote. Debs was happy to do what he could. "Wall Street mortally fears the IWW and its growing menace to capitalist autocracy and misrule," he wrote in February 1918, rallying his socialist readers in support of the Wobblies at their upcoming trial. "The very name of the IWW strikes terror to Wall Street's craven soul." Debs' influence barely made a dent. As at Goldman and Berkman's trial, the Chicago jury took less than an hour to deliver convictions for everyone involved. Haywood himself received the harshest sentence, 20 years in prison, to begin immediately. The first leg of his incarceration brought Haywood back to the Cook County Jail, where he and the other Wobblies had been imprisoned since their arrest in September. It was the same jail where Goldman had stayed in the anxious days after the McKinley assassination, and where the Haymarket martyrs in 1887 had met their deaths. During the long months of confinement before trial, Haywood thought often about the Haymarket legacy. "From my cell, number 275, I could look down into the end of the corridor, and could picture the scaffold that had been built there when it was the death scene of Parsons, Speece, Engel, and Fisher," he later wrote. "Their words seemed to reverberate throughout the prison. Their silence spoke an undying tongue." A few days later, as he sat in the downtown marshal's office filing an appeal to be released on bail, he learned that the legacy of Haymarket lived on in other ways as well. As he began to dictate notes to a stenographer, he felt the Federal Building rumble and heard glass crashing onto the street. Minutes later, he learned that a bomb had gone off in the first-floor post office, killing 1 woman and 3 men, and injuring dozens of others. "Enough to say," he later wrote, "no bonds were granted for any of us." Goldman found herself thinking often of Haymarket as she watched the war noose tighten. "Things even the most pessimistic of us never thought possible had become a fact," she wrote in the fall of 1917. "The persecution and prosecution of labor surpasses anything the world has ever known." She was particularly disturbed by reports of wartime justice meted out not by the government, but by the people themselves. In Butte, Montana, a posse dragged crippled Wobbly organizer Frank Little from his bed, castrated him, and hanged him from a railroad trestle. In Bisbee, Arizona, mine bosses loaded some 1,200 Wobblies and their families into rail cars and shipped them out to wither in the desert. In Tulsa, a bomb at the home of a Standard Oil official inspired a group of local businessmen and oil executives to drag 16 Wobblies from jail, drive them at gunpoint to a ravine, then whip, tar, and feather them in what a local paper described as a real American party. To Goldman it appeared that the nation had gone crazy with hatred, much as it had in Chicago in 1886. "Through the length and breadth of the country," she later wrote, "stalked the madness of jingoism." Even Debs, 63 years old, the elder statesman of American socialism, did not escape. In May 1918, he delivered an anti-war speech in Canton, Ohio, championing the Wobblies as victims of government persecution. Don't take the word of Wall Street and its press as final, he urged his audience. The IWW in all its career never committed as much violence against the ruling class as the ruling class has committed against the IWW. The U.S. Attorney, reviewing these words, ordered his arrest under the new revised Espionage Act. It was Deb's arrest, far more than the arrests of Wobblies and anarchists, that captured for many radicals how profoundly the war had changed the political landscape. Just 6 years earlier, Debs had been a viable, if not triumphant, candidate for the presidency. Now he was poised to go to prison, and, with a 10-year sentence, potentially to die there, for what was essentially an unchanged position. The government's logic confirmed the worst fears about the war's blanket effect on political dissent. While, of course, Debs refrains from using the words government of the United States and substitutes, therefore, capitalism, Wall Street, etc., it is the present order of things that he is attacking, the U.S. Attorney explained in recommending his prosecution. This, of course, is the kind of criticism of the government of the United States which I believe Congress intended to forbid. To Goldman, this looked like nothing so much as the Haymarket prosecution enshrined in national policy, the abandonment of free speech. This conviction only increased in October 1918, when Congress passed yet another anti-anarchist law, declaring that mere membership in a revolutionary organization could be considered grounds for deportation. Locked away at the Women's Penitentiary in Jefferson City, Missouri, forbidden more than 1 letter per week, there was little she could do. When the 31st anniversary of Haymarket arrived on November 11, 1918, she made plans to protest by striking at the prison textile shop where she worked. To her befuddlement, the prison authorities seemed to support her action. At 10 o'clock in the morning, they shut down the machines, turned off the power, and granted all prisoners a day off. Goldman mingled with other women in the recreation yard, thinking quietly of the days of 1887, and wondering if the dawn would ever come anew. Not until evening did she learn that the actual reason for the holiday was the Allied victory in Europe. Beyond prison walls, the armistice set in motion what was politely called Reconstruction, but what amounted to official chaos, as the federal government canceled billions in wartime contracts, shipped hundreds of thousands of soldiers home, and summarily dismantled what had been, even at its best, a patchwork concatenation of wartime agencies. For the hundreds of radicals behind bars, it made little difference, at least at first. Restricted from most outside contact, worn down by months of defeat, they could barely participate in their own amnesty campaigns, much less help the hundreds of others in jails across the land. But they did find one cause for hope. In November 1917, to everyone's amazement, Bolshevik militants had seized power in Russia and declared the world's first socialist state. As the war drew to a close, the American left began to dream that they might soon follow that revolutionary example. It is hard to overestimate the eagerness, even desperation, with which American radicals seized upon the Russian example. From New York to San Francisco, recalled future communist leader Benjamin Gitlow, from Duluth to New Orleans, in mines and mills, on the corners of skid rows, in hobo jungles, beer halls, labor temples, at union meetings, among the denizens of Greenwich Village and Chicago's Dill Pickle Club, in squalid tenements and sumptuous apartments, socialists, anarchists, wobblies, liberals, intellectuals of the left, workers, aristocrats, and bohunks of every shade and color, from light pink and yellow to deepest red, huddled together, and in heated discussions weighed the significance of what came from the lips of the Russians' Red Messiah. The most committed went on to form two American Communist parties in September 1919. But even those who never joined either party supported the Bolsheviks' cause in those early months. Goldman was struck by how little the old differences of opinion seemed to matter in the post-war world. "The Russian Revolution is indeed a miracle," she concluded. "It demonstrates every day how insignificant all theories are in comparison with the actuality of the revolutionary awakening of the people." Lenin himself had more modest ambitions for American workers, victims, as he saw it, of a reactionary, predatory state. "We know that help from you will probably not come soon, comrade American workers," he wrote, "for the revolution is developing in different countries, in different forms, and at different tempos." In those first few months, however, the American movement seemed poised to surprise him. On January 21, 1919, 35,000 shipyard workers, many of them members of the IWW, struck in Seattle. Within 2 weeks, their walkout expanded into the first general strike in American history, a show of revolutionary ambition that rivaled anything the Wobblies or anarchists had accomplished before the war. To the hundreds of radicals watching anxiously from behind bars, this looked like good news at last, the opening shot in the post-war revolt. Rather than expanding into a working-class revolt, however, it became the first major defeat of the post-war years. Summoned by Seattle Mayor Ole Hansen, federal troops marched in and crushed the rebellion just 5 days after it began. What mattered about Seattle in retrospect was not its revolutionary promise, but the proof in Haywood's wry words that the armistice did not settle the war in the United States. If anything, the public response, no compromise now or ever, was even less sympathetic to Wobblies and labor radicals than it had been during the war. To most Americans, the new pro-Bolshevik rhetoric on display in Seattle only confirmed the suspicion, hatched in the days of Johann Most, that those who spoke out against capitalism, who called for dynamite and revolution, were traitors to the nation. Over the next few months, as hundreds of thousands of soldiers returned home, and Wilson pressed his 14 points at Versailles, talk began in earnest about how to purge the nation of the men and women so long associated with the specter of revolution. Many of the ideas were old ones, enacting a ban on immigrants from countries such as Russia and Italy, where agitators were prone to breed, passing a federal sedition law that would outlaw violent revolutionary speech. Others, such as loyalty oaths for teachers or the ban New York enacted on displaying the red flag, had a post-war tinge. In either case, they quickly deflated Goldman's post-war optimism. "I wonder how many times more I will have to serve in prison for remaining true to my ideal," she wrote a friend in 1919. "Until the end, I suppose." That came sooner than expected. Less than 3 months after the Seattle strike, the May Day mail bomb conspiracy, the plot that had targeted Jack Morgan and dozens of other businessmen and politicians, thrust the issue of dynamite once again onto the front page. The June 2nd plot, erupting a month later in 7 different cities, raised public alarm to a fever pitch, marking the start of the post-war Red Scare, and all but ensuring that wartime strategy of federal suppression would extend into peace. The logic of the federal response, as it emerged over the next few months, drew heavily on the language of war. The bombings were a revolutionary conspiracy, an attempted coup d'etat, a threat to the nation itself. Indeed, the coordinated nature of bombings, with their nationwide scope and multiple actors, seemed to grant a new urgency to the terrorism problem. There was no mistaking them for the work of a lone radical or a single deranged man. Safely locked behind bars, neither Goldman nor Berkman, much less Haywood or Debs, could be accused of taking part in the plots, but no less than the wartime crackdown. The 1919 bomb conspiracies helped to seal their fates. On June 3rd, Attorney General Palmer announced his new campaign to purge the country of its anarchist element. By the time Goldman and Berkman left prison a few months later, he had settled on a policy of deportation. Goldman's departure from prison on September 28, 1919, was a major public event. Photographers and supporters swarmed to Jefferson City, eager to hear her reflections on all that had happened since she disappeared behind bars. For once, worn down by loneliness, uncertain about the future, she had little to say. She simply wanted to get home to New York, back to life and work again. She left Missouri at once, stopping only to deliver the $15,000 bail required of her by the Immigration Bureau. Berkman, released a few days later, did the same. Though they had completed their time in jail, both were slated for deportation to Russia. The prospect of returning to their homeland at this late date was not entirely unwelcome. They had discussed the possibility as early as March 1917, when the threat of prosecution in the Preparedness Day bombing had been hanging over Berkman's head. Even then they had known that leaving for Russia might well mean a permanent separation from friends and family. "The irony of it is that we may now go to Russia and may not come back to America," Goldman wrote. "Verily, democracy is an illusion and a snare." At the time, it had seemed like a desirable option, the fruition of the plan hatched decades ago in the little ice cream parlor in Worcester. Being forced to go to Russia by the Attorney General was another matter. Reunited in New York, Goldman and Berkman plunged into one last public battle, pleading with supporters for money and energy to mount an appeal. They were entwined in a variety of legal struggles stemming from their wartime convictions, the Preparedness Day bombing, and the impending order of deportation. "This is the most crucial period in our lives," they wrote in a joint letter in late 1919. "We appeal to you, dear friend, most probably for the last time." Their hopes were not particularly high. Even as they put on a public show of outrage, they quietly began to prepare for departure. After the chaos of the war years, they no longer had much to get in order. "We had nothing left, neither literature, money, nor even a home," Goldman later reflected. "The war tornado had swept the field clean, and we had to begin everything anew." There was no fresh start, however, at least not in America. On November 7th, the second anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, Attorney General Palmer initiated the first of his major deportation raids, arresting more than 1,000 members of the little-known Union of Russian Workers, an anarchist organization composed mainly of Russian immigrants. He justified the arrests as an anti-terrorist measure, a response to the May Day and June 2nd plots, and a model for future action to contain the dynamite threat. Berkman saw the writing on the wall. "The U.S. government has up to recently had no definite policy toward its social protestants," he wrote to his lawyer, Henry Weinberger, on November 11th. "But the time has come when even the political bats in Washington have realized that a certain clear-cut and more or less consistent attitude is necessary toward rebels." From there, things moved quickly. On November 17th, Palmer appeared before Congress to describe his plans for controlling radical aliens who advised the defiance of law and authority. Chief among his exhibits was an account of Goldman and Berkman's shared history, from the Frick assassination attempt through the Lexington Avenue explosion and the No Conscription League. The report was something of a backhanded tribute to their influence. Of its 187 pages, 110 were devoted to evidence against them. Their fame did little to stall their departure. In a final burst of energy, Goldman and Berkman undertook a joint lecture tour in late November, a defiant hurrah and an excuse to say goodbye to scattered American comrades. During a farewell dinner in Chicago on December 2nd, a reporter burst into the room with the startling news that Frick had died. The press suspected the dinner had been planned to celebrate the fact, but Berkman disabused him of the notion. Unlike himself, Berkman retorted, Frick was deported by God. The dinner in Chicago offered Goldman and Berkman's last moment of genuine freedom in the United States. From Chicago, they boarded a train to New York and turned themselves in to federal authorities, who promptly transported them to Ellis Island. Mingling with the other deportees, Goldman was struck by how little conditions had changed since she had first arrived in New York in 1885. Their quarters were congested, the food was abominable, and they were treated like felons, she later wrote. She was struck, too, by the irony of such an inglorious end. After more than 3 decades in the United States, after willfully remaking themselves as Americans, both she and Berkman were being deported as if they had never belonged at all. To many of their admirers, this denial of their Americanness was the final insult. They were born in Russia, but they did their 30 years' work of enlightenment in this, our America, wrote the radical cartoonist Robert Minor, a former Mother Earth contributor. I think they are therefore Americans in the best sense, and the best of Americans. The immigration authorities did not agree. On the evening of December 20th, federal agents hustled Goldman and Berkman out of Ellis Island and onto a tug waiting in New York Harbor. With them were 247 other deportees, 196 members of the Union of Russian Workers, and another 51 unaffiliated anarchists and other undesirables. They were scheduled to depart on the Buford, an old warship refitted for the occasion, destined to be known as the Soviet Ark. Altogether, they constituted the first mass political deportation in American history, a refutation, as Goldman described it, of the spirit of asylum that had once attracted so many revolutionaries to American shores. The Buford chugged out of New York Harbor just before dawn on December 21st. Gazing out of her porthole, Goldman bid farewell to the land that had made her an anarchist, especially to New York, the city that had for so long nurtured her dreams. I could see the great city receding into the distance, its skyline of buildings traceable by their rearing heads, she later wrote. It was my beloved city, the metropolis of the New World. She hoped to return someday, once things settled down, perhaps with Berkman at her side. "We'll be back," Berkman promised as he walked toward the ship. "And this time we'll fix you." His comments were aimed at all of those who had been his adversaries over the years. Capitalism, government, even the liberals who had failed to save him in the end. But he had a more specific object as well. Standing on the pier that day, absorbing Berkman's scorn, was a paunchy, middle-aged detective named William J. Flynn. As head of the federal government's Bureau of Investigation, Flynn had helped to coordinate the deportation effort, vowing to rid the country of the brains of the ultra-radical movement. 10 months later, with Goldman and Berkman long gone from U.S. shores, he would lead the investigation into the Wall Street explosion. Part 3. A National Crime. Chapter 6. The Great Detectives. William J. Flynn entered the Raleigh Hotel in downtown Washington just before noon on September 16th, prepared to enjoy a pleasant lunch with friends. At 200 pounds, with a close-cropped mustache and thick shock of reddish hair, Flynn was one of Washington's most recognizable officials, a stoop-shouldered Catholic Irishman in a town of fine-postured Protestants. Before entering the dining room, he stopped at the hotel clerk's desk and put in a special request to be paged in case of a long-distance call from New York. Just as his quartet was being seated, the clerk recalled, a messenger rushed into the hotel lobby. Flynn excused himself to speak with the boy, then returned a few minutes later with terrible news. "What we have expected has happened," he announced to his luncheon party. "New York has been blown up." That, at least, was the story told by the Washington Post, eager to assure its readers that the federal government was well prepared for an outrage such as this. If Flynn had any advanced knowledge of the explosion, though, he had little to show for it in those first few minutes. The call from New York offered only sketchy details. 4 bodies are on the sidewalk in front of Morgan's office, Bureau Superintendent Charles Lamb reported, with 6 bodies across the street. A number of bodies have been removed from the wreck. Lamb described the damage at the Morgan Bank, office wrecked inside, and the fact that quite a number of persons have been injured by flying glass. He also managed to relay, with some uncertainty, what appeared to be the only good evidence about the source of the blast. "The explosion probably came from a wagon drawn by 1 horse," he explained. "The wagon has disappeared." None of this gave any clear picture of what had happened, whether it was an accident or a bomb, much less who might be responsible. But Flynn, like the Post, knew that the country would be looking to him for answers. A New York native, Flynn had come of age in the great urban battles over law and order, first as a keeper at the Ludlow Street Jail, then as head of the New York branch of the Secret Service. He had put in time at the New York Police Department as well, taking up an appointment as second deputy commissioner in 1910, with a promise to transform the city's big feet and thick-necked detectives into sleuths on par with those at Scotland Yard. That episode had proved disappointing. Rather than backing his call for efficiency, his superiors dispatched him to bust up city gambling rings. But like his subsequent appointment as head of the Secret Service, where he made a wartime name hunting German spies, his years with the New York police had helped Flynn develop a reputation as a scourge of corruption, terror, and violence. William J. Flynn. What boy has read that name and not had a thrill race up his spine as his fertile imagination weaved fancy adventures in the United States Secret Service? Asked the Los Angeles Times in 1918. Thousands of boys hold William J. Flynn as the hero of their air castle adventures. What made Flynn the obvious man on September 16th, though, was a more recent set of events. On June 2nd, 1919, the nationwide bomb conspiracy had erupted on a grand scale. The following day, seeking to reassure a jittery public, and still shaken by the attack on his home, Attorney General Palmer had announced Flynn's appointment as head of the Bureau of Investigation. The 2 men had been quietly discussing the job for weeks, part of a post-war reshuffling of the Justice Department bureaucracy. In the wake of the bomb attacks, however, Palmer portrayed Flynn as a last-minute savior, the great anarchist expert in the United States, the one man capable of tackling the biggest job in the business of crime detection today. The Daily Press followed Palmer's lead. Within a day of his appointment, Flynn was known throughout the country as the U.S. official who will lead fight against terrorists, in the words of the Chicago Tribune. Flynn was not terribly fond of the limelight. He insisted that effective detection was a matter of teamwork and proper organization, not newspaper antics or flashes of Sherlock Holmes-style brilliance. For every article describing him as an intrepid adventurer, another identified him as big-bodied, slow-spoken, unhurried, phlegmatic. "I'm not much on the talk," he explained. "I'd rather do a thing first and talk about it afterward." Still, he had done his best to live up to the nation's high expectations in the wake of the June bombings, instructing his agents to conduct a vigorous and comprehensive investigation of anarchistic and similar classes. In truth, he was not sure that the Bureau was up to the task. The agency had been founded in 1908 with a modest mission. Justice Department officials were tired of borrowing agents from the Treasury Department's Secret Service, when they wanted to conduct investigations. The Bureau had spent most of its first decade drifting between interstate prostitution, white slavery cases, antitrust work, and a grab bag of other federal scandals. When the war came along, then-Chief A. Bruce Belaski had seized upon the opportunity for expansion, moving his agents into anti-radical and slacker work, rounding up draft resistors and enforcing draft registration, and nearly doubling the Bureau's size. Most notably, he had created the American Protective League, APL, a volunteer detective force of some 200,000 untrained citizens, armed with badges and an overweening sense of righteousness, who aided the Bureau by spying on their neighbors and providing the manpower for mass raids. Like so much wartime work, the APL proved to be a temporary hodgepodge effort, unsupported by any particular authority or central vision. It disbanded in 1918. But the question of what to do with the Bureau itself, whether to scale it back or preserve its new powers, had lingered for months after the war. One of Flynn's first goals after his appointment in June 1919 had been to secure the Bureau a peacetime place as the nation's preeminent federal detective force, especially when it came to matters of radicalism, terrorism, and revolutionary dissent. This had required some effort. Traditionally, jurisdiction over bomb cases, even important ones such as Haymarket or Preparedness Day, fell to local or state officials. Where those authorities lacked manpower, they often shopped out the work to private detective firms. The Pinkertons had investigated the Haywood case. The Burns Agency had assisted the McNamaras. The June 2nd bombings, by contrast, seemed to cry out for some sort of federal response. No local authority could handle an investigation covering 7 cities in 7 states. Moreover, the bombers' pamphlets, like some of the bombs themselves, had directly targeted the federal government. "The powers that be make no secret of their will to stop, here in America, the worldwide spread of revolution," read the bombers' plain words. "The powers that must be will have to accept the fight they have provoked." Such language had serious implications for national security. Just 3 months earlier, Lenin himself had called for a worldwide revolution to sweep capitalism from the earth. As Flynn realized, this new context also offered a strong argument for why a powerful and proactive federal police force might now be necessary, even if the country had managed to hobble along without it in the past. On June 17, 1919, he gathered with Palmer and other top justice officials to devise a plan for converting the bomb emergency into a broader campaign against revolutionary organizations. Less than 2 months later, they unveiled the Justice Department's new Radical Division, a research wing designed, in Palmer's words, with a purpose in view of collecting evidence and data upon the revolutionary and ultra-radical movements. As a department created to keep tabs on political dissent, the Radical Division was controversial from the start. Precisely the kind of federal spying that deportees such as Goldman and Berkman had denounced as a step toward Tsaristic tyranny. From Flynn's perspective, though, the new system worked beautifully, amassing more than 200,000 files on left-wing agitators in its first year of operation. This record was due in no small part to the diligence and zeal of its young chief, a recent law school graduate and one-time Library of Congress cataloger named J. Edgar Hoover. Flynn and Hoover had their personal differences. Flynn was a father of 6, and Hoover was 24 years old and a bachelor. Flynn loved few things more than a good cigar, while Hoover, a devout Christian, frowned on such habits. Professionally, though, they had managed to forge an effective relationship, with Flynn and his bureau agents acting as the hands-on investigators, while Hoover conducted legal strategy and paper research behind the scenes. This had been their approach to the deportation raids. When Bureau agents rounded up some thousands of alleged members of the Communist and Communist Labor parties on January 2nd, in the grandest and most controversial of the Palmer raids, Hoover had served as point man and chief coordinator in Washington. Indeed, while Palmer was the figurehead for the raids, it was Hoover who had come up with a legal strategy and written the briefs describing why membership in a Communist party ought to be a deportable offense. He had been responsible for orchestrating Goldman's and Berkman's deportations as well, compiling the evidence against them while Bureau agents carried out the actual detective work. Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman are, beyond doubt, two of the most dangerous anarchists in this country, he had written to Bureau officials, and if permitted to return to the community, will result in undue harm. While this system had worked tolerably well when it came to deportations and other mass actions against revolutionary groups, it had fallen far short of the mark in the investigation of the June 2nd bombings, where the Bureau had failed to bring a single suspect to trial. With the news of September 16th, Flynn saw a chance to make good on that failing. After instructing Hoover to send all clues and updates through the New York office, he commandeered a special train and headed north. Despite his formidable reputation, Flynn knew he would face a challenge to his authority once he arrived. Technically, the explosion at Wall and Broad was a local case. Whether the cause of the disaster turned out to be an accident or a bomb, the New York police were the most obvious authority to lead the investigation. The Bureau's only legal claim for launching an inquiry rested on the damage to the Sub-Treasury and Assay Office. Twisted grill work and shattered windows constituted destruction of federal property. Even that charge might just as well fall under the purview of the Treasury Department's Secret Service or even military intelligence, both of which had already dispatched agents to report back from the explosion scene. This lack of formal power had been one of the Bureau's greatest frustrations in recent years. However much Flynn or Hoover might desire a broad-based campaign against revolutionaries, they operated under a limited mandate to investigate only federal crimes. The deportation raids themselves had been conducted on the shakiest legal authority, with the Immigration Bureau issuing the warrants and local police making many of the arrests. Both Flynn and Hoover had supported the passage of a peacetime sedition law that would grant the Justice Department formal jurisdiction over citizen radicals, a federal version of the state criminal anarchy laws. And while they had been forced to backtrack, thanks to the objections of civil liberties groups and newspaper publishers, they still held out hope that some emergency or new threat would show Congress the error of its ways. With its high-profile victims and intimations of a revolutionary plot, the explosion on Wall Street promised to be the event they were seeking, a fact making it all the more imperative that Flynn arrive in New York as soon as possible. If the Bureau was going to play a major role in the investigation, it was crucial that the public understand what had happened as an assault not upon the Morgan Bank or the city of New York, but upon the nation itself. Proving this would be no easy matter. Thousands of pieces of evidence lay strewn throughout the financial district. Each would have to be gathered, sorted, interpreted, and preserved. Hundreds of eyewitnesses would have to be rounded up and questioned. The dead would have to be inspected, their friends and relatives interrogated. Dozens of leads would have to be followed, and all of it would have to happen in an atmosphere of bureaucratic chaos and official rivalry. Despite his fame as the nation's premier anarchist chaser, Flynn was not the only prominent detective hoping to make good on the explosion case. As he sped north on the afternoon of September 16th, some of his greatest rivals were already on Wall Street, preparing to play the hero themselves. Junius was safe. That much Arthur Woods knew as he surveyed the wreckage inside the Morgan Bank. The windows should have hit Junius directly as they exploded inward toward his first-floor office. As it happened, wire screens prevented much of the glass from reaching its natural target. a bit of good news that the papers later described as a triumph for bomb-proof netting. By the time Woods made his way to Wall Street, rushing among the dead bodies and up the front steps of the Morgan office, Junius was busy tending to men worse off. Only after the ambulances had been loaded did Junius seek treatment for his own injuries, a few minor gashes on the hand and another, rumor had it, on the buttocks. Then, his wounds bound in crisp white bandages, he went to lunch. According to the Globe, he appeared calm and collected as he left the bank, a credit to the Morgan tradition of pressure under fire. Woods tried to show similar composure as he began to pick over the firm's battered interior. As police commissioner, he had investigated Munter's assassination attempt on Jack Morgan, taking personal charge of the interrogation. "The man appears to be mentally unbalanced," he informed the papers, before the prisoner hanged himself in the Mineola jail. Now he had an even more direct stake in the disaster. In 1916, he had married into the Morgan dynasty. His wife was Jack's niece and Junius' cousin. As a Morgan man, Woods understood the need for family leadership in a moment of crisis. Like Flynn, he was also aware that his public resume, New York police commissioner, founder of the City Bomb Squad, hunter of anarchists and saboteurs, gave his actions that afternoon a certain public weight. Flynn and Woods knew each other well from New York police circles. Flynn's name frequently came up as a candidate for commissioner. Woods was aware of being treated with skepticism by earthier, more experienced detectives, as he dabbled in civil service reform and boasted to the Commission on Industrial Relations that, "In New York, we not merely permit free speech and free assemblage and picketing, but we protect it." Perhaps as a result, when the war arrived, he had put many of his policies aside, assisting the federal authorities in arresting Goldman, Berkman, and other local radicals. After leaving the commissioner's post in late 1917, he kept an active hand in law enforcement, both as an Army colonel and as a lecturer on police reform. Despite his support for the Espionage Act and other wartime speech restrictions, Woods still spoke proudly of his stand for free speech in the spring and summer of 1914, when he had protected anarchist meetings and allowed Berkman to speak in Union Square. Well into 1920, he continued to insist that undercover work and careful investigation, not mass raids and suppression of speech, remained the best hope for the peacetime social order. Like Flynn, he hoped to drive this point home by solving the mystery on Wall Street. Woods was not part of any official investigative body. Since resigning his post as colonel, he had worked chiefly on coordinating federal hearings on the plight of unemployed veterans. His main concern, at least in those first few minutes, was for the security and safety of the family bank. All of the partners, he noted thankfully, had escaped the worst. Those in the conference room upstairs, well above the force of the blast, had been left shaken but untouched. Downstairs, the clerks and secretaries had not been so lucky. Thomas Joyce, who had been meeting with Junius just before the explosion, had been knocked unconscious and sustained a deep wound to the head, the result of a glass partition that shattered nearby. His son William, 24 years old and a Morgan clerk, had suffered a more serious blow. Some large object, a piece of furniture or a plate of glass, had crushed the boy's skull. He had died instantly, pinned to a cage near the coupon department, like a butterfly captured for display. Woods saw the dead boy in the office, but he didn't linger. Stepping onto the bank's front steps, he breathed in the familiar sense of disaster, acrid fumes from a burning automobile, the metallic tang of blood, the dusty flatness of pulverized stone. He also noted a new menace in the offing. No longer fearing a second explosion, thousands of survivors had begun to flow back into the district, clogging the streets and alleyways as they attempted to jam their way back to work. Curiosity seekers followed, drawn by the promise of photos and souvenirs, and professional cameramen and reporters added to the mix. The uniformed policemen were doing their best to manage the situation, but the sheer numbers overwhelmed them, as did the necessity of protecting and transporting the dozens of injured still being discovered in odd, narrow alleyways or blown prostrate under their desks. Woods had spent enough time in police ranks to understand how easily this sort of situation, with its jittery, undisciplined crowds and air of panic, could erupt into a full-blown riot. As police commissioner, he had spent hours preparing for such an eventuality, sketching out elaborate plans to maintain public safety in the event of German bomb attacks, earthquakes, revolutionary uprising, and other variations of disaster. Now he jumped in to remind the police of their duties, encouraging them to keep firm to their lines. When 2 battalions of the U.S. Army showed up around 1 o'clock, the Sub-Treasury had called them to protect the government gold, he hurried over to offer instructions. One group formed a tight line of khaki around the Sub-Treasury and Assay office. Another began to clear the district of unnecessary nuisances. Glass crunched beneath their boots as they passed banks and stores, ordering customers out and instructing shopkeepers to close and lock their doors. By mid-afternoon, the district was stable enough to rescind the call for federal troops, a fact that the Tribune ascribed to Wood's foresight. This general mobilization is an assembly of police conceived by former Commissioner Arthur Woods, noted the next day's paper. Yesterday it had its first test, and it worked without disappointing the officials. Woods knew, however, that some of the greatest challenges lay ahead, as the rescue efforts gave way to a broader public debate about what to do next. Since leaving the police department, he had watched in dismay as the progressive ideals he once championed, respect for free speech, careful investigation of the evidence, had given way to hysteria and fear. Much to his chagrin, his once proud bomb squad had been among the worst offenders. Now it was they, not he, who would have jurisdiction over the explosion investigation. Wood's successor as police commissioner, Richard E. Enright, appeared at Wall and Broad just before 1 o'clock on the arm of Mayor John Hylan, the same way, more or less, that he had arrived in office. Thanks to a split in the reform vote between the pro-war Republicans and the anti-war Socialists, the Democrats had reclaimed City Hall in 1917, installing Hylan in the mayor's seat. Hylan, in turn, had set out to restaff the police department, ousting Woods in favor of Enright. In thanks, Enright added Hylan's brother-in-law to the police payroll and offered a policeman's brass band to trumpet the mayor's virtue at public functions. Wood's shadow continued to darken Enright's office. When the first newspaper reports emerged on September 16th, some lauded Woods, not Enright, for uncovering the first real story of the explosion. Woods received credit as well for the afternoon's crowd management success, though it was Enright who ordered the nearly 2,000 police officers to Wall Street and assigned them to their stations. Enright was also the one who sent the federal troops away. Apparently, the World reported, he did not think the call for the troops was necessary. The Wall Street Journal was particularly harsh, accusing the flabby and vacillating city government of failing to police the financial district in the way it should have been policed long ago, in the way it was policed during the administration of Mayor Mitchell and Commissioner Woods. Enright was not easily cowed, however, especially when an investigation of such a scope was at stake. I have just had a conference with Mr. Lamont and Mr. Bacon and Mr. Junius Morgan of the firm J.P. Morgan and Company, he announced around 1 o'clock, and they say the cause of the explosion was most assuredly dynamite in the street. On matters of social background, career trajectory, and class loyalties, Enright could hardly have been more out of place at an institution such as the Morgan Bank. The son of a middling family from upstate New York, he had arrived in the city as a young man brimming with ambition, prepared to buckle down as a Tammany ward heeler, responsible for rounding up the Democratic vote, as well as an officer of the law. Through a patient 25-year campaign of letter-writing, glad-handing, and fierce loyalty, he had worked his way up during Democratic administrations from patrolman to lieutenant. But he was less known for his detective prowess than for politicking, and, it was alleged, graft. One of Wood's predecessors had transferred him out of the contract-heavy Bureau of Supplies and Repairs for fear that, if I left Enright there long enough, he'd own the department. Enright had promptly taken up a desk job, whiling away most of his hours on the affairs of the Lieutenants' Benevolent Association. When Hyland came into office in 1917, Enright made history by leaping ranks from lieutenant to commissioner, skipping over captain and inspector in between. He had also jumped ahead of Flynn, whose name had been floated in 1917 as the most likely man for the police commissioner's job. Enright took great pride in being the first commissioner ever appointed from the uniformed ranks. The men referred to him as Smooth Dick. Woods had stepped aside immediately, explaining that any commissioner needed the whole-souled understanding and cooperation of the mayor, and that under Hyland he seemed unlikely to get either. On one front, however, he refused to relinquish control. Woods had never liked Enright. During his time as commissioner, he had gone out of his way to deny Enright's requests, refusing his pleas to lead the new bomb squad, and instead dispatching him to a backwater post at the Flatbush station house. When Hyland appointed Enright as commissioner, Woods could not bear to admit defeat and turn over the bomb squad, so he held on to the unit, arguing that any force fighting Germans and draft dodgers should be part of the federal government. 24 of the bomb squad's 34 members followed him out of the police into the Military Intelligence Division, serving out the war under military auspices. Only when hostilities ended did Enright truly gain control over the bomb squad of his own police department. From Enright's perspective, Wood's high-minded attempts to hold on to power looked like little more than political gamesmanship. When he entered office, Enright determined to return the favor, appointing a raft of Tammany faithful to the department's most public positions. For head of the detective division, he selected Captain William J. Leahy, a Tammany man demoted by Woods on the grounds of general unfitness for the job. To lead the bomb squad, he selected James J. Geoghan, a veteran of the early battles against Berkman and the unemployed movement, and, just as important, a Tammany loyalist. To round out the squad's ranks, he fired all of Wood's men and appointed a raft of new detectives, including the mayor's brother-in-law. Under Tammany leadership, the bomb squad had quickly taken on a new, more aggressive tone, jettisoning whatever remained of Wood's Union Square tolerance. Just 2 weeks after the end of the war, Mayor Hyland ordered the police to arrest anyone flying the red flag of Soviet communism. The display of the red flag in our thoroughfares seems to be emblematic of unbridled license and an insignia for law-hating and anarchy, he announced. Like the black flag of anarchy represents everything that is repulsive to ideals of civilization and the principles upon which our government is founded. He also commanded them to break up any unauthorized assemblages, a category understood to apply to socialists as well as anarchists and communists. In both cases, he acknowledged that this was an unusual intrusion into the right of free speech. He justified the campaign on the grounds that the Bolshevik Revolution, combined with the bombings and strike waves at home, made the post-war months a unique moment of emergency. No matter what may have been the practice in ordinary times, Hyland explained, no unauthorized gatherings or meetings should be allowed in the public streets and thoroughfares of our city. In the months since, The bomb squad had played a crucial supporting role in nearly every major anti-radical campaign, from the state's Lusk Committee hearings on revolutionary radicalism to the June 2nd bombing investigation and the federally led deportation raids. In many cases, the bomb squad had even been ahead of Flynn and the federal authorities in targeting revolutionary groups for raids and arrests. In March 1919, for instance, the police raided the Union of Russian Workers under the state's criminal anarchy statute, a full 7 months before the Justice Department swept through and dispatched the group's members back to Russia on the Soviet Ark. For their efforts, the Tammany men earned the enmity of the city's radicals. When postal officials uncovered the May Day mail bombs, they found packages addressed to both Hylan and Enright. The threat of personal attack, along with the spectacle of the June 2nd bomb conspiracy, had only added new urgency to their plans. On July 4th, 1919, responding to rumors of a general strike in support of Tom Mooney, recently convicted in the San Francisco Preparedness Day bombing, Enright had called out some 11,000 policemen to guard the Stock Exchange, the Morgan Bank, and other prominent buildings in anticipation of plans for widespread violence and murder, in the words of one headline. Though the day passed without so much as a parade, what does the credulous public think now? Goldman had wondered from jail. Enright, like Flynn, began to craft long-term plans for a permanent espionage and surveillance force. In late July 1919, he announced plans for a volunteer secret service based on Wall Street. "The squad is not going to capture murderers," explained the World. "It is not going to go sleuthing for burglars, but it is going to make things hot for the Bolsheviki and the anarchists." 6 months later, he expanded his efforts to include a riot regiment, complete with machine gunners and sharpshooters, equipped and prepared at all times for riot duty and to combat revolutionary agitators. At their inception, the plans had met with resounding public approval. As 1920 wore on, though, Enright's efforts had stalled under an onslaught of criticism, much of it from Wood's progressive allies, who accused him of corruption and ineptitude in battling a post-war crime wave. Rather than worry about new regiments, in recent months Enright had undertaken a thorough review of the entire department, hoping to ward off a demotion. In early September, he announced a major reorganization of the police department, promising to return it to its former glory. Now, less than 2 weeks later, he had a golden chance to show what his new department could do. First, though, he would have to edge out his competitors, something rather easier said than done. By 1 o'clock, that meant contending not only with Flynn and Woods, but also with the great detective William J. Burns, who had made his name bringing the McNamara brothers to justice in Los Angeles. Burns had neither time nor patience for the methods of the New York police. He often said investigative work was merely a matter of common sense. He also liked to say that most detectives were sorely lacking in that essential quality. "I have always insisted that every criminal leaves a track, that many times Providence interferes to uncover the footprints left by the criminal," he instructed. Within police circles, his braggadocio had earned him a reputation as a brass band detective, a private operator likely to bring a bugle corps, or its verbal equivalent, to trumpet his success in any available forum. Much to his critics' chagrin, however, Providence did seem to have a soft spot for Burns. In 1910, he had happened to be on his way to Los Angeles on the very night that an explosion ripped through the headquarters of the Los Angeles Times. "This is certainly a stroke of fortune, you being right in the city at a time like this," the mayor had told him, agreeing to foot the bill for a Burns Agency investigation. He was also, coincidentally, under contract with the McClintock Marshall Construction Company, investigating a string of dynamite blasts that had destroyed bridges, plants, and other non-union construction projects in states from Illinois to California. The detective work took a few months, but Burns managed to combine both investigations into a single spectacular success. By the end of 1911, Burns had managed to kidnap the McNamara brothers, force their guilty plea, and win a reward of $50,000. The McNamara affair had made Burns' reputation as a bomb hunter and labor investigator Flynn's only true rival on a national scale. William J. Burns, the New York Times had declared, is the greatest detective, certainly, and perhaps the only really great detective, the only detective of genius whom this country has produced. So it seemed obvious that he, too, would have a hand in the explosion investigation unfolding at the corner of Wall and Broad. The Burns International Detective Agency operated out of the Woolworth Building, the world's tallest commercial structure, as its financier F.W. Woolworth liked to proclaim, just a few blocks north of the financial district. When the explosion hit, all the great detective had to do was don his hat and follow the throngs streaming south. Like the Bureau, Burns had only the most tenuous justification for launching his own inquiry. When reporters asked him why he was there, he answered vaguely that he was working at the behest of the Morgan Bank. This was not entirely implausible, though the Morgan Bank refused to confirm his claim. The Burns Agency held the security contract for the American Bankers Association with 11,000 member banks. He had also worked for the House of Morgan directly, investigating wartime espionage. Whether or not he was employed by the bank on the afternoon of September 16th was anybody's guess. At any rate, he didn't need an employer to sanction his effort. As a private detective, he could work where he liked. And as the man who had solved the McNamara case, he could be certain of gaining a public hearing. Burns cut a peculiar figure in the crowd at Wall and Broad, striding through the wreckage in search of such clues as Providence might care to present. Physically, he was a Teddy Roosevelt type, broad belly, thick mustache, large jowls. His face tended toward a pinkish hue, his hair was a bright shock of red, and he favored natty suits and derby hats. One reporter had described him, in not unkind mockery, as a stage policeman, sporting the proper costume and manner. His mustache especially, the reporter hinted, showed signs of frequent and conscientious care. All in all, many observers concluded, he looked a lot like that other detective who shared his first name and middle initial, William J. Flynn. The resemblance was more than physical. As young men, the two had worked side by side in the Treasury Department's Secret Service, running down counterfeiters and exposing government corruption. Like Flynn, Burns advertised himself as a law enforcement crusader, his life's work the discipline and organization of otherwise unruly detectives. There were, however, some important temperamental differences. Where Flynn often shunned the limelight, Burns embraced it, eagerly providing newspapers with stories and quotations intended to mimic the great fictional detective Sherlock Holmes. Most reporters were happy to return the favor. Some people, ran a typical newspaper comment, say that William J. Burns is a greater detective than Sherlock Holmes was ever represented to be, and that he has worked out more mystifying cases. Among the most oft-repeated legends were tales of Burns' early triumphs as a Secret Service operative, his foiling of a top-notch counterfeit ring, his exposure of senatorial land frauds in Oregon, his breaking up of a San Francisco bribery ring. As stories of a single public servant outwitting the wealthy and powerful, they appealed to popular sympathies, as well as to the sensibilities of many progressives, who, during these early years, had celebrated the young Secret Service man as a bona fide reformer. During the San Francisco graft trials in 1906 and 1907, for instance, Lincoln Steffens had wired back glowing reports of Burns' focused and incorruptible attacks on the city's ossifying political machine. His fame as an anti-corruption crusader had given Burns the chance to escape from the $7-a-day drudgery of the Secret Service and found his own detective agency in 1909. But the mere act of entering the private detective industry had also threatened to undermine the reputation for integrity on which his hopes of profit depended. By the time Burns entered the profession, private detectives enjoyed a respectability roughly akin to that of slave traders a century earlier. At best, they were seen as a necessary evil. At worst, as parasites feeding on the body politic. The Pinkertons had launched the profession during the Civil War, hiring out agents to conduct Union espionage. In the years since, it had become associated with the more sordid aspects of detective work: adultery investigations, industrial espionage, and above all, strike-breaking. Thomas Beat of Scotland Yard, a prominent police reformer, described private agencies as veritable hotbeds of corruption, trafficking upon the honor and sacred confidences of their patrons. This might have been the only area in which he agreed with Bill Haywood, who, like nearly every labor sympathizer in the country, had ceased to view detectives as functioning members of the human race. "That you may know how small a detective is," Haywood wrote in 1911, "you can take a hair and punch the pith out of it, and in the hollow hair you can put the hearts and souls of 40,000 detectives, and they will still rattle. You can pour them out on the surface of your thumb, and the skin of a gnat will make an umbrella of them." The omnipresence of detectives working as strike-breakers and industrial spies was a feature of labor relations unique to the United States. In Europe, where policemen and armies handily stepped in to suppress labor rebellion, businessmen more rarely saw the need for extra expenditures on spies and strikebreakers. In the United States, with its decentralized system and its underfunded, ill-coordinated legions of local police, the private detective industry had come to flourish in the void between business intention and government manpower. While private detectives often behaved like public police, they had no legal powers of detention or arrest. And while they often acted like a military force, swooping in armed and en masse as at Homestead, they were excluded from the government's monopoly on legitimate violence. In many cases, local authorities inclined to support the detectives' activities solved these problems by deputizing the private agents as temporary members of the public police. Indeed, private detectives had at least one advantage over their public counterparts. As private employees, they were not bound by the legal codes that restricted the public authorities, at least in name, to investigating actual violations of law. Burns was well aware of his profession's reputation. "The average private detective," he often declared, "is one of the most diabolical evils with which we have to contend." To distinguish himself, he had initially set out to form a wholly new, hybrid institution, the world's first progressive detective agency. Almost alone among his colleagues, he considered himself a reformer, the nemesis of certain kinds of social and political malaise, an avenger of wrongs, a restorative force for the good society which sensible people longed for, as one biographer would later describe him. He supported woman suffrage and civil service testing. He had exposed the shady dealings of notorious bribery rings and political machines, and he had made a name for himself, among other attributes, as the scourge of his own profession, one honest man in an industry of thieves. To illustrate his commitment to the modern reform consciousness, Burns declared that his agency would accept only legitimate detective work, a category that did not include either divorce or strike-breaking cases. This high-minded stance paid off almost immediately, as the American Bankers Association and the National Retail Dry Goods Association switched their massive contracts over to his fledgling agency. William J. Burns had proved himself to the men he called sons of bitches, so that when he organized a National Detective Bureau, they joined it as subscribers. Steffens concluded. After the McNamara case, however, Steffens had reconsidered his view, denouncing Burns as a man who talked reform, even as he strung up the people fighting for it. Burns professed contempt for his critics, dismissing them as compliant tools in the anarchists' masked war against society. But he also soon broke his pledge to refuse strike-breaking work. Ever since the McNamara case, we have made a close study of labor difficulties and have perfected our industrial organization, read one of his subsequent ads. In pursuing this character of work, we have organized the department in such a way that we are in a position to anticipate these difficulties. The years that followed brought new, swaggering ventures into nearly every area of detective work. "My name is William J. Burns," he wrote in his lengthy tome on the McNamara case, "and my address is New York, London, Paris, Montreal, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, New Orleans, Boston, Philadelphia, Cleveland, and wherever else a law-abiding citizen may find need of men who know how to go quietly about throwing out of ambush a hidden assassin, or drawing from cover criminals who prey upon those who walk straight." In terms of pure public relations, his greatest victory had come in 1914, when he served as unofficial New York escort for Arthur Conan Doyle, the British author who had created Sherlock Holmes. Over 4 days they attended a Yankees game, visited the fantasy lands of Coney Island, and looked in on the Tombs jail. Doyle thought it just the place for suffragettes. Doyle referred to Burns throughout as the Sherlock Holmes of America. Doyle's imprimatur implied that Burns had been a model for Holmes, but the influence clearly ran the other way as well. Burns' public self, the great detective, was no less a conscious creation than Doyle's fictional character. He discovered, however, that living up to such expectations was not always easy. Despite a steady stream of work, Burns had never quite replicated his McNamara success. In 1914, he had vowed to prove the innocence of Leo Frank, a Jewish factory manager in Atlanta accused of murdering a teenage girl in his employ. Instead, Burns had been run out of Georgia, losing his state detective license, and Frank himself had been lynched, the first major act of a revived Ku Klux Klan. That same year, Burns nearly lost his New York license as well. At the behest of the Morgan Bank, he had planted a detectaphone, a sort of crude microphone, in the office of the law firm of Seymour and Seymour, suspected by the Morgan men of stealing confidential information about munitions contracts. Unfortunately for Burns, Morgan, and the whole operation, the lawyers had discovered the surveillance and reported it to the New York papers. The agency had continued to thrive throughout, but encomiums to Burns' genius, to his honesty as well as ability, courage as well as intelligence, were noticeably less frequent in 1920 than they had been in 1911. An early look at the Wall Street evidence, a take-charge attitude, and a touch of brass band publicity might position him well to change that situation. Of the 4 major detectives, Flynn, Woods, Enright, Burns, none stood out as the obvious man to lead the Wall Street investigation, nor were they the only ones who descended on the financial district that afternoon, eager to compete for the honor. By 1 o'clock, the city fire department had dispatched men to trace the explosives. The buildings department showed up to inspect for structural damage and ran into the Secret Service, poring over the assay office and sub-treasury. Travelers' Indemnity, the Morgan insurer, launched its own investigation to determine possible liability. The September grand jury soon purged itself of other crimes in order to devote its time to tracking the Wall Street culprit, if, indeed, such a culprit existed. The medical examiner's office assigned its full staff to establish the victim's causes of death. Given Wall Street's strategic importance, military intelligence felt it, too, should get involved. And all of this was in addition to the hundreds of low-level agents and detectives dispatched from the Bureau, the Burns Agency, and the New York Police. Within the tons of glass, clothing, stone, and scrap clogging the financial district, 3 material clues immediately caught the investigators' attention. The first was the smoldering remains of a touring car that had been parked near the corner of Wall and Broad. The car had been thrown onto its side, and its chassis was pocked and chipped. The fact that it had caught fire indicated that the car had to have been somewhere near the center of the blast. A few feet away, the police uncovered a New Jersey auto license plate, NJ24246. The second clue consisted of the ruins of some sort of wooden wagon near the corner of Wall and Broad. The wagon, like the car, had been more thoroughly demolished than any other object in the area, leading detectives to assume that it must have been precariously near the blast. They had found one rim of what appeared to be a wagon wheel leaning against Wall Street's south curb, and splinters of wood, faintly red and yellow, mingled nearby with more readily identifiable debris. Parts of the horse, thought to have drawn the wagon, lay scattered about the neighborhood. Unlucky agents had been detailed to wade through the wreckage in search of horseflesh and bits of harness that might someday be reconstructed into a whole. The police made a special point of gathering the hooves and shoes, hoping that a local farrier might recognize his handiwork. The head and forelegs were in fine condition, distinctly part of what once had been an animal, but the rear had burst into thousands of damp bits. The final items of interest in the initial catalog were hundreds of small, curved pieces of metal that investigators began to collect from the street, from office towers, and from victims' bodies. With the detonation of the explosion, the metal slugs had apparently flown every which way, rocketing as high as the 38th floor of the Equitable Building and as far north as John Street, 5 blocks away. One man reported that a thick piece of metal fell from the sky and bounced off his neck. When he tried to pick it up, it was too hot to touch. As near as the police could tell, the metal bits appeared to be fragments of window weights, covered with plaster, dust, blood, and flesh. These were common enough items, but their preponderance in the financial district presented a genuine mystery. The simplest formula linking the slugs to the car and wagon was that the auto's driver, short on skills, had crashed into a delivery wagon loaded with explosives and metal junk. It was common knowledge that explosives suppliers, especially E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, regularly ran dynamite to construction sites on Wall Street. On the morning of September 16th, there were at least 3 construction projects underway in the neighborhood, including the Stock Exchange Annex going up at Wall and Broad. This was the theory favored by the fire department, the military, and even certain members of the police. Latest rumor: an Army captain wrote to his superiors just before 1 o'clock, to the effect that a wagon loaded with TNT was struck by a taxi, causing the explosion. The fire department informed the Morgan partners that incompetence rather than malice had caused the disaster. Fire Marshal advances theory that automobile carrying dynamite exploded in street, the bank wrote in a memo to the Federal Reserve. This seems probable. An explosion may have been accidental. It was the premise advanced as well by the afternoon papers, their feature articles preempted by top-to-bottom extra explosion coverage. The police theory is that the explosion was caused by an automobile colliding with a dynamite wagon, which was transporting explosives to the Stock Exchange Annex, now in the course of construction, reported the Globe and Commercial Advertiser, under a headline declaring, "Dynamite blows up in street. Morgan Firm's building is wrecked." They do not put any credence in the report that a bomb was thrown at the Morgan office. The first test of this theory, undertaken Thursday afternoon, was a check on the licensed explosive companies that, according to witness reports, had been transporting dynamite through the crowds at a regular clip for many weeks past. If these companies had followed the regulations, a disaster such as the one on Wall Street should have been impossible. It was illegal to deliver explosives anywhere in New York between sunrise and sunset. Only two firms, DuPont and the Carl Dittmars Powder Company, held permits to move explosives. According to city records, DuPont was bonded for one light truck with a backup wagon for emergencies, and Dittmars used two horse-drawn wagons. The police, along with the Bureau of Combustibles, the Bureau of Investigation, and sundry other agencies, dispatched men to view the records on the assumption that the companies would be sore pressed to hide a wagon's absence. Unfortunately, all of the investigators thought of this plan more or less at once, and DuPont suddenly found itself deluged with visits and phone calls. The police scrutinized DuPont. So did the Bureau of Investigation and the Fire Department. The police collected slugs. So did the men from the Burns Agency, the Bureau of Mines, the Bureau of Investigation, and the Secret Service. The Bureau of Investigation and the police surveyed stables for missing wagons and construction sites for missing dynamite. The police assembled witness lists. So did the Bureau of Investigation and the Burns Agency. At least one object of this investigative zeal found the repeat visits more than he could bear in silence. At the Carl Dittmars Company, a wary manager snapped at a bureau agent who arrived to check his permits late Thursday afternoon, complaining that he had already dealt with both the police and the fire department's Bureau of Combustibles. In a write-up of the encounter, the agent reported that the Dittmars man saw the explosion as purely a city matter, adding that he did not see where the U.S. Department of Justice came in on this matter. In addition to their collective storming of the explosives company's offices, a full army of detectives fanned out across the city in search of witnesses who might be able to confirm or deny by sight the presence of a wagon load of explosives. A few businessmen had squeezed past police lines and were wandering through the wreckage, trying to save their stock certificates from rain, neglect, and possible looters. Most employees in the district had already disappeared for home. Those who remained at work were often those least injured, precisely the men and women who had been snug inside at the moment of detonation and, as investigators discovered, had seen nothing of value. The dispersion of witnesses, combined with the poor information relayed from the available men, led the police to issue a citywide call late Thursday afternoon for help. All persons, read the plea, in the vicinity of the scene of the explosion who can give any information, no matter how slight, regarding any of the details, especially regarding vehicles in the street which might have caused the explosion, or the presence of any suspicious persons at the time of the explosion, should communicate such information to the police at once. This was a routine request, but like nearly everything that happened that afternoon, it was also a bid for control of the investigation. The police got more than they anticipated. As witnesses began to hand-deliver or phone in their reports, detectives learned that the smoke from the explosion was black, yellow, blue, and brown. The force of the blast came from above and from below. The streets were particularly crowded, particularly deserted, and just as one might expect at noon on a business day. A few passers-by remembered suspicious-looking men in the area. Employees of a law firm said they saw an auto packed with excited workmen speeding away from Wall Street. A stenographer in that office said the passengers looked like thugs and that one wore a blood-stained shirt. One of her colleagues recalled that the men were poorly clad and emaciated-looking and appeared to be foreigners. A third man said that the moment he saw the car, he told a friend that he saw the gang that did it. Detectives among both police and bureau ranks doubted the foreigners' significance, assuming that the fleeing men, foreigners or no, were just hurt and scared like everyone else. Investigators had little more luck with those who, by virtue of their injuries, could be determined to have stood somewhere within a few dozen feet of the wagon. Unlike the able-bodied eyewitnesses, these men and women were easily located in area hospitals at Broad Street, downtown St. Vincent's, and Governor. Thanks to the nature of their injuries, however, many were less easily identified. As the detectives surveyed each floor, the patients who were able to speak strained to be helpful, recounting in quiet tones how their world had suddenly slid from normal to grotesque. Mostly they could recall only a flash, a boom, or a sudden flood of air. One Brooklyn man, hospitalized for cuts and burns around his scalp and hands, told a bureau agent that he had been chatting with a friend in front of 35 Wall Street just before noon. All he knew, read the agent's final report, was that he was thrown to the street. Another man said he was so pained by being hit with glass that he could not think. A few victims fixed on odd minutiae. The thing that most impressed him, one agent wrote, was the fact that there were a great number of empty taxicabs on Wall Street at the time. In many cases, doctors forbade any sort of interview. A precise count of the victims would not, it was thought, be available for several days. Mrs. Helen J. Timko, a Red Cross volunteer, took charge of coordinating available information on the missing, injured, and dead. She had worked on a similar project in 1912, when the Titanic sank in the mid-Atlantic. This time, conventional wisdom suggested that the burn victims would be the hardest to identify, since fire melted distinguishing features. Mrs. Timko convinced the police department to post a man outside the Morgan Bank with an updated list of victims, and the Red Cross set up an information bureau at its 23rd Street office. Acting on instructions from law enforcement, the hospitals had saved any possessions, watches, jewelry, clothing, that might aid in identification, and the small bundles of clues accompanied bodies shipped from hospital to morgue. The first 6 bodies had arrived for the medical examiner around 1 o'clock. 3 more had appeared at 3 o'clock, 4 at 6. The homicide squad insisted that the medical examiner be the first to inspect the corpses as they arrived, delaying the process of family identification. Police were called in from Bellevue to maintain order and prevent thrill-seekers from imposing their curiosity on legitimate mourners. They watched as the same callers who had been making the rounds of the hospitals began, reluctantly, to stop in at the morgue. The coroner and his assistants received copies of the official hospital lists and, when they could, directed relatives to alternative sites. Once the medical examiner finished his preview, the visitors were ushered in to view the bodies. An occasional retching sound testified to the deformities under the sheets. The earliest identifications produced sorrow, but, from a law enforcement standpoint, little useful information. Charles Dickinson identified his sister Caroline. She had been waiting for a friend at the corner of Wall and Broad when the blast struck. The friend was late. Caroline had died when a metal slug blew open the side of her neck. She was a stenographer from Long Island. Her death occasioned particular sadness, said one newspaper, because her father and a brother had also died recently. Daniel Hanrahan collapsed at the morgue after identifying his son's body. The boy, Charles, had been a messenger for a Broad Street brokerage house. The explosion tore off his clothes and punctured his chest with dozens of small holes. His father said it was Charles' 17th birthday. Mrs. Sarah Mayer, too, was reported to be in serious condition as a result of the death of her son Alfred. She identified him through the cards and letters found in his pocket. Alfred was 23, a broker. He lived with his mother and two brothers on 138th Street. At noon, he had been delivering a corrected invoice to a Wall Street customer. The explosion opened up 15 wounds in his chest. Despite their proprietary maneuvering, by the end of the day, the police, the Burns Agency, and the Bureau had all settled on the same limited set of facts. The hundreds of interviews, the tedious gathering of debris, and the visits to hospital and morgue yielded precisely 2 definitive clues. The first was the identification of Dunham Belden, a Newark druggist, who owned the smoking auto found near the blast site. Asked about the possibility of a collision, he assured detectives that at noon his car had been securely parked on Wall Street. Investigators had tracked him down in his accountant's office on Wall Street, where he was conferring about pharmaceutical pricing. Under repeated questioning by a parade of detectives, the DuPont and Ditmars companies also denied any possibility that their vehicles had been involved. DuPont's book showed that its explosives truck had never ventured below 16th Street on Thursday, and the Ditmars men said their 2 horse-drawn wagons had stayed above 45th. By the end of the day, 3 of the vehicles were said to be snug in their home garages, while the DuPont truck was found to be under repair at the Commonwealth Truck Company on West 46th. And that was it. By the end of the afternoon, no culprits had confessed, no wagon owners had reported their vehicles missing, no manifestos had been released. What was known with some measure of certainty was the following: that an explosion had occurred at 12:01, that it had come from a horse-drawn wagon loaded with metal slugs, that the blast had killed dozens and wounded hundreds, and that, according to company records, DuPont and Ditmars appeared to be uninvolved. As the basis from which to develop a comprehensive theory of the blast's origins and intent, it was not much to go on. This did not, however, stop investigators from trying. Pressed by reporters to declare whether the explosion had been a bomb or an accident, the police, the Bureau, and the Burns Agency each issued statements that reflected not only the shared facts, but also their rivalries, investigative styles, and bureaucratic interests. Burns was the first to declare in favor of a terrorist plot. "There is not the slightest doubt that it was a bomb which caused the explosion," he announced in time for the evening papers. "It might be closer to the truth to say that it was a wagon load of bombs. From my investigation, I am certain that the bomb was in the wagon which was destroyed. There is no other reasonable theory." After only a 2-hour examination of the bomb site, he offered a scenario remarkable in its precision and detail. "My theory," he explained to a writer from the New York Tribune, "is that the man assigned to carry the plot into effect drove up with a wagon loaded with explosives and then disappeared, leaving the horse, wagon, and bomb to their fate." While he could not immediately identify the form of explosive used, he felt sure that a mechanism, probably an alarm clock, had triggered the detonation. Based on the abundance of mysterious metal slugs, heavy enough to do the destruction of small cannonballs, Burns concluded that someone had loaded the bomb so that the metal bits would be shot up and around like a spray, thus killing the greatest possible number of people. It was hardly a challenge to figure out who that someone might have been. He said it was quite an easy plan for the radicals to carry out, reported the Sun and New York Herald, and that it would be shown this was what had happened. Indeed, Burns claimed that he had sent out warnings of just such a calamity to his Eastern clients at the end of August. Burns thought it likely that the bombing had been carried out by the same people who had engineered the May Day and June 2nd conspiracies. Enright, for his part, was not so sure. Of all of the leading detectives, he was under the least pressure to declare in favor of a bomb. The police would have an investigation on their hands either way. Perhaps as a result, he continued as late as Thursday night to entertain the possibility that some sort of dynamite accident had occurred. Adjusting their theory to account for DuPont's official denials, the police proposed that a bomber had stolen the wagon and possibly camouflaged it to look like the truck of some munitions concern, in order to deflect suspicion from any nefarious intent. Mostly, though, both Enright and Fire Commissioner Thomas Drennan acknowledged that the information thus far gathered brought more complication than clarification. "We are utterly unable to make any concrete conclusions, except of a negative sort," Drennan explained to the press Thursday evening, summarizing a report that his department planned to submit to the mayor. "We know what happened, and we know certain things that show it could not have happened if the law had been observed. In other words, whatever was the cause of the explosion, it was a cause due to some unlawful act by somebody. But we cannot tell why the explosion occurred, what exploded, or how, nor are we in a position to determine what was the nature of the explosive. We simply know that something blew up on a horse-drawn truck at 1 minute after noon today in Wall Street, between the Sub-Treasury building and the office of J.P. Morgan and Company. That something had no lawful business there." Enright was even more circumspect, refusing to declare much more than the openness of his mind and options. "I do not wish it to be understood that I am convinced entirely that this explosion is the result of dynamite loaded in a wagon," he announced. "I have never said that it was, and I do not wish it understood that the police are working exclusively on any one theory." Publicly, Flynn agreed with Enright's flexible stance. Arriving in New York just after 10 o'clock, he sequestered himself with several of his top New York agents and informed an insistent press that, "As yet, I'm not well enough informed to discuss this matter." Privately, though, in wires and phone calls and whispers exchanged Thursday afternoon and evening, the Bureau had already abandoned the accident theory. "It looks like the explosion occurred from a bomb," an agent in the New York office wrote at 7:15 p.m., citing the pervasiveness of metal shrapnel. Flynn himself acknowledged over the telephone just before 10:30 that the fact that iron slugs were found at the point of explosion and in the vicinity would indicate that it is a bomb. He promised that he would know by 2 p.m. the next day the exact nature of the explosion. In the meantime, he planned to head down to Wall Street to see the disaster for himself. Chapter 7. Business as Usual. Great electric orbs lit Wall Street on the night of September 16th. Reporters said the giant searchlights turned darkness to noon. But the point was less to prolong the recent day than to erase it. In an effort to cleanse the district, banks and exchanges imported a full battalion of sweepers, repairmen, street cleaners, stonemasons, and mechanics to work through the night, spreading as far south as Bowling Green and all the way east to the river. Bathed in the unnatural glow of arc lights, gangs of men scooped glass, stone, and plaster into the metal carts that circled the neighborhood, pausing like omnibuses to collect each load. The fire department hosed down the streets, washing dust and gore underground, while laborers tackled stubborn bloodstains with bleach. Inside the office buildings, scrub women worked in teams, righting furniture, sweeping up rubble, and setting aside scraps of cloth and flesh. A mournful banging accompanied their work as glaziers pounded windows into empty frames. Repairmen chalked numbers in doorways and windows, instructions to their co-workers. Camera flashes periodically blanked out the scene. When employees emerged from the subways the next day, clad in neat skirts and suits, they encountered an eloquently sanitized scene. "Everything was clean as a pin," wrote one observer, marveling at the absence of the broken glass, crushed straw hats, fragments of clothing, and scraps of iron that had so recently covered every inch of wall and broad. At buildings such as the Morgan Bank and the Stock Exchange, muslin curtains and fitted boards covered the windows. Outer walls had been scrubbed clean of soot, even of the usual dust and grime, and the pockmarks seemed already less severe. Brilliant September sunshine highlighted the hand-lettered signs in the district's doorways advertising "business as usual." But despite the best efforts of the cleaning crews, all was not, could not be, as usual. Policemen and guards, uniformed variously in blue and gray, wrapped around every important building, trying to distinguish between the curious and the legitimately employed. The tone of the crowd was too quiet, as acquaintances congratulated each other on close escapes and shared hopes for reprisal. There was none of the usual laughter. "Where were you when" tales stood in for business haggling. Least usual of all was what was not said or seen. Even as the Stock Exchange's opening gong issued a restive peal and the market began, tentatively, to rise, the silence of dozens of missing men and women threatened to drown out the clatter of business. The decision to reopen the financial district so quickly caught almost everyone off guard, even the men who had made it. The Stock Exchange had shut down immediately after the explosion, when President William Remick rang the bell to stem what he could of the panic. By 12:30 on Thursday afternoon, less than half an hour after the explosion, the New York Stock Exchange's governing committee had convened in a special meeting to decide the fate of the day's interrupted trades. Without much discussion, they ruled out the possibility of resuming business on Thursday afternoon, but they declined to state when the market might, in fact, be prepared to open. In a terse and unsentimental announcement delivered just before 1 o'clock, Remick suspended the delivery of securities until Monday, with payments of interest similarly delayed. The committee agreed to reconvene 3 hours later to consider the matter further. Newspapers interpreted this as a sign that the markets would be closed at least through the weekend, perhaps longer. This practically foreshadowed the closing of the exchange for the balance of the week, in order to repair the damage in the exchange building resulting from the explosion. The Evening Mail concluded. By 1 o'clock, the cessation of business was already a moot point, faced with the prospect of operating without either the Stock Exchange or the Morgan Bank. Nearly every major trading house voluntarily shut down on Thursday afternoon. The Curb Exchange at 12:10, the Consolidated Exchange at 12:20, the Foreign Exchange Market just before 1. The few businesses that continued to function, the cotton and produce exchanges, for instance, performed little useful business. Gloom completely overshadowed a feeling of cheerfulness. The Evening Mail wrote of Wall Street's mood. There was no activity conducted in the financial district this afternoon, every man, woman, and child lending aid to relieve the heartbreaking suffering of those caught in the explosion. In other financial districts across the country, sentiment was no more positive. Receiving news of the tragedy, exchanges suspended business throughout the country, retreating behind cover of armed guards from Boston to San Francisco. To the Wall Street leadership, charged with finding a course of action to relieve some of this pressure, the wave of panic appeared ominously similar to the disaster of July 1914, when markets throughout the world shut down after news of the war's outbreak in Europe. Then it took 5 months for the New York Exchange to reopen, and full trading didn't resume until spring. The explosion on Wall Street hardly posed the prospect of such an extended closure, but it came with its own unsettling questions. Chief among them was the problem of what would happen to the markets when the exchange finally reopened. Until noon, September 16th had been a bull day, one of the few in recent months, with particular strength, the financial pages noted, in oil and rails. Remick's precipitous ringing of the gong less than a minute after the explosion managed, according to The World, to prevent a serious demoralization of the market. But it did little to forestall fears of a bottoming out to come. As a temporary matter, the threat of a market crash might be solved in coming days by deliberately flooding the market with cash, an offer the Morgan men and the other major houses quickly extended to the exchange. The explosion's long-term impact, however, was harder to gauge. If the bomb theory is found to be correct, it was argued that sentiment would be adversely affected, mused the New York Tribune. But, on the other hand, financial folk are likely to exert themselves, it was held in some quarters, to reveal a strong, confident attitude. As the Tribune noted, early concerns about the explosion's financial consequences were intimately tied to the assumption, slowly being confirmed by investigators, that the attack had been deliberate, a blow at Wall Street's political and financial power. For the first time in our history, summed up the Commercial and Financial Chronicle, the New York Stock Exchange was closed as the result of a dastardly act by men who seem beyond question to have been red murderers. In a district that traded in confidence and optimism about the future, this was an alarming sign of vulnerability, proof that a horse-drawn wagon-load of explosives could halt the nation's capitalist machine. Still, there was reason to believe, even in the chaos of those first few hours, that the explosion might ultimately redound to Wall Street's benefit. In its earliest comments on the explosion, the New York Commercial noted that recent market depressions had been due, in part, to a sense of foreboding, a general suspicion that the country was due for some sort of radical uprising. Now that the attack had apparently come and gone, the future could at last be greeted with a sigh of relief. The Evening Mail reported a consensus around the leading banking houses that the explosion might eventually prove of great constructive value, as it undoubtedly will so focus public sentiment militantly against radical activities as to mean a rapid end to all such movements in this country. In truth, it was too soon to say which way the latest attack would go, whether it would be taken as a sign of capitalism's weakness or as a spur to national defiance. But as the district leadership contemplated a course of action on Thursday afternoon, at least one imperative was already clear. If the blast was intended, as the St. Louis Post-Dispatch suspected, to terrorize Wall Street, its success or failure would be measured in part by how financial leaders responded. Among the men acutely aware of this fact was Thomas Lamont, a one-time newspaper reporter who had migrated in middle age to the world of finance, first as an employee at Bankers Trust, and now as a Morgan partner. Lamont was an unusual creature for the Morgan ranks, a friend of Democrats in a firm of Republicans, a progressive in a profoundly conservative environment, a newspaper owner — he had recently purchased the New York Evening Post — in a bank where publicity was all but anathema. Despite this outwardly odd fit, he had emerged by 1920 as one of the bank's most powerful partners. His duties included serving as its chief liaison with the Wilson administration and the peace talks at Versailles. Indeed, the very qualities that set him apart from the other Morgan men, particularly his comfort in the volatile spheres of politics and publishing, gave him a favored status among the partners. He was the man to be relied upon when, at moments of crisis, the Morgan Bank needed to talk to the world. Now, with Jack out of the country and Junius too young and inexperienced to serve as spokesman, he was the obvious one to craft the bank's response to the explosion. Since his earliest years with the firm, Lamont had relied on a strategy of open engagement with Morgan critics. In 1913, he had invited Louis Brandeis to join him at the University Club to discuss why Brandeis' new book, Other People's Money, presented such a negative view of Morgan power. It was an awkward encounter, more of a debate than a conversation. But like other direct encounters with the bank's enemies, it had given Lamont a unique feel for how the Morgan image played out in the public mind. Now, as he faced a catastrophe destined to revive discussion of anti-Morgan sentiment, he seemed to embrace the challenge of shaping an effective message in response. It was his job, for at least the next few days, to make sure that the public did not end up concluding that bombs and murder were what the Morgan Bank deserved. He had two models available for accomplishing this goal. The first was to launch an aggressive public crusade against groups suspected of involvement in the bombing, something along the lines of what had happened in Chicago in 1886 or what Otis attempted to do in Los Angeles in 1911. Many in the financial world supported this course of action. In Chicago many years ago, 6 of this sort were hanged in a row, and thereafter that city for many a long year was rid of agitators, wrote the Commercial and Financial Chronicle. It is plain enough now that some such lesson should be meted out here in New York. This sort of overt anger, however, had never been the Morgan style. The bank preferred a more subdued, insulated approach, one that would keep the Morgan name out of the headlines. This strategy had worked well in earlier moments of crisis: the assassination attempt on Jack in 1915, Marco's murder early in 1920. And while neither of those events matched the scale of this new disaster, Lamont and the other partners saw little reason to believe that a similar approach would not succeed here as well. By downplaying the significance of the crime, by simply proceeding with business, they calculated, the Morgan Bank could project an image of strength and stability. This was the line adopted by Lamont's Post. Whatever may be discovered to be the nature of the catastrophe, it is plain what the proper attitude of the public mind should be at the present moment, the paper instructed, and that is a firm resolve to go on with the business of the city and of the country, while waiting for the facts upon which the law must proceed. In those first few hours, though, such lofty goals were more easily proposed than accomplished. As the demands of first aid gave way to rumor and speculation on Thursday afternoon, leading businessmen began to trickle into the Morgan Bank. Seward Prosser from Bankers Trust, H.D. Underwood from the Erie Railroad, Remick himself from across the street at the Exchange. They brought with them deflating reports of damage to the neighborhood buildings. At the Stock Exchange, every one of the grand front windows had been shattered. To the north, across Wall Street, the Assay office appeared to have been under bombardment by light artillery, so badly was it chipped and pitted, in the description of one observer. The Morgan Bank itself was little more than a wreck. That building, glorious temple to finance that once it was, stood devastated as ever ruins in Flanders stood. An Associated Press reporter commented of the situation on Thursday afternoon. They told me that all the wires were down and the floors inside were piled with wood and glass. I imagined a sportive giant seizing window bars and twisting them as a child twists taffy candy. They were spiraled and jerked from each other that way. When the superintendent of buildings showed up to inspect the damage, he gave a far less dire assessment. Contrary to alarmist predictions, he informed the Morgan partners, the bank had sustained only cosmetic damage, broken windows, singed marble, and the like. The same held true at the Stock Exchange and the Assay office, where the necessary repairs were already well underway. This report, so unexpected earlier in the afternoon, raised the prospect that the explosion's symbolic damage, to the financial markets, to Wall Street's image, might be minimized as well. When the stock exchange governors reconvened at 3:30, Remick informed them that after conferring with outside interests, he saw no reason why the banks and other financial institutions would not be in shape to take up business on the morning of September 17th, 1920. Lamont had reached a similar conclusion. He sent a reassuring telegram to his wife, vacationing in North Haven, Maine. "You must not be concerned about exaggerated reports of street explosion," he cabled. "We are quite all right, and shall do business as usual tomorrow." Then, well before the normal closure of the business day, he made the news public. After expressing his sympathy for the family of young William Joyce, the valued employee who had been killed in the explosion, and whose father Thomas had been injured, he informed the press that the bank stood more or less unfazed. None of the partners was in any way injured, save that Mr. Junius Morgan had a slight cut on the hand. He explained, "Our building is not seriously damaged, but all the large windows on the first and some on the second floor were blown in. Our offices will be open for business as usual tomorrow morning." By most appearances, the men and women who returned to Wall Street on Friday morning were not so different from the buildings they entered. Functional, if rather battered. But there were moments, the backfiring of a car, the peal of Trinity's noon chimes, when even their hard-won composure gave way to shudders. Like dreamers awakening from a nightmare, they found their world more or less as they remembered it, but slightly off, not quite right. Pure happenstance dictated the memories that accompanied them. How quickly someone happened to duck, how far a woman happened to run, where a man happened to spot this leg or that arm, or a messenger boy crying for help. Arthur Anderson, head of the Morgan Bond Department, showed off a slice of glass embedded half an inch into the chair where he had been sitting. 32-year-old Joseph Kennedy, father of the future president, found himself thrown to the ground near Wall and Broad. The near miss experienced by Bankers Trust President Seward Prosser, perhaps the most miraculous escape from serious injury and possible death, grew in drama and portent with each new telling. Through one of the windows, reported the New York Times, a bar of metal half an inch thick and some 3 inches long was hurled. This passed close to the president of the trust company, went on through a bookcase, and landed against the marble on the far side of the room. Owing to the sound of the explosion, the fact that this piece of metal had been cast into the Bankers Trust building was not discovered until some minutes later. So great was the concussion that glass from the window was driven clear through a desk and a mass of papers, cutting them to ribbons. The repetition of such stories had an element of ritual, as if good luck tales might turn the whole dismal event into a moment of triumph. For all of the gratitude and wonder at their continued existence, though, what haunted many of the men and women returning to work on Friday was what they had encountered once the smoke dissipated, the moans for help, the stumps where limbs had been. "Right opposite me were 2 fine touring cars," recalled Jacob Shar, who kept a newsstand at Nassau and Wall. One was built so the chauffeur sat outside. The other was a sedan. The chauffeur was sitting in the first one, and a piece of glass struck him back of the head and nearly cut his head off. I was told he was dead when the doctors took his body from the automobile. A few blocks south of the explosion, tiny Broad Street Hospital had emerged as the primary repository for the seriously injured, dying, and dead. The hospital was only 3 years old, with 85 beds, 19 nurses, and less than a dozen doctors. In short, ill-equipped to handle an emergency on this scale. As battered refugees had arrived by car and on foot the previous afternoon, the meager medical staff enlisted chefs, janitors, and telephone girls to bind up wounds and hand out lemonade. One self-proclaimed hardened surgeon described to the New York American what they had seen. "Most of the faces could not be recognized as human," he recalled, "except for the discolored eyeballs, So badly cut were they with glass, brick, and flying fragments, and splotched with powder marks. Most of the injured were badly burned, and there were many ugly cuts. There were numerous cases of fractured arms and legs. The worst injured sustained severe burns that turned their skin a crisp black. Some were singed on the soles of their feet and the palms of their hands. In several cases, the blast had blown off the victim's ears or nose. Fingernails were often burned down to the quick. That survivors harbored considerable unspoken guilt over having witnessed but escaped this sort of fate was evident in their response to Broad Street Hospital's fundraising efforts. Even in the midst of the post-explosion frenzy, someone at the hospital had seen fit to write up an advertisement for the morning papers. Addressed to "You Men of Wall Street," the notice demanded to know if their empathy for the victims extended as far as their pocketbooks. When you saw Broad Street Hospital Thursday, so pitifully handicapped by limited facilities in handling and succoring the wounded, when you saw them lying there, even dying there, waiting for ambulances to take them to distant hospitals, you said to yourself and to your neighbor, Wall Street and Lower New York needs and can and should support an adequately equipped hospital. It should not rely on the charity of other sections of the city. Were your words empty words? Some few have contributed. Are you going to permit yourself to sink back into the same unprepared, unprotected condition? The hospital dispatched a team of nurses, crisp white hats literally in hand, to make the rounds of the curb market in an appeal for funds. The response, in the estimation of the New York Times, was probably the most remarkable and spontaneous ever had in the financial district. Brokers and traders emptied their pockets, and where cash was lacking made out lavish checks. By the end of the month, the hospital announced that it would launch a major program of expansion. Despite the mammoth cleanup effort, reminders of the explosion still marked the district's buildings. In the structures closest to the epicenter, the Sub-Treasury, the Stock Exchange, the Assay Office, the Morgan Bank, hardly a slab of plate glass survived. About a block away, the odds were somewhat better. The quake from the explosion had reached as far north as City Hall and the Municipal Building, but few windows there had shattered. At the Equitable Building, glass fell from as high as the 32nd story. On Thursday afternoon and into the night, shouts of "Look out below!" had been a common refrain. Early reports placed the property damage throughout the district as high as $2.5 million to $3 million. The Morgan Bank alone was said to need up to $600,000 in repairs. The entire edifice had cost $4 million to build. Insurance underwriters estimated they would be paying at least $200,000 just to replace the district's plate glass, not to mention the medical expenses incurred. Later, these estimates would be scaled back. Indeed, from an insurance perspective, the explosion was ultimately as much a boon as a tragedy, a chance to remind the public of the fragility of modern life. "That was a terrible explosion yesterday," read an ad tucked into the back pages of the New York Times the morning after the explosion. "But accidents are ever at hand, and they come without warning. Don't wait until you are disabled." News of the blast dominated the front page of nearly every American paper, pushing the League of Nations, the civil war in Russia, and the presidential election to forsaken territory near the sports and ladies sections. The Times alone dedicated 17 full pages to the catastrophe, including several lengthy pieces detailing the ins and outs of evidence and official speculation. Throughout the city, local dailies scurried to offer the most detailed photographs, the fastest updates, the most sensational headlines. By late Friday, the Evening Mail was already bragging that it had beat every other paper by a full 20 minutes, thrusting papers into the hands of unsuspecting citizens even before the police found time to establish their lines or bring a semblance of order. Despite their efforts, the newspapers found it difficult to deliver accurate news about the explosion's death toll. On Thursday night, the Globe and Commercial Advertiser ran the headline, "20 dead, over 200 hurt." The Milwaukee Journal the same evening estimated 30 or more people killed and more than 300 injured. By morning, the variation remained, with the Wall Street Journal announcing more than 15 persons killed and the Washington Post declaring in a headline, 31 dead, 200 injured. The names of the known victims, ticked off in neat columns on the paper's front pages, provided little clarification. One murdered man, a 29-year-old clerk, was listed variously as Joseph Aubabury, Joseph Eresberg, Joseph Cranberry, Joseph Ehrenberry, Joseph Cressberg, Joseph Orrebury, Joseph Ehrenberry, and C.H. Barnes. Reports from individual offices were similarly confused. 3 people from National City Bank were reported missing in the newspapers, for instance. But when employees showed up, they discovered, happily, that the number of dead was only 2. Rumors that the stock exchange had taken great casualties proved unfounded. Not a single person had been killed there. At the Morgan Bank, according to one news report, no fewer than 7 people were dead from the blast. Lamont corrected that claim early on Friday when he announced that 2 Morgan employees were now dead. The first was William Joyce. The second, John Donahue, an accountant in the export department, had been somewhere near Wall and Broad when the blast went off and was thrown into the fire. According to the city's chief medical examiner, Charles Norris, the vast majority of the victims were felled by punctures or penetrating wounds rather than burns or, as rumor would have it, heart attacks induced by shock. Other fatalities were the result of broken bones and hemorrhaging, Dr. Norris concluded, even when they did not hit a vital spot. On the victims' death certificates, compound fracture of skull would eventually rank first as the most common immediate cause of death. Among other causes were evisceration of brain, fracture of spine, laceration of liver, and missile wound of lung and heart. The examiner noted the secondary cause of death as some variation of explosion of bomb, Wall and Broad Street. Even with the disjointed information yet available, it was evident by the time the opening gong sounded on Friday morning that most of the men and women killed were decidedly not of the capitalist class. They were messengers, stenographers, clerks, salesmen, drivers, part of the vast army of workers behind each trade. For them, Wall Street was not a grand symbol of American capitalism, or at least it was not only that. It was a place to make a modest living by selling milk, driving a car, typing reports, recording sales. 19-year-old Bartholomew Flannery ran errands for the commercial cable company. Mildred Zylander, 27, took dictation at a law office. Alexander Leith, 64, was an office assistant, an immigrant from Scotland. Franklin Miller, 21, sold adding machines. On the whole, the victims were remarkably young, the vast majority under the age of 40. 2 16-year-olds, Benjamin Soloway and Robert Westbay, matched each other for the honor of youngest victim. Soloway was an immigrant from Russia. Westbay had been born in New York and raised by his aunt and uncle, who identified him at the morgue. Perhaps the closest the explosion came to felling a true aristocrat was Colonel Charles Neville, scion of a top Savannah family who headed an accounting firm with offices in Washington and New York. The explosion punctured his skin and lung. He lived for a few hours after the blast, but, as one paper commented, the odds against him were hopeless from the beginning. The attention devoted to Neville was noticeably lacking in the accounts of less esteemed victims. About John Johnson, a porter for the Bank of America, the papers provided only the barest of facts. Johnson, John, 55 years, employee of the Bank of America and living at 160 West 84th Street, identified by wife. Another victim was listed simply as Weir John W., 460 West 57th Street, died yesterday in Broad Street Hospital. But even such fragments of information published in newspapers, victim lists, and articles, reveal a universe of grief, a disruption of shared expectations. "The girls just went to work," cried one mother whose daughters lay covered with burns at Broad Street Hospital, "and here they are at the point of death." The final count, when it emerged months later, totaled the victims at 38 dead, 143 seriously wounded. 2/3 were under the age of 30, 4 were teenagers, 5 were women, 6 had served in the expeditionary forces overseas. Even without a definitive tally, editorial columns on Friday morning pulsed with grief and shock over the scale of the attack. They described the explosion in grandiose terms, as if seeking to surpass their competitors in outrage as well as sheer word count. The blast was a ghastly exhibition of malice, a dreadful deed, a crime the calculated and wanton fiendishness of which passes description. The Evening Mail predicted that the concussion that shook Wall Street yesterday, with its terrible toll of innocent lives, will find a response in every American heart and conscience. According to the Sun and New York Herald, the whole affair was unprecedented in horror. In part, this claim for unprecedented suffering was only an expression of sympathy, the sort of hyperbole that the relentless lists of injuries, arm broken, scalp wounds, wrenched back, laceration of head and neck, laceration and contusion of body, suffering from shock, left arm and right eye injured, cut in head by flying glass, seemed to demand. By one measure, though, it also contained an objective truth. If the explosion turned out to be an accident, the loss of life was regrettable but hardly unprecedented. More than 1,000 people had died when the steamer General Slocum sank in the East River in 1904, for instance, casualties of a boiler explosion, poor steering, and a set of crumbling life jackets. But if it was a deliberate attack, as investigators suspected, the Wall Street blast already ranked as the most deadly act in the nation's long history of dynamite terrorism. Without a definitive account of what had happened, the press was left to speculate about how this latest tragedy might ultimately fit into the long history of what one paper labeled "bomb outrages laid to reds." Beginning on Thursday night, newspapers began to complement reports on the explosion with lists of earlier violent episodes: Haymarket, Frick, McKinley, Steunenberg, Los Angeles, and so on to 1920. Even as they recounted this long, familiar history, though, many editors noted that the explosion, with its high number of casualties and its almost indiscriminate design, might well prove to be distinctly different from what had come before. The United States has long been familiar with terrorist outrages of that kind, reported the World, but hitherto they have been directed toward a definite object. As examples of this earlier, more targeted form of terrorism, the paper cited Haymarket, the consequence of clashes between anarchists and public authorities; the Los Angeles dynamiting, the product of bitter labor quarrels; even the Preparedness Day bombing, a method of protesting against militarism. All of them the result, in the World's view, of an identifiable local conflict. The explosion on Wall Street, by contrast, seemed altogether vague and ineffective. No capitalist was injured. None of the Wall Street class so hated by radicals suffered. Even more frightening was the fact that the high death toll seemed to be the point of the attack. As best as anyone could tell, this was no botched assassination or, as with the McNamara affair, a case where the mass casualties were unintended. Instead, the bomb appeared to be designed to kill as many people as possible, raising new questions about whether even larger attacks lay ahead. This was the most serious outrage ever perpetrated by the radicals in New York, the editors of the Sun and New York Herald concluded by Friday morning, already confident that they knew enough to declare the explosion's importance. In many respects, it is the most serious in the history of the country. Many business papers, by contrast, hesitated to incorporate the explosion into a broader tale of political or class conflict. The blast killed an uncertain number of absolutely innocent and uninterested people, read the coverage in the Wall Street Journal. It sent a sufficient number of injured to the neighboring hospitals to make a total record of casualties about equaling a raid in France in no man's land during the late war. And that is all it did. This uneasiness was particularly pronounced in the financial pages, where writers tried awkwardly to treat the blast as just another business event. Terrific explosion, causing the loss of many lives, results in closing of exchange for the day, reported the Journal. Market had been strong, with the oils and dividend-paying rails the leaders, reading at new high for the year. The effect was incongruous, almost callous, as if the Journal refused to acknowledge that Wall Street was a flesh-and-blood community as well as a financial market. But it was no less calculated than the Sun and New York Herald's call to arms. By treating the explosion as just another business event, the Wall Street Journal, like the House of Morgan, aimed to show the world all was business as usual. Thomas Cochran was the first senior Morgan partner to arrive on Friday morning. The explosion had found him in the Adirondacks, enjoying the last few days of summer warmth. As if in penance, he had driven through the night to be at the office when business resumed. With him came several junior partners, Elliott Bacon, George Whitney, and Junius Morgan. Since the explosion, Junius had attempted to maintain a reassuring pose to friends and family, especially to his worried parents overseas. "I'm in greatest anxiety," Jack had cabled to 23 Wall. "Please wire instantly all information you have about explosion, particularly as to any injury to Junius." The partners kept Jack's precise whereabouts secret from the press, a precaution undertaken after Munter's assassination attempt. Privately, they did their best to keep him up to date. Among Junius' first tasks on Friday morning was to cable a note of reassurance to his father through the Morgan Grenfell office in London. "Almost entire office force on hand this morning, and, except for lack of glass and some scaffolding under dome, building looks normal," he wrote. "Hope everything going all right with you, and that you will not consider returning on account things here." Lamont had tried to be similarly comforting the previous day. "Office looks rather bad now, but will soon be cleaned up," he wrote in his first cable to London. With his prediction all but fulfilled by Friday morning, he prepared to assume Jack's role as the bank's public face. He arrived at the office just before 11 o'clock, a time that showed a studied lack of alarm over the bank's ability to function. Indeed, by then nearly every able-bodied Morgan employee was already at his post. This fact proved a pleasant surprise to partner Henry Davison, who appeared around the same time as Lamont. The men were simply fine, and while many of them were going around with bandaged heads, there was not a sign of nervousness or fear, but rather one of loyalty and courage, he wrote to Jack. "Of course we would expect this from our partners, but to find it without exception throughout the force is a fact of which we should take note." Outside, the corner of Wall and Broad was still roped off, protected by a phalanx of guards and police charged with keeping away unwanted visitors. They had relaxed their lines during the morning rush, allowing employees to squeeze past between the hours of 8 and 9. But by mid-morning they were back to scrutinizing every passerby. They found plenty of work. In addition to the returning employees, thousands of sightseers had ventured down to Wall Street, hoping to catch a glimpse of the financial district at its moment of cowed imperfection. "Downtown New York today is one mob," a Morgan man groused to colleagues in London. "There seems to be millions of people out on the street trying to get a sight." The fact that there wasn't actually much to see, some muslin curtains, a few pockmarks on the marble facade, did not deter them. The knowledge that men and women had died on that corner less than 24 hours earlier gave even the most mundane detail new interest and weight. Wall Street is no longer Wall Street, as it was one day ago, Lamont's post reflected. Today it is a showplace, as much to be questioned with the eyes as are the battlefields of northern France, or any of the natural wonders of the world. As if in concession to this fact, Lamont extended a rare invitation to the press to enter the Morgan Bank and observe its inner workings. It was a novel sight, the Times man wrote, to enter one of the biggest financial institutions in the world and see dignified executives at work with heads bandaged, to see clerks operating typewriters and adding machines with one disabled hand, and to feel at the same time the calm yet steady impulse of a great business organization running with unimpaired smoothness. Members of the grand jury came too, having cast off their other responsibilities, to concentrate on examining the explosion evidence. As the Times report suggested, the consensus of the visitors was that the bank, as well as the rest of the district, had recovered amazingly well. Like a strong man who sticks to the line after binding up his wounds and sewing on his wound stripes, the Sun and New York Herald concluded, Wall Street, from its lowly office boy to its most stately financier, went to work yesterday morning with head up and teeth set, determined to show the world that business will proceed as usual. In his quiet way, Lamont played into this image of the financier as embattled warrior, holding the line against chaos and fear. His public remarks singled out Junius for special note, describing how his coolness in all likelihood had prevented a panic among the Morgan ranks. The Wall Street Journal went even further, comparing Junius to Henry Clay Frick as he faced down Alexander Berkman in 1892, and to Jack himself as he wrestled with Munter in 1915. He stepped naturally into the leader's position when a blast of shrapnel swept his office and killed at least one employee. The Journal wrote in late September, "This seems to be characteristic of big businessmen." Even as Lamont demonstrated that the Morgan men had borne up well under attack, he went out of his way to deny any suggestion that they had indeed been targeted. In his few public statements, he stressed that the explosion was most likely aimed neither at the Morgan Bank nor at capitalism per se, but at the public in a more general sense. When asked by reporters if he intended to hire a private detective to perform an independent investigation, he dismissed the possibility. "The whole problem is one of public importance," he insisted. "It is the work for the regularly constituted police authorities, and not for any private individual or firm. This is wholly a public matter, and it would be manifestly wrong for us to attempt to usurp the powers of the police." This did not turn out to be true. Whatever their intentions on Friday, in the months to come the Morgan Bank spent a good deal of money trying to hunt down the bomb plotters. But the significance of Lamont's point on Friday was less practical than ideological. As a symbolic measure, the decision not to hire a private investigator served the purpose of diverting attention from the Morgan Bank as a particular target of hatred, allying the bank with the rest of Wall Street, and joining Wall Street with the nation as a whole. Though the other Morgan partners refused to speak for attribution, they seemed to agree with Lamont's approach. It was clear that they did not regard the attack as directed at their company in particular, the Tribune reported, but against American institutions in general. Many newspapers offered similar interpretations in their morning editions. "This is not a local but a national crime," the Sun and New York Herald declared. "A blow at the economic order of this country, a mystery which concerns the government itself." The business press, in particular, presented the blast as an attack on all Americans, an assault not only upon the symbols of finance capitalism, but upon the nation itself. The Journal of Commerce declared the crime to be of national significance and called for all classes to join forces against the perpetrators. Walter Brown, the editor of the New York Commercial, the national business newspaper, concluded, "If the blow was aimed at American institutions and principles, it was aimed at something intangible that exists not alone in Wall Street, but throughout the country, something that cannot be reached by bombs." This early rush of support must have come as a relief to Lamont and the other Morgan partners, a hint that the bank would not have to stand alone as a target of hatred and fear. For further proof, they needed to look no further than what was happening outside their front door. By chance, September 17th was Constitution Day, a holiday created in 1919 to celebrate the vital principles of our government and furnish a specific antidote to Bolshevism and kindred reactionary political heresies, in the words of one supporter. As the noon hour approached, the Sons of the American Revolution began to assemble for a ceremony on the site they had selected weeks earlier, the corner of Wall and Broad. The Sons intended to follow through on their plans, bomb or no bomb. This they explained to a policeman who, upon discovering their ceremony, politely requested a deferral. The Sons claimed a long American lineage. Members were supposed to trace their family roots to a veteran of the Revolutionary War. They argued that the rally would show that modern Americans retained the defiant spirit of their forebears. And anyway, it was too late to stop. The fifer and drummer were already costumed, and the troops were ready to march. Commissioner Enright, called in to arbitrate, sided with the marchers. So, at the very moment, on the very site where the explosion had erupted 24 hours earlier, Wall Street paused, business as usual, for a pageant marking the 133rd anniversary of the signing of the U.S. Constitution. The crowd amassing that Friday at Wall and Broad was all out of proportion to the Sun's typical audience. The Daily News said thousands came. The Sun and New York Herald estimated tens of thousands. The Tribune saw more than 100,000, and the Globe simply called it a crowd that will be remembered for its size in a city of famous crowds. The willingness of so many to stop and watch was itself a show of bravado. What better place for another outrage than a close-packed crowd of patriots? To the Washington Post, the explosion further proved the need for holidays such as Constitution Day. Anarchy knocks today on the gate of America and seeks to destroy the edifice within. Mob violence and class rule is proposed as a substitute for the supreme people's will, as exemplified by the Constitution. The Sun's pre-planned display of patriotism was just a coincidence, but to the Post it seemed like serendipity. A trumpeter on Broadway took the last of Trinity's midday chimes as his cue to sound the procession's start. A file of mounted policemen assumed the lead, using the advantages of height and weight to forge a path down the center of Wall Street. Next came the fifer and drummer, two young men dressed as the figures from the painting Spirit of '76. They played Yankee Doodle, and a few spectators joined in. Finally, the Sons themselves appeared, about 200 altogether. They wore the uniforms of their revolutionary ancestors. Most were far past soldiering age, and a few limped as if wounded in battle. They assembled on the Sub-Treasury steps beneath the statue of Washington. The Sub-Treasury's front pillars were dusted with soot, save for a few white spots where the stone was pitted and torn. Flanked by these reminders of violence, the Sun's president delivered the welcoming words, then turned the ceremony over to a soloist. The singer, a veteran of the Great War, led the audience in a bracing rendition of America. When the last strains of Sea to Shining Sea sputtered out, the appointed chaplain stepped forth to deliver a prayer for the nation's safety. The day's featured speaker was Brigadier General William J. Nicholson, a gray-haired former Army man. Judging by his speech that noon, his time in the military had taught him that enemies of America should be conquered without mercy. And the men who planned the Wall Street explosion, he told the vaguely nervous crowd, were enemies of the worst sort. Any person who would commit such a crime or connive in its commission should be put to death. Nicholson bellowed from his vantage point high above the crowd. He has no right to live in a civilized community. Such persons should be killed whenever they rear their heads, just as you would kill a snake. He put himself forward as a model of, even a martyr to, the duties of citizenship. I am old and gray. My years are spent. But I would be proud to die in the work of hunting down and punishing such men, and driving them from the land which we have dedicated to freedom under the Constitution. Then the trumpet, fife, and drum struck up the Star-Spangled Banner, and the crowd united for a final roaring rendition. All in all, wrote the Evening Mail, the pageant had provided a splendid display of the national attributes that had so lately come under attack at Wall and Broad. As the sons began to remove the trappings of their simulated colonial moment, they left behind the statue of George Washington, standing proud on the Sub-Treasury steps. A few feet away, the bronze bas-relief of Washington kneeling in prayer had been wrenched off the front of the Sub-Treasury, and the statue's marble base had been pitted and scraped in parts. But the statue itself was untouched, a sure sign, many observers thought, that Wall Street itself would pass through this trial uncowed. Whether or not Washington deserved credit, by the end of the day it began to seem that Wall Street had, financially speaking, pulled off something miraculous. From the first moment of awkward trading, the stock market had entered a protracted climb. Steel and oil gained in the morning, with railroads and tobacco succumbing in the afternoon to the apparently irresistible impulse to rise. Mexican Petroleum did especially well, rising 10 points. General Asphalt and American Writing Paper made small gains as well. As if in some sort of self-deprecating joke, investors also gave a boost to Aetna Explosives, bumping the stock up over 11 for the first time in several weeks. There were suggestions that at least some of this progress was due to the behind-the-scenes maneuvers of private bankers who, according to the Tribune, bore a marked indisposition to permit traders operating for the decline to make capital out of the gruesome event. Others ascribed the day's progress to emerging hints that this explosion, like earlier bomb plots, would result in countrywide demands for the repression of terrorism. Whatever the reason, the consensus in the financial press was that there was real optimism across the board, not alone in the stock exchange, but in the entire financial district. By the closing gong on Friday, stocks were up more than they had been since August 9th, a sign, all agreed, of better times ahead. Chapter 8. Usual Suspects. Bill Haywood learned that he was a suspect while boarding the train to New York on September 17th. He had been speaking in Philadelphia at the Labor Assembly Hall, part of an ever-expanding tour launched after his release from Leavenworth in July 1919. After more than a year as prisoner 13106, he was happy to rejoin the political circuit and revive the itinerant life of his youth. Despite outward appearances, though, he was not a free man. His 20-year sentence under the wartime statutes still stood. Barring a reprieve from the Circuit Court of Appeals, he could be recalled to Leavenworth at any moment. While out of jail, he had also acquired 2 new indictments, one in Illinois on charges of criminal syndicalism, a potential sentence of 10 years, and another at the federal level for conspiracy to overthrow the government, 20 years. At the age of 51, he acknowledged in a letter to his secretary, "Any one of these sentences practically means the rest of my natural life." With the news of September 17th, he faced the prospect of adding the Wall Street bomb plot to this daunting list of legal entanglements. According to the papers thrust into his hands as he left Philadelphia, the federal authorities were seeking to arrest him immediately as a general precautionary measure. Haywood wasn't sure he could survive another trial, much less another heavy sentence. His time in Leavenworth had aggravated all of his old infirmities: the ulcer induced by drinking, the rotting teeth from his impoverished youth. His diabetes had flared up as well. By the time he left jail, he could see only dimly out of his one good eye. Rather than provide rest and convalescence, his release had brought further bouts of debilitating stress. Still reeling from the wartime prosecutions, the Wobblies were all but crippled, in Haywood's words, backed into a position of permanent defense. Even worse, many former comrades had turned their wrath not on the Justice Department, but on Haywood himself, blaming him for diverting attention and funds from their own jailhouse struggles. Under these circumstances, Haywood had resumed his whiskey habit, convinced that any hope for revolutionary change in America now lay far in the future. Still, after years of tussling with the authorities, he knew better than to admit defeat. Faced with reports of his imminent arrest, Haywood adopted the same jocular, defiant pose that had served him so well in Idaho. "I was surprised to learn from the newspapers that the Secret Service was searching for me in connection with the Wall Street explosion," he told the press. "If they did not know that I made a speech in Philadelphia on Wednesday night, they certainly were remiss in their duty." Despite this, he had already concluded that he was in no position to withstand another battle in court. After a brief stop in New York, he departed for Chicago, throwing himself on the mercy of Otto Christensen, one of the Wobblies' indefatigable lawyers. Christensen helped him make his way to a summer resort, where a Wobbly sympathizer served as caretaker at the home of a Chicago capitalist. There, Haywood planned to do what he had done, with limited success, during the Palmer raids in January: lie low and hope that the whole thing would blow over. There was some reason to believe that this might happen fairly soon. As Tom Mooney's brother Jack pointed out, the authorities seemed to be dragging their feet in making arrests. "I felt bad when I heard the news of the explosion on Wall Street the other day," Jack Mooney told supporters at New York's Yorkville Lyceum on the evening of September 17th. "But I was immensely pleased that nobody has been framed up for the explosion, as happened to Tom Mooney in San Francisco 4 years ago." That same day, Haywood himself won a temporary reprieve from the Bureau of Investigation. Reading the articles predicting Haywood's imminent capture, Flynn assured the press that the Wobbly leader was safe, at least for the moment. "He is now out on bail," Flynn explained, "and any time that we want him, we can call his bail in." Flynn's statement, with its implied promise of future arrest, did little to force Haywood to rethink his plans. Such assurances of safety and goodwill rang hollow in light of the Justice Department's other recent claims. On the afternoon of September 17th, as Haywood began his flight to Chicago, Flynn announced that the Bureau, like the Burns Detective Agency, had ruled out the possibility of a dynamite accident. Hours later, Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer dashed to New York to declare his intention to launch a new round of deportation raids. The flyers looked childish, printed in red ink on cheap white paper. A postal carrier from the Hudson Terminal had discovered them just before noon on Thursday, dropped, unwrapped and unaddressed, into the box at Broadway and Cedar Street. He stuffed the flyers in his pockets, thinking someone official might want to look at them. Then he heard the boom from Wall and Broad. After running back to see what had happened, he hurried to the Hudson station and turned the documents over to his supervisor. By Friday morning, having traced a circuitous route through the postal bureaucracy, they were in Flynn's hands. Whoever made the flyers had avoided a real printer, perhaps for fear that the source could be traced. The words were written with rubber stamps instead. With a different stamp for each letter, it didn't make for a great printing job. The words were lopsided and out of sync. They were misspelled, too. 4 offered the word remember, R-I-M-E-M-B-E-R, instead of remember, R-E-M-E-M-B-E-R. The 5th used remember. Some had prisonniers rather than prisoners, but the message was the same on all 5 sheets. Remember, we will not tolerate any longer. Free the political prisoners, or it will be sure death for all of you. They were signed American Anarchist Fighters. Flynn announced the discovery of the circulars on Friday morning, along with his conclusion that he had ruled out the accident theory. "A bomb, nothing else," he told the New York Tribune. "There is absolutely no doubt of it. And knowing this much, we can proceed toward the placing of the responsibility." The flyers themselves, however, offered only limited evidence about who had set the bomb or why. The first sentence suggested the explosion had been planned in retaliation for ongoing persecution, hardly a claim that much narrowed the field of suspects. The second phrase, with its reference to political prisoners, seemed at first glance to offer more specifics. Several newspapers noted that Attorney General Palmer had met with Samuel Gompers on Wednesday morning to discuss the possibility of a mass amnesty for Wobblies, socialists, and other dissenters imprisoned during the war. That same afternoon, the Socialist Party had presented a lengthy petition calling for the release of Eugene Debs. Palmer turned down both requests, arguing that each case deserved an individual review, and that the fortunate end of the war did not make treason less treasonous. What officials regard as probable, the Milwaukee Journal reported, is that some group of anarchists plotted the explosion to be 1 or 2 days after Palmer's refusal of the general amnesty. When questioned directly, Flynn offered little support for the theory. "I don't want it understood that I would mention his, Gompers, name in connection with this terrible thing," he told the New York Times. He was more intrigued by the 3 words of signature at the bottom of the flyer, American Anarchist Fighters. As Flynn pointed out to reporters, the architects of the June 2, 1919 bombs had used a nearly identical signature, the Anarchist Fighters, to identify their handiwork. And the flyers provided intriguing material clues as well. Someone had written them in a hurry, and the inconsistency in misspellings indicated at least 2 sets of hands on the job. From the placement and timing of the circulars, Flynn speculated, the driver must have abandoned the horse on Wall Street, having set the timing device a few minutes ahead, and, not wanting to risk losing the circulars in the fire, walked to Cedar Street, about a 4-minute trek, to drop them in the mailbox. As later events would show, Flynn already had his own ideas about who that might be. First, however, he needed proof. Convinced that terrorists had attacked Wall Street, he set out to gather the necessary evidence. With just a handful of agents assigned to radical affairs, the Bureau's New York office could not handle the Wall Street case alone. So Flynn commandeered the members of a flying squadron, a floating group of Bureau detectives who could be assigned to any task. Before the explosion, the squadron had been busy investigating profiteers and hoarders accused of conspiring to raise the ever-increasing cost of living. On September 17th, the explosion seemed like the more dire threat. Flynn gathered his men in the Bureau's office on Park Row to begin the formal phase of the investigation. In the process, he took pains to remind the public that the explosion was a national, not local, crime. It was planted in the heart of America as a defiance against the American people and the American government, he explained to the Washington Post. That is my opinion. The connection between this view of the disaster and the Bureau's jurisdiction over the case was not lost on the press. If it shall continue to appear that the crime was one aimed at government, let the government sift it to the bottom, wrote the Sun and New York Herald. Whatever the weaknesses of the Department of Justice, it is the natural agent for this investigation. The New York police, however, were not willing to concede so easily. At an emergency meeting on September 17th, while business as usual was being carried out a few blocks to the south, the city's Board of Estimate approved a reward of $10,500 for tips provided to the local authorities, $10,000 for a conviction, $500 for information about the horse and wagon. William J. Burns, the great detective, advertised a reward as well. The Morgans continued to deny any plan to employ Burns or to offer their own reward. Burns managed, nonetheless, to gather $526 from a group of veterans who, like Flynn, viewed the explosion as an assault upon the nation. They pointed out that this outrage was apparently not aimed at any individual or group of individuals, but at organized government, Burns explained from his home on West 72nd Street, and recalled that the Reds have frequently denounced our form of government and declared their intention of bringing about a revolution by terrorism. With that, he more or less disappeared from the investigation. Burns would later return in brass band fashion with his own theories about who had done what. So would Arthur Woods, who began to conduct his own quiet investigation behind the scenes. In those initial days of uncertainty, though, the chief responsibility for sorting through the evidence fell to the public authorities, most notably to the Bureau and the New York Police. Flynn had already ordered his network of operatives to begin surveillance of radical organizations. All undercover informants and the bomb squad of the Chicago Police Department were advised to endeavor to locate leading anarchist agitators and to check on their activities and recent movements. A Chicago agent later wrote, summarizing his branch's activities on September 16th. The initial reports, however, had yielded little beyond the obvious. In Chicago, one spy noted that area wobblies, like Haywood himself, seemed nervous about what the days ahead would bring. The general sentiment seems to be that IWW will be suspected and that arrests and raids will probably follow, he wrote on September 16th. As the local investigating authority, the New York police retained custody of the explosion's physical evidence. As a result, they were able to claim credit for the first direct assessments of the horse and wagon debris. On Friday morning, detectives gathered the fragments at police headquarters. By evening, in what proved to be their most efficient work of the entire investigation, they were ready to offer a full description of the vehicle that had carried the bomb to Wall and Broad. According to the police, the wagon was a run-down wooden butter and egg delivery wagon of 1 or 1.5 tons capacity, about 10 to 15 years old, with red running gear and wheel spokes striped black and white. The horse was even more ancient, 20 years old, 15.5 hands high, a dark bay recently clipped. The report noted that the horse's hind shoes bore the letters JHU, the mark of the Journeyman Horseshoers Union. More importantly, someone had shod the horse less than 24 hours before the explosion. On Saturday, 200 police detectives began a canvass of livery stables, blacksmith shops, harness makers, and wagon manufacturers in search of the man who might recognize his handiwork. Progress was slower when it came to determining what type of explosive had caused the blast. The most likely substances were dynamite and TNT, though picric acid, black powder, nitroglycerin, and chlorate of potash all earned consideration. Each explosive produced a different color and smell. TNT produced black smoke, for instance, while the smoke from dynamite tended toward a yellow hue. But witnesses varied so wildly in their descriptions that experts called to the site found little to go on. Leland Summers, an occasional technical consultant for the House of Morgan, leaned toward TNT, a supposition supported on Friday by at least 4 fellow experts. By contrast, Hudson Maxim, a well-known inventor of high explosives, suspected dynamite, and at least the same number of observers agreed with him. The action of good dynamite, say 60%, would be very much the same as TNT, Maxim explained. And in view of the fact that the results would be about the same, it would be a safer theory, because dynamite is not so hard to obtain. Everyone said that the question would require further study. This level of confusion was typical of the investigation's first few days. Even with the circulars and the description of the horse and wagon in hand, official thought about the origins and content of the explosion remained firmly planted in the realm of guesswork. Detectives could not agree, for instance, about what sort of device, a time clock or a burning fuse, might have detonated the bomb. Nor did they develop a single view of precisely where the wagon had been located, or what direction it might have been facing. Well into the weekend, neither the Bureau nor the police could even say for sure whether the wagon driver himself was still alive. Initially, they hoped that the body of a young blond man, lying unidentified at the morgue, might turn out to be the dead bomber. But this theory, like so many to follow, quickly disintegrated under the weight of the facts. On Monday, a Brooklyn woman identified the man as her 21-year-old son, Elmer Carrer. An industrious lad and sometime chauffeur, Carrer had been looking for work on September 16th, dressed in a brown suit and a checkered alpaca cap. His family assured detectives that Carrer harbored no radical sympathies. The only intriguing new development of the first few days, other than the flyers and the description of the horse and wagon, came from Italy, a location that would soon figure prominently in the Bureau's suspicions. On September 17th, hours after Flynn announced the anarchist fighters' circulars, a dynamite explosion rocked the stock exchange in Genoa, raising fears that the Wall Street explosion might be part of an international terrorist plot. Perhaps inspired by this speculation, on Sunday the Chicago Tribune reported that the Bureau was seeking Haywood's friend and wartime co-defendant, Carlo Tresca, along with 4 other Italian anarchists, as suspects in the Wall Street case. As with Haywood, Flynn swiftly quashed any rumors of imminent arrest. Lest men such as Tresca become too complacent, however, he offered a pointed reminder that he was still on watch. "We will seize any of these men," he assured the press, "any time we are convinced that they can tell us something about the explosion." The first man actually seized by the authorities, a genial fellow by the name of Ed Fisher, fit nobody's picture of a bomb-throwing anarchist. A Wall Street gadfly, Fisher had once been employed at a prominent brokerage house and at the French High Commission. He had never been involved in revolutionary politics, other than harboring a general dislike for all-moneyed interests and a certain admiration for Emma Goldman. The main group he seemed to belong to was the West Side Tennis Club, where his championship play, the Lawn Tennis Association ranked him number 9 in the country in 1901, made him a popular partner. The one quality that set him apart from his fellow sports buffs was his gift for prescience, or what acquaintances uncharitably described as his mental derangement. In the week before the explosion, Fisher had sent at least 3 notes to friends in the financial district, alerting them in a variety of phrasings that a Bolshevist professor had instructed him to stay away from Wall Street this Wednesday afternoon. His warnings were off by a day, and his correspondents assured the Bureau that no conspirators, after talking with Fisher for 10 minutes, would consider letting him into a plot with them. Under the circumstances, though, both the police and the Bureau figured he was worth an interview. "Hold Edward Fisher," Chief Inspector Leahy cabled on Friday afternoon to the authorities in Canada, where Fisher had gone to attend a tennis tournament. "Our Detective McCoy left for Hamilton this morning." Fisher had fallen on hard times during his stay in Canada. "At present I have 7 cents," he wrote to his brother-in-law, who promptly requested that the Lunacy Commission detain him for his own good. By the time the Bureau agents arrived, Fisher was already in official custody and perfectly willing to chat. He was, however, a bit hard to follow. He talked about many subjects very rapidly. Bureau agent W.L. Buchanan informed his superiors in New York, "Agent will only briefly quote subject matter which may be relevant." Among other tales, Fisher claimed that he had received the information about the bomb explosion through God and the air, that he had no real psychic power, that he was against the capitalists and moneymen, that to the workers should go the harvest, that Morgan financed the war for England and the United States, that money would be of no use in a very short time, and labor would be the medium for distribution of all things. Whether any of this constituted means and motive, Buchanan wasn't sure. He agreed, with the help of the city police, to transport Fisher to New York for further interviews. Fisher arrived rumpled in Grand Central Station with the Monday morning commuters. He wore a lopsided gray cap, a wrinkled gray suit, and a silk scarf around his waist. Later he explained that the suit was the outermost of 3 full sets of clothes. Wearing multiple layers helped to keep him cool, he said, and meant he didn't have to carry baggage. Thanks to an advance tip, photographers were on hand to record his appearance when the train from Buffalo pulled in just after 9 o'clock. They intercepted Fisher's entourage near the Lexington Avenue exit with whistles and hollers. After acquiring breakfast and a shave for their prisoner, the entire crew headed downtown for the interrogations. Neither the Bureau men nor the local police were terribly hopeful. "I feel fairly sure that Fisher had nothing to do with this," Bureau Superintendent Lamb told the New York American. The interviews soon confirmed this suspicion. According to Fisher, his premonition of the explosion came from the air. It made sense, since Wall Street was the center of evil in the world. He also mentioned that he admired the nation of Canada, since no country given a name with 3 A's could be bad. Based on these discoveries, the police decided not to present him to the grand jury. Instead, they sent him on to the psychiatric ward at Bellevue. In another context, the revelation that a lunatic had so nearly hit upon the theory favored by the authorities might have raised questions about the theory itself. In the tense atmosphere of mid-September 1920, however, it only seemed to underscore the obvious question. Given how predictable the explosion had been, and how ineffective current policies seemed to be, what should the government do to prevent such acts in the future? One of the first answers came from Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer, Flynn's direct superior at the Department of Justice, and the man whose name had become all but synonymous with the recent deportation campaign. Palmer arrived in New York on the evening of September 17th, flanked by J. Edgar Hoover and Francis Garvin, his point men on radical affairs. A thick, jowly man with a bulbous nose and sardonic smile, Palmer had no trouble fitting in with the assembled detectives. Reporters hinted that he intended to take personal charge of the Wall Street investigation, but the Attorney General denied it. He told the press he would stay the night in New York. The trip had been scheduled long before the explosion, before moving on to his hometown of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. While in New York, he reviewed the hundreds of tips and rumors already gushing in from across the country, then quickly threw his support behind Flynn's conclusions. "At present, I believe it to be the result of a criminal conspiracy," he told reporters on Friday night. "I hope that further developments may tend to prove the contrary, that it was an accident, but all the present indications are that it was a deliberate outrage." The following day Palmer did depart for Stroudsburg. Before he left, he put the press on notice about what to expect in the days and weeks ahead. "If it is found that the explosion in Wall Street was, beyond doubt, a criminal act," he declared, "we may, with the support of public opinion, be able to take more drastic action with relation to the deportation of alien criminal anarchists, the only class we have been deporting." Famous for his bombast and opportunism, Palmer was well equipped to take advantage of the surge in public sympathy already being produced by the Wall Street explosion. Despite his reputation as an anti-radical militant, he was uncomfortable thinking of himself as much of a warrior. A Quaker and sometime pacifist, he had turned down President Wilson's offer to appoint him as Secretary of War. Even now, faced with a very different battle, Palmer preferred to present himself as a reformer, or at most as the fighting Quaker, an intermediary charged with restraining extremists at both ends of the political spectrum. His appointment as Attorney General simply happened to occur at a moment, in his view, when the greatest threat to stability and order came from the likes of Haywood, Goldman, Berkman, and Debs. There was a time before the war when Palmer might well have counted himself on the radical side, at least where a reform-minded stance seemed likely to win votes. As a Democratic congressman from Pennsylvania, and self-proclaimed progressive, he had earned high marks from the American Federation of Labor. Suffragettes, too, applauded him for his support of women's voting rights. In 1914, at the peak of his congressional career, he had delighted both constituencies by promoting a far-reaching child labor bill that banned interstate commerce in products made by children under 14. President Wilson refused to support the bill, but he and Palmer had continued to maintain a sympathy of interest on many policy matters. Palmer won his appointments first as wartime alien property custodian, and then as Attorney General, based not on his reputation as a hardline crusader, but on his fealty to progressivism, bureaucratic efficiency, and, above all, Wilson's Democratic Party. Like Wilson, Palmer had grown more conservative during the war, less inclined to tolerate dissident speech. But it was not until the bombing of his home on June 2, 1919, that he had entered the limelight as the nemesis of red radicalism, in the words of one Justice Department pamphlet. Thrust into the martyr's role, Palmer discovered that he rather enjoyed it. "The effect upon the country, as reflected in the newspaper editorial comments from one end of the country to the other, was perfectly splendid," he recalled, boasting of the response to Flynn's hiring. In the months that followed, he busied himself preparing for the deportation raids, flooding the country with flyers and statements decrying Bolshevism as the most brutal, the most corrupt, the most wickedly fatuous insurrection of mob ignorance in all history. Central to this campaign had been a stream of warnings about the threat of further terrorism. "On a certain day, which we have been advised of," he informed Congress in June 1919, "there will be another serious and probably much larger effort of the same character which the wild fellows of this movement describe as revolution, a proposition to rise up and destroy the government at one fell swoop." His chosen date, July 4th, went off without a revolution. The Mooney supporters who had vowed a general strike that day never followed through. Palmer was alarmed to discover, nonetheless, that, as Attorney General, he had little recourse to constrain their efforts. Nothing in the peacetime federal statutes forbade the expression of revolutionary ideas, nor, to Palmer's chagrin, did the Justice Department have much power over acts of terrorism, even when they targeted the federal government itself. "A man might walk down Pennsylvania Avenue in the city of Washington with a bomb in his hand," he complained to Congress, "intending and publicly threatening to blow up both houses of Congress while in session, and be immune from prosecution under any general federal statute. Palmer's solution to this problem was a peacetime sedition law modeled on the wartime speech restrictions, combined with aggressive surveillance by the Radical Division and a program of mass deportation. By October 1919, however, he had made so little progress on most of these fronts that the Republican-controlled Senate issued a proclamation known as the Poindexter Resolution, after its author, Republican Senator Miles Poindexter, demanding that Palmer explain whether or not the Department of Justice has taken legal proceedings, and if not, why not, and if so, to what extent, for the arrest and punishment of the various persons within the United States who have attempted to bring about the forcible overthrow of the government. November's raid on the Union of Russian Workers immediately put Palmer back in official favor. When the Buford steamed out of New York the following month, with Goldman and Berkman aboard, the praise became even more rousing. At last, the country cheered, here was an Attorney General free of misguided tolerance. After the much larger January 2nd raid on communist parties, however, his popularity once again went into a precipitous decline. On January 12, 1920, in the first drop of the deluge of criticism to come, U.S. Attorney Francis Fisher Kane of Pennsylvania resigned from office, arguing that the policy of raids against large numbers of individuals is generally unwise and very apt to result in injustice. Palmer was hurt and puzzled at being abandoned by one-time friends such as Kane. In the security which a rigid enforcement of the laws has given them, he complained to the New York County Lawyers Association in February, some well-intentioned people now declare that the government's action has been drastic, that there is no danger in the situation, and that attempts to legislate in the manner I have described will constitute an infringement upon the guarantees of the Bill of Rights. The following month his troubles only increased. In early March, thanks to a series of health crises and resignations at the upper ranks of the Labor Department, a progressive editor and longtime free speech advocate named Lewis F. Post ascended to the position of acting Secretary of Labor. In the 6 months between his appointment and the Wall Street explosion, he also emerged as Palmer's most vocal critic. With his little Van Dyke beard and tousled mop of gray hair, Post looked every inch the radical. Before the war, he had worked side by side with both Goldman and Berkman on a variety of free speech issues, battling against anti-anarchist laws and criminal syndicalism statutes. In 1913, he had joined the Labor Department as Assistant Secretary, one of hundreds of reformers who signed on to help Wilson create a new progressive age. 6 years later, in a different atmosphere altogether, he had approved Goldman's and Berkman's deportation orders, an act that Goldman found beneath contempt. With his promotion to acting Secretary of Labor, Post determined to make up for such mistakes. For several crucial weeks, from mid-March through April 14, 1920, Post had taken it upon himself to nullify more than 2,000 warrants for immediate deportation, arguing that they infringed on the principle of individual guilt. In his private journal, he went so far as to accuse Palmer of disloyalty to the traditions and laws of the United States. "There are signs of an overthrow of our government as a free government," he wrote in early 1920. "It is going on under cover of a vigorous drive against anarchists, an anarchist being almost anybody who objects to government of the people by Tories and for financial interests." On April 15th, after he had been in office for just a month, the House of Representatives began proceedings to impeach him for his actions. Bureau agents had played a prominent role in Post's impeachment, leaking to favored House members tidbits about the Assistant Secretary's radical predilections, including his friendship with Goldman and Berkman. But what should have been Palmer's triumph, the impeachment of his greatest critic, turned out to be a devastating embarrassment. Rather than vindicating the Justice Department, the impeachment hearings allowed Post to explain, in great and public detail, his objections to Palmer's scare tactics and policies of guilt by membership. A good deal was said in public and otherwise about the tremendous danger that we are confronting. These men with bombs were preparing to kill right and left, Post testified. But in all these sweeping raids over the country, there have been 3 pistols, I think it is, brought to our attention. Faced with this powerful indictment, Congress had absolved Post of wrongdoing and turned its critical eye instead toward Palmer, summoning him for a series of day-long hearings. Palmer put on a fiery show, reminding Congress that they, not he, had provided the money for the deportation campaign. Indeed, that they had fairly insisted he take some sort of drastic action. He attacked Post personally as well, accusing him of habitually tender solicitude for social revolutionists and perverted sympathy for the criminal anarchists of the country. As for the revolutionists themselves, he could only repeat what he had said so many times before, that Bolshevism was an imminent and violent threat to the national welfare. None of this went very far toward rescuing his reputation. The House drubbing had barely slowed to a thump when federal judge George W. Anderson used his Collier decision, accusing the Justice Department of employing lynch law tactics, hang first and try afterwards, in its deportation raids around Boston. That same month, 12 prominent lawyers, including future Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter, issued To the American People, a report on the illegal practices of the United States Department of Justice. The report condemned the utterly illegal acts which have been committed by those charged with the highest duty of enforcing the laws, acts which have caused widespread suffering and unrest, have struck at the foundation of American free institutions, and have brought the name of our country into disrepute. The man at the top, they noted, was A. Mitchell Palmer. Palmer still had his supporters, many of them loyal Democrats. In July, with the House hearings behind him, he ventured to San Francisco to test whether their enthusiasm might take him over the top for the party's presidential nomination. Like his attempt to impeach Post, this effort brought a resounding rejection. Though he entered as one of the frontrunners, Palmer left the California convention without receiving more than a handful of delegate votes. By September, still smarting from the indignity, Palmer had thrown his support behind former Ohio Governor James Cox, the party's chosen man against Republican Warren Harding. When the bomb exploded on Wall Street, however, he recognized a chance for redemption. Let Washington take action, the Sun and New York Herald recommended on the morning of September 17th, and may Attorney General Palmer atone for his shortcomings in other and less important instances. For so long as the man or group of men who did what was done in Wall Street yesterday are at liberty, Washington itself is not safe. Palmer approached the challenge of the Wall Street explosion with all the confidence of a vindicated man. If he lacked the authority of personal martyrdom that had so strongly figured into his experiences the previous year, he now had the grim advantage of being able to say, with a bit of selective distortion, "I told you so." After months of mockery for his supposedly alarmist stance concerning the threat of terrorism, he had no desire to hold back his contempt for his critics. Nor, in a presidential year, did he intend to bypass an opportunity to embarrass the Republican Party. In Palmer's view, the explosion offered self-evident proof of the need to enact the reforms he had long advocated, but which the Republican Congress had failed to deliver: a federal sedition law, a thorough deportation campaign, and an infusion of cash into the Justice Department's shrinking coffers. Palmer's chief complaint was that Congress had emasculated the Justice Department's once potent and well-disciplined army of red hunters, a casualty of the springtime backlash against the deportation policy. The cut in Bureau funds, from a requested $2.5 million down to just $2 million, had resulted in a substantial loss of Justice Department manpower, including, according to Palmer, the decimation of Flynn's anti-radical force. As a result, Palmer argued, the department had missed whatever warnings might have been available to predict the Wall Street attack. He suggested further that the proximity of these two events, the budget cuts and the bombing, was no mere coincidence, speculating that the bombers might have known about the cuts and therefore felt emboldened to attempt what before they would not have dared. Acquiescing in the direction of the Republican-controlled Congress, Robert T. Scott, his private secretary, explained to the New York Times, "This department reduced its operating forces to meet the amount of money provided. Inevitably, this cut became public. 3 weeks after it became actually effective, this outrage was perpetrated in New York City." As a defense against blame, the logic of Palmer's argument worked out well. If things went right, the Justice Department could always claim credit. But if anything went wrong, bomb explosions, revolutionary uprising, it was because Congress had not provided enough money for the work to be carried out properly. Despite their differences at the San Francisco nominating convention, neither Palmer nor his fellow Democrats were above using the explosion as a potential wedge in the presidential election season. On September 19th, the National Democratic Party backed Palmer's outrage about the budget cuts, issuing a statement of support for a new campaign against radicalism. Republican representatives in Congress greatly reduced the appropriation to the Department of Justice that was designed to rid the country of Reds. The statement read, "It is significant that within a very few days after the department was forced to reduce its force, this awful outrage took place." The statement also accused the Republicans of cozying up to Bolshevists, appealing to every radical element of discontent to drum the Wilsonians out of office. This was a difficult argument to sustain, given that Cox had been running a campaign depicting Harding as a creature of Wall Street. But Edmund H. Moore, the committee man responsible for the Democrats' statement, made a go of it anyway. "The condition is unprecedented when big business has joined hands with Bolshevism to secure the defeat of the Democratic candidate," he explained. The Republicans were reluctant to allow such accusations to stand. In a response issued by the Republican Publicity Association, the party attacked Wilson as a defender of dynamiters, citing his support for commuting Tom Mooney's death sentence. The statement also attacked Palmer's record as the supposed scourge of radicalism. As a matter of fact, the Republicans pointed out, the department has not distinguished itself by success in running down men guilty of violence. Calls for new raids began to emerge, though their purpose was not so much to urge the Attorney General to take action as to give the Republicans a chance to claim credit. It was only after denunciation in Congress, the Republican Publicity Association now reminded the faithful, that the department got underway in its efforts to check Red activities. Another source of partisan rancor was the much-debated sedition bill, which Palmer now vowed to ram through a recalcitrant Congress. Had a sedition law been in place a few months earlier, he promised, the men who planted the bomb would have been in jail already. As it was, the country had a chance to listen to Palmer before the bombers struck again. A Chicago Tribune headline summarized his after-the-fact position on September 18th. "I told you so," is Palmer's plea for drastic law. In his plea for drastic action, Palmer found wide support in the national press, especially in business publications that viewed the explosion as a direct threat. "The time has come," announced the Commercial and Financial Chronicle, "for concerted measures in this country to rid it of a dangerous element which should have been sternly dealt with long before this." The paper went on to compare the Wall Street perpetrators to the bombers at Haymarket. Hangings of dissenters, it suggested, would prove beneficial in the current instance, even if, as at Haymarket, those hung were not the men who set the bomb. Despite this support, and despite Palmer's own vocal pressures, other voices cautioned against a renewed anti-radical campaign, not out of any sympathy for radicals, but out of a concern for what such measures would mean for the country at large. Among them were some of the most influential papers in New York, the conservative New York Times, as well as the liberal Evening Post, Joseph Pulitzer's World, as well as William Randolph Hearst's New York American. With a partial exception of the World, which would spend weeks trying to develop its own theories of the case, all of the publications accepted the idea that the explosion had come from a bomb set by radicals. But they viewed the matter of what to do as a far more complicated question than Palmer let on. The Times editorial on September 18th, the day after Palmer's appearance in New York, was typical. "The most reasonable theory of the explosion is that it was intended as a terrorizing demonstration," the paper conceded. "It is not the first. It surely will not be the last. In what spirit and by what means are we to face and overcome the stealthy and lethal attempts to overthrow the established order by deeds of violence and horror?" The answers suggested by the Times bore the imprint of the criticism leveled at Palmer in recent months. There should be no yielding to panic, nor should there be an effort to revise the law or rewrite the Constitution. The Times recommended, by contrast, that Palmer treat the explosion as an ordinary criminal case, with the plotters to be hunted, prosecuted, and sent to jail or execution, while everyone else moved on with their usual business. Which of these views would ultimately hold sway depended, at least in part, on what happened in the investigation itself. If the Bureau and the police were able to track the explosion to a group of determined, committed revolutionaries, Palmer might well find the redemption he was seeking. If, on the other hand, the Wall Street explosion went the way of the 1919 investigations, petering out into an unsolved mystery, he would be vulnerable to the charge that he was simply fomenting hysteria. The conduct of the investigation would matter, too. Did the Bureau and police seem to be acting with due caution, or did they seem to be swooping down on the first available man? The first arrest of a bona fide radical offered no clear answer. On Saturday, September 18th, the police bomb squad seized Alexander Brailovsky, a Russian-born communist, at his basement print shop on East 7th Street, where he published the militant Russian-language weekly Ruski Golos. According to witnesses, Brailovsky had been spotted laughing near Wall Street on Thursday afternoon, less than half an hour after the blast, a charge that seemed decidedly weak to Palmer's critics. In the days that followed, however, Brailovsky's story did not play out as these critics predicted. Brailovsky was not framed, beaten, deported, or held in jail. If anything, the Bureau proved to be his liberator. Unable to secure concrete evidence of his complicity, the bomb squad pleaded with the Bureau to take custody of the suspect as a possible deportee. Flynn, perhaps attempting to forestall criticism, perhaps acting on his own growing certainty about who had set the bomb, refused to act. "He was offered to us on Saturday night and twice Sunday, and each time I made it plain that I didn't want Brailovsky," he informed the papers, "that there was nothing I could want him for, and that if there had been, I would have sent out and got him before the police did. This tone of rivalry and mutual contempt did not bode well for the investigation. Indeed, by the following week, the press had already begun to ask whether an unlucky star might be rising over the Wall Street case. Like Flynn's initial release of Haywood, however, this came as small comfort to the city's radicals, who saw in Brailovsky's brush with the law a hint of their own possible fates. Despite Flynn's cautious approach, despite the calm words of publications such as The World and The Times, the talk of the Wall Street case as a red plot seemed just as alarming on September 20th as it had on September 17th, when Haywood fled to Chicago, sure that a frame-up was about to ensue. In response, the city's radicals did what they had always done in such situations. They began a propaganda campaign of their own. Chapter 9. A Perfect Alibi. On September 17th, the day that the Bureau revealed the American anarchist fighters' circulars, the World approached Elizabeth Gurley Flynn with a polite question. One of the few prominent women in the IWW, Gurley Flynn had long endured her share of misguided press inquiries about her views on violence and labor issues, and about her romantic ties to Carlo Tresca. That day, the World wanted to know whether she thought the Wall Street explosion could not be linked, directly or indirectly, with the activities of some group of radicals. As a founder of the Workers' Defense Union, created to defend the victims of the Palmer raids, Gurley Flynn must have felt obligated to answer. She refused, however, to accept the World's frame of reference. To discuss this question would be to admit the possibility that radicals were responsible for the gruesome disaster. She said, "There's no reason why every time such a tragedy happens, radicals must rush in and shout the obvious, that they had nothing to do with it." The obvious had been an article of faith in left-wing circles once the first rumors of a red plot began to appear on September 16th. On the whodunit of the Wall Street blast, communists agreed with Wobblies, who agreed with trade unionists that, in the words of painters' strike leader Abe Heilman, radicals are thinking more and bombing less than they ever did in their lives. From the IWW's New York Defense Committee came the affirmation that blowing up the innocent is not on the program of the IWW, the aim of which is to educate people and not teach them to use dynamite. The socialist New Yorker Volkszeitung declared that the bomb theory of the Palmerites has so far not the slightest basis. The communists, driven underground after the Palmer raids, issued no immediate statements. But Frank Rosenfrag, an anarchist identified as one of Emma Goldman's special writers for Mother Earth, took it upon himself to proclaim their innocence. "I don't know what's come of the Communist Party," he said, "and as for this stuff about bombing Morgan, well, the cops just have to talk about something." Weakened by the deportation raids and the wartime trials, these groups were ill-positioned to exert much influence on public discussion. If they had drawn one lesson from 4 decades of contending with the problems of violence and terrorism, however, it was the importance of countering the government's official story. As Palmer clamored for new raids and sedition laws, the American left set out to show not only that such actions were unwarranted, but also that the entire idea of a bomb plot was ridiculous. At the forefront of this effort was the New York branch of the Socialist Party. Like the revolutionaries to their left, the socialist leadership subscribed to the theory that the bomb was simply a misbegotten dynamite shipment, trumped up to look like a radical plot. "It would seem the Department of Justice is making good use of an accident," charged Algernon Lee, head of the party's Rand School of Social Science on East 15th Street. "It is exploiting a tragedy for its own ends, its desire to show that dangerous radicals are extant, requiring its special attention." Unlike their more militant rivals, however, the Socialists were still functioning as an above-ground legal party. Alone among the major institutions of the American left, the Socialist Party had managed to escape the full force of Palmer's deportation campaign. As a result, despite wartime jailings and crippling internal disputes, New York Socialists were uniquely positioned in September 1920 to mount the left's one serious challenge to the Attorney General's point of view. 3 years earlier, few local Socialists would have pictured themselves in such a defensive position. In the fall of 1917, less than 6 months after the National Party declared its unalterable opposition to the war, party leader Morris Hillquit, the Socialists' nearest approximation to a genuine boss, surprised New York with an insurgent campaign for mayor. The Lower East Side had twice elected a Socialist congressman, Meyer London, during the run-up to war in 1914 and 1916. Hillquit barely lost his own congressional bid in 1916, coming in a close second in a contested vote that reached as high as the U.S. Supreme Court. In 1917, with thousands of soldiers shipping out to battle from New York Harbor, Hillquit had run a passionate anti-war campaign, presenting himself not only as a municipal reformer dedicated to effective management of city resources, but also as the city's sole political champion of life and happiness and peace. This platform did not win him the mayoralty. Highland took the election easily with some 313,000 votes. But it produced an electoral showing unlike anything the city's socialists had ever seen. Hillquit won nearly 22% of the vote, almost half of Highland's total, and some 5 times the previous Socialist Party tally. Looking back, many socialists remembered that autumn as a moment of unbridled intensity. Those were indeed exciting times, unforgettable and delirious nights, Socialist Assemblyman August Clausens later wrote, describing street meetings that lasted as late as 3 o'clock in the morning. That sense had only increased on the day after the election, when the news arrived of the revolution in Russia. For the New York Socialists, whose membership skewed heavily Russian and Jewish, the Bolshevik triumph was a personal as well as global event. Hillquit himself had been born Moishe Hilkowitz in Riga, Latvia. No less a personage than Leon Trotsky had been living in the city during the critical year of 1917, renting a Bronx apartment with his wife and 2 young sons. By day, Trotsky had worked downtown in a dingy basement on St. Mark's Place, where he helped to edit Novy Mir, a weekly Russian-language paper edited by his future comrade in arms, Nikolai Bukharin. By night, he had thrown himself into Socialist Party activities. As a revolutionary, Trotsky never saw much point in electoral politics. He loathed men like Hillquit, with a more intense hatred than he felt toward J.P. Morgan or the Tsar, recalled Socialist Assemblyman Louis Waldman. The antipathy was mutual. Hillquit saw Trotsky as a dangerous saboteur. But even Hillquit saw the Bolsheviks as ideal socialists in the early months of the revolution, when they seemed to stand in the vanguard of democracy, in the vanguard of social progress. He soon found this revolutionary enthusiasm flattened by wartime repression at home. In addition to Deb's arrest in Canton, Ohio, dozens of local radicals went to jail in 1918. The socialist press joked that they might request their own local charter. Still, when the armistice arrived in November 1918, it looked as if the Socialist Party would surge forth into a triumphal future, with 109,000 active members nationwide, up from 80,000 in 1917. Within a year, however, membership had tumbled to just a third of that total, leaving the party at one of its lowest points since its creation almost 2 decades earlier. There were 2 reasons for this near collapse. The first was the ongoing hostility of the public and many local authorities, who seemed to blame the socialists, in addition to wobblies, communists, and anarchists, for the strikes and terrorist violence of 1919. On May Day, for instance, the staff of the New York Call had been celebrating the opening of their new offices when a posse of 400 former soldiers and sailors muscled their way in, breaking furniture, clubbing the revelers, and sending 7 Call employees to the hospital. Such vigilante attacks, as well as local raids on the Rand School and headquarters of the Socialists' left wing in New York, played no small role in scaring off potential supporters. The greatest blow to Socialist strength, however, came from within the party itself. During its national convention in Chicago in September 1919, the party had split on questions of tactics. Would Socialists run for election or engage in direct action? Should the party affiliate with Russia or stand alone? The left wing, those who scorned electoral politics and advocated immediate revolution, broke off into not one but 2 communist parties, ideologically identical, though divided on matters of organization and leadership. The first, the Communist Party, contained the so-called foreign language federations. More than 90% of its mostly Russian membership was foreign-born. The second, the Communist Labor Party, offered an English-speaking leadership, including John Reed, though its membership too skewed heavily foreign-born. As a result of the split, Socialist Party membership fell dramatically, from the post-war peak of 109,000 down to just 36,000 by 1920. Many socialists counted themselves lucky in the months following the break, as Palmer began to target communists for prosecution and deportation. While its members managed to escape such direct attacks, however, the Socialist Party was not without troubles of its own. In mid-January, the New York State Assembly had announced its incendiary plans to expel the 5 Socialist assemblymen: Louis Waldman, August Clausens, Samuel Orr, Samuel DeWitt, and Charles Solomon, recently re-elected from East Harlem, the Bronx, Brooklyn, and the Lower East Side. The legislature charged them with nothing less than treason. The Socialist Party of America is not a loyal organization, disgraced occasionally by the traitorous act of a member, accused Martin Conboy, one of the Assembly prosecutors, but a disloyal party of perpetual traitors. In response, Hillquit had rushed to Albany to defend the party as a temperate electoral force, all that stood between civilization and the sluice gates of violent revolution. The legislators were unpersuaded. In April, they voted overwhelmingly to exclude the 5 Socialist assemblymen on the grounds that they were little Lenins, little Trotskys in our midst. Such a naked assault on the democratic process had provoked cries of outrage from quarters far beyond the socialist left. Supreme Court Justice Charles Evan Hughes, a former Republican governor of New York and Wilson's rival for the presidency in 1916, viewed the expulsion as a serious mistake. So did Al Smith, the state's current Democratic governor, and himself a future candidate for the presidency. Chief among their concerns was that denial of the voters' will might only encourage more aggressive tactics, such as terrorism and sabotage. Not all the anarchists from Herr Most's day down to this present hour ever did strike such a deadly blow at our system of free representative government, wrote the New York Journal, accusing the state legislature of fomenting insurrection. But it was not until mid-August, when Governor Smith called the Assembly into emergency session, that any practical measure was taken to reverse course. Pointing out that the expulsion had left 5 New York districts without representation on a pivotal issue, Smith scheduled the special election for Thursday, September 16th. From the first, the New York Socialists had understood the election as a chance to demonstrate that the party would last, perhaps even thrive, in the politics of the 1920s. "Come down to the headquarters of the Bronx County Socialist Party and enroll, now," candidates Orr and DeWitt had pleaded. or you may never get the opportunity again." On the night before the election, the 5 candidates delivered speeches at some 50 meetings, the most strenuous pre-election day experienced by the Socialist Party in recent years, according to the Call. The next morning, volunteers awoke at 5 o'clock to man the polls, commandeering bicycles and wagons for the young people's squads, checking and rechecking the voter lists. One of them, Alderman Abraham Beckerman, recalled that he was so busy that he somehow missed hearing the day's news. Around 4 o'clock, Beckerman entered an East 14th Street polling place to investigate rumors that the Democrats and Republicans were interfering with the socialist vote. After sorting out the details, the chairman of the Board of Elections posed a question that gave Beckerman his first hint that something big was amiss. "What are you socialists trying to do now?" the chairman had asked, only half joking. "Blow up Wall Street?" The editor of the New York Call, Charles W. Irvin, recognized as early as September 16th that his party might well be blamed, if only tangentially, for the Wall Street explosion. A longtime socialist, an ally of both Hillquit and Debs, Irvin had guided the paper through many recent troubles: the wartime loss of its second-class mailing privileges, the May Day 1919 assault, and a mysterious spike in its printing bills designed to drive the paper out of business. Though it attracted a varied readership, the Call was essentially Hillquit's voice, a temperate, party-based organ devoted first to reform and only distantly to revolution. It was also one of the most influential socialist publications in New York. In sheer circulation numbers, the Yiddish-language Vorwärts, Jewish Daily Forward, far outstripped the Call, attracting some 10 times the Call's readership of 15,000. The Call, however, possessed one advantage that Vorwärts lacked. It was published in English, giving the party a direct way to deliver its message to those in power. The Call's first editorial about the explosion, on September 17th, established a blend of sympathy and denial calculated to deflect charges that socialists were somehow responsible for the blast. Its perpetrators must be sought and made to pay the penalty for their atrocious crime. It read, "Unfortunately, however, what we have done in the past is to punish those least responsible." Outside of the editorial pages, the Call's coverage read like that of any other newspaper, at least initially. Identification is extremely difficult because of the mutilated condition of the bodies, the lead article noted on September 17th. In almost the entire financial district, there was scarcely a whole window to be found. But here, too, there were subtle hints of dissent. Alone among the English-language dailies, the Call did not give the explosion top billing on September 17th. That honor went to the news that all 5 socialist assemblymen had been re-elected by wide margins and would soon return to the state legislature. Whether or not these 2 events, the Wall Street bombing and the re-election of the socialist assemblymen, would come to be linked in the public mind, had not been immediately clear that first day, with Flynn, among others, refusing to commit to a single theory of what had caused the explosion. By the weekend, however, as the story of a bomb plot emerged as the de facto consensus, and as Palmer began his campaign to renew the deportation raids and sedition law, the Call adopted a more aggressive stance. "We could anticipate that before the cause of this awful disaster could possibly be known, it would be used by the most reactionary journals to justify the suppression of free discussion and to damn any critical attitude that might be taken toward existing political and economic conditions," read an editorial on September 18th. Despite the caustic tone, both editors and readers knew that talk of a red plot did not bode well for the socialists' chances of being seated in the state assembly. The Washington Post had already pointed to Eugene Debs as the man ultimately responsible for the explosion, the sort of agitator who inspired weaker minds to commit terrorist acts. Still, the call vowed not to go down without a fight, and many reformers and progressives stepped forth to support its stance. Louis Post, Palmer's nemesis, came out swinging. If the fire-breathers and jingoes in this country had their way as regards the treatment of aliens, he predicted immediately after the attack, we would make more new anarchists every day than we could deport in a week. Dudley Field Malone, gubernatorial candidate for the Farmer Labor Party, sent a special letter to Mayor Hylan, urging him to exert your powerful influence to avoid and prevent the persecution of innocent men and women. Even the New York Tribune, which in other contexts wholeheartedly supported Palmer, jumped in to draw a distinction between innocuous socialists and the murderously minded terrorist who undoubtedly had attacked Wall Street. The distinction appeared to be lost on the state legislators who were preparing to sit in judgment on their re-elected socialist colleagues. An emergency session to address the housing crisis was scheduled to begin on Monday, September 20th, just 4 days after the explosion. As the date approached, the Assembly leadership boasted of new security measures, including armed guards and special watchmen, dispatched to secure Albany against Wall Street's fate. Additional reports suggested that wartime restrictions, closing the gallery to visitors, blocking the sweeping staircase entrance, requiring inspection of all people and packages moving in and out, might be necessary under the circumstances. Despite the Socialists' repeated assurances of their peaceful intentions, the Sun and New York Herald reported, the legislators who had led the springtime purge were suffering from a bad case of fright. Stoking these fears was a rash of new bomb scares within New York City. On Saturday, police received an unsigned note telling of a still bigger explosion on Sunday. Watch out for Sunday. Promptly translated in press headlines as Sunday set for Red Terror Day in U.S. A few days later, the Brooklyn Post Office received a request to clear the building at 12:15 Saturday for me, from someone using the pseudonym TNT. Mark Prentice, chairman of the United States Clearinghouse of Foreign Credits, became the subject of a bungled blackmail attempt. "We told you we were going to give your dirty bunch hell, eh?" read a message delivered September 18th. "Now come on down with Sterling, Franks, or some of your bunch better look out for your damned skin." These rumors came to a head on Monday, September 20th, as the re-elected assemblymen arrived in Albany to take their seats. That afternoon, New York Custom House revenue collector William H. Edwards came across a note warning, "There is a plot to destroy the Custom House on Tuesday, September 21st, 2 o'clock. The police couldn't determine much from the material details: blue ink, a Grand Central postmark, an amateur job of handwriting disguise. Given the frayed nature of the district's nerves, revenue collector Byron Newton explained to his employees, it still made sense to view 2 p.m. on September 21st as a moment of potential peril. When the appointed hour arrived, police cleared the stone plaza in front of the Custom House. Less than a block up Broadway, flattened faces animated skyscraper windows where local entrepreneurs had rented out space to spectators. Thousands who lacked the advantage of a window, or the wherewithal to pay for it, milled in the streets, cameras at the ready. At 2:01, when the Custom House failed to explode, a cheer swept through Lower Broadway. But the district remained on edge. "This bomb business is like an epidemic," Newton complained, as he once again prepared to resume the usual business. Albany, too, remained jittery. On the afternoon of September 21st, as the Socialists' home districts celebrated the Custom House's close escape, the State Assembly voted to expel the 3 most prominent Socialist candidates, Waldman, Clausens, and Solomon, on the grounds that their belief in socialism was incompatible with a vow of loyalty to the state of New York. By a similar margin, the Assembly voted to admit the other two socialists, DeWitt and Orr, a compromise measure designed to placate possible critics. Both men promptly resigned their posts, and the 5 assemblymen departed together, but not before delivering a frustrated reproof. "The new era is coming. It is too late to stop it," Charles Solomon warned the Assembly. "We refuse to go to the battlefield until we have fought it out at the ballot box. But if we ever do go to the bayonet, the blame will be on your head." Within hours of the expulsion, the Call announced the start of yet another Assembly campaign, this one targeted at re-election in November. The editors also made plans to shape public debate in another way. Without definitive proof of the sort that had come forth in the McNamara case, neither the Call nor anyone else on the left was eager to concede that a radical could have been responsible for the Wall Street explosion. So, like Flynn, they began to gather evidence to make their case. The most popular theory within socialist circles was the one first suggested by the police, that a wagon stocked with explosives had simply tipped over at the ill-fated hour of noon. This was the viewpoint championed by the Call, as well as the communist World Tomorrow, the Yiddish language Vorwärts, and the Hungarian language Elor. Though it varied in the particulars, the gist of the theory was that the authorities had been perfectly correct in their early impressions of the situation and had been moving further from the truth ever since. "The explosion that broke all the windows in the dinky little stone structure housing Morgan and Company," wrote Robert Buck, editor of the Chicago-based New Majority, "was an accidental explosion of dynamite on a truck that had no business taking dynamite into that part of New York at that time of day and with only one man on it. Everybody who knows anything about the explosion knows that this is the case." Among the most prominent exponents of this theory was Eugene Debs himself. Debs had entered prison in April 1919 with "my head erect, my spirit untamed, and my soul unconquered," as he told his friends, convinced that the wartime hysteria was beginning to abate and that the government had already done its worst. Even in prison, though, he had felt the heat of Palmer's anti-radical campaign. On June 13th, in the uproar over the nationwide bomb conspiracy, Palmer had ordered Debs transferred from the prison in Moundsville, Ohio, to the maximum security federal penitentiary in Atlanta. Despite the burdens of prison life, Debs had been relatively happy at Moundsville, where the warden granted him light work and extra reading privileges. Atlanta was a different sort of place. There, the 64-year-old Debs found himself ill and depressed, wondering, like his old comrade Haywood, if all his years of struggle and provocation had been in vain. He nonetheless maintained his public optimism. In the spring of 1920, as supporters mounted an amnesty campaign on his behalf, Debs had accepted the Socialist Party's nomination as president, a first for a federal prisoner. In response, the Atlanta warden gave him the right to compose a weekly newspaper column. Debs used his column on September 25, 1920, to predict a frame-up in the Wall Street investigation, a repeat of the Haywood case, the Mooney affair, and numerous other crimes and catastrophes. "Being in prison is not without its advantages," he wrote. "Had I made a speech in New York on the night before the Wall Street explosion, there would have been a clear case against me. As it is, I have a perfect alibi." Despite its jovial tone, Debs' column contained a discouraging message. Rather than call for a revolution, as he had done in Idaho after Haywood's arrest, he seemed to be simply waiting around to find who would be strung up for the crime. This was Haywood's stance as well. After his escape to Chicago on September 17th, Haywood briefly came out of hiding to deliver a speech denouncing police tactics in the Wall Street case. His old enemies continued nonetheless to attack him as the guilty party. "It is not surprising," the Los Angeles Times wrote on September 25th, that one who has preached direct action so broadly and so openly should be suspected of knowing something as to the identity of those who put that preaching into practice. Nor was it terribly surprising when, less than 2 weeks later, the Circuit Court denied Haywood's application for a new trial in his wartime conviction and ordered him back to prison. Haywood later blamed the explosion for destroying his chances before the court. "It is not difficult to imagine the influence that the Wall Street explosion had on the minds of the judges," he wrote in his autobiography. With one conviction and 2 indictments hanging over his head, however, he was in no shape to mount a fight. Along with his fellow defendants, he filed an appeal to the Supreme Court, earning a temporary reprieve from jail. Then he went on waiting. At the offices of the Call, the editors engaged in a far more proactive campaign to rewrite the story of what had happened on September 16th. The paper had long criticized Haywood and the Wobblies as anarchists and saboteurs. When it came to the Wall Street explosion, however, they recognized a common interest in preventing the explosion from erupting into the sort of frame-up that Haywood and Debs were predicting. Beginning in late September, the Call launched a series of articles poking holes in evidence assembled by the police and the Bureau as proof of a bomb plot. With limited resources, the Call's reporters spent most of their time rehashing dubious assertions found elsewhere in the press, filtering the more outrageous claims of Palmer's supporters through the lens of socialist skepticism. They also began a careful sifting of the clues, especially the horse and wagon and the anarchist fighters flyers that Flynn had advertised as the linchpins of his bomb plot inquiry. They came across some startling finds. First on the list was the inconsistent but provocative eyewitness testimony describing some sort of explosives wagon rolling through the financial district on the morning of September 16th. A chauffeur named Hiram Davis had told detectives that he was driving east on Wall Street behind a red explosives wagon when he saw a flash and a concussion of air rip the roof from his car. He distinctly recalled that the wagon bore the name of the DuPont Powder Works. It also flew a red flag, he said, the required legal warning for dynamite. A bond salesman named Robert Baker backed up Davis' claim, describing a red DuPont wagon on Wall Street just a few steps from the Morgan Bank. Gilbert Smith, a real estate dealer, reported that he had seen a truck rather than a wagon. Around 11 o'clock that morning, he swore in a statement to police a large red automobile truck with a red trailer and in large blue letters the name DuPont Powder Works had passed him around Broadway and Vesey Street, several blocks north of Wall and Broad. This truck contained 5 hogshead of what Smith could only assume was some sort of dangerous explosive. An electrical engineer named Joseph Kindman claimed that he had seen a red wagon stuck in traffic on Broadway behind 2 quarreling drivers sometime before noon. On the wagon was marked DuPont Powder Company, he told the Call. Right under this was inscribed the DuPont de Nemours Company, or some other words which I'm certain contained DuPont de Nemours. Then another marking was danger in white letters. A red flag was at the end of the wagon. Kindman's description tallied plausibly well with the story offered by Rebecca Epstein, a stenographer at the Broadway brokerage house of Henderson and Loeb. She told police that she had seen a reddish wagon pull up alongside the Morgan Bank just before the explosion. The wagon had side racks splattered with some sort of white plaster-like substance, and it flew a telltale red flag. The front of the wagon bore faded impressions of the 3 letters D, N, and T. The letters were separated by odd spaces, she said, as if they had once formed a word like DuPont or dynamite. Matched against each other, the stories were not entirely consistent. Was it a truck? A wagon? A DuPont cart? A generic explosives wagon? Was it on the curb near the Morgan Bank, or was it driving through the neighborhood? Where had the wagon been going, and where was it coming from? Nonetheless, the sheer number of sightings of something approximating a red horse-drawn wagon with some sort of explosives or DuPont label somewhere within a few blocks of Wall Street made a plausible case that the disaster had been, as police first suspected and as the call now insisted, an explosives accident. The police and the Bureau ruled out these reports as cases of mistaken identity. The DuPont truck that had been in the area, they explained, was carrying paint pigments, not explosives. The grand jury, assembled full-time to pore over the evidence, supported this view. In his instructions on September 17th, Presiding Judge William H. Wadhams had asked the jury to examine very carefully the question as to whether there is any attempt to conceal the true cause of this explosion and place the blame on anyone who was not responsible for it. Inspired flickering hopes at the call. On September 24th, however, after hearing evidence secured from scores of witnesses, in the words of District Attorney Alfred Talley, the grand jury dismissed the accident theory. The call took greater heart in the rumors circulating among downtown contractors, who acknowledged that the daytime transport of dynamite was something of an open secret. More than one man in the financial district complained that explosives were being carried through Wall Street with a reckless abandon of a load of watermelons in a village street in the days before September 16th. Based on this evidence, the call pressed for a new inquiry into the DuPont Company's activities on the afternoon of September 16th. As the nation's chief munitions supplier, DuPont was second only to the Morgan Bank in its reputation within socialist circles for greed indulged to the detriment of humanity. In view of the fact, known by thousands, that the DuPont Corporation has been sending explosives through the streets during the most busy hours of the day, the call declared, the manner in which the authorities have dealt with them in this investigation is a public scandal. There were other public scandals as well. Perhaps the most remarked upon was the discovery that the police had allowed the body of the horse, their only tangible clue in the call's formulation, to be sent off to Barren Island and ground into paste. Are the authorities investigating the Wall Street explosion deliberately destroying evidence, or are they just stupid? The paper demanded. The call also attacked the investigators for allowing street cleaning crews so eager to restore Wall Street's operating capacity to flush several tons of potentially revealing debris into city drains. What physical evidence remained, the paper took on directly, hiring an expert wagoner to sift through the debris on display at police headquarters. He concluded that the report given by the police is at wide divergence from the actual facts of the vehicle's construction. Citing the fine make and condition of the wagon's axle nuts and other metal joints, he speculated that it had once been in the possession of some prosperous outfit or individual. All in all, said he, the middle parts showed that the vehicle had been very well taken care of and had been kept by good stablemen in a high-class stable. Perhaps one owned by DuPont? For all of the call's pestering and digging, the strongest evidence consistent with the accident theory came from none other than the Bureau itself. In late September, Chief Flynn had handpicked a chemist named Walter Scheel to determine the explosive's composition. Scheel was a strange choice for such a delicate task. A German citizen, he had been indicted during the war for participating in sabotage plots in and around New York. Regardless, his wealth of experience made him an expert on explosives. In mid-October, Scheel issued a report identifying 50 pounds of blasting gelatin, 93 parts nitroglycerin to 7 parts nitrocellulose, as the agent of destruction on Wall Street. Left-wing editors were almost giddy at this revelation. Again, crowed the Seattle Union Record, the bomb theory advanced by agents of powder companies and the police receives a serious blow. Blasting gelatin, a stabilized form of nitroglycerin, was commonly used for construction and excavation work, especially for tough jobs such as breaking through Manhattan bedrock. It was precisely the sort of material that any urban construction company could be expected to have on hand, or, more to the point, might need to have delivered. It was also one of the most widely manufactured explosives, churned out by both the DuPont and Ditmars companies. To the official investigators, this merely suggested the ease with which any determined bomber could probably acquire a load of the stuff. But to a skeptical left, Scheele's conclusions served definitively to undermine the government's case. "There is no particle of doubt in my mind," accused socialist writer Upton Sinclair, who threw his own voice into the debate beginning in mid-October, "that the attribution of this Wall Street explosion to the radicals was a part of a deliberate plot of the authorities to discredit the radical movement." A son of New York City, short in stature but long on ambition, Sinclair was arguably the most talented and certainly the best known of the Socialist Party's public intellectuals. Born in 1878, he was an early recruit to socialism. He joined the party in 1902, a year after its founding. 4 years later, at the age of 28, he had burst into national consciousness with his novel The Jungle, which described how Chicago meatpackers exploited their immigrant workforce and deluded the American public by allowing rats, human body parts, and other niceties to be mixed with the nation's meat supply. Like all of Sinclair's novels, The Jungle blended melodrama, muckraking, and social realism, a combination that he subsequently applied to other national malefactors. His 1908 novel, The Money Changers, featured a vicious, tyrannical banking mogul patterned on Pierpont Morgan. The Brass Check, which he published in 1920, excoriated the capitalist press as an unholy alliance of prostitutes out to destroy American socialism. Despite a penchant for self-aggrandizement, Sinclair had managed remarkably well over the years to bridge the gaps between revolutionaries and reformers, between holders of high public office and those who preferred to achieve change in the streets. During Theodore Roosevelt's presidency, for instance, Sinclair had attended a White House dinner to celebrate the passage of the Food and Drug Act, inspired by The Jungle. 8 years later, during the protests against the Ludlow massacre, he led parades along Fifth Avenue with Alexander Berkman at his side. Sinclair had always disagreed with Berkman's emphasis on violence as a method of social protest. Direct action, to Sinclair, meant standing silently in front of the Standard Oil office with a black armband and a bitter gaze. After the Lexington Avenue tenement bombing, when Berkman was implicated in the Rockefeller bombing, Sinclair had promptly cut him off. Still, Sinclair continued to suffer for his association with the militant left. When he started his self-titled magazine, Upton Sinclair's, in April 1918, at the height of the war, the federal government nearly denied his second-class mailing privileges. The reason, according to the authorities, was his friendship with bomb-throwing anarchists. What spared Sinclair in that case was his other set of acquaintances, the men who filled the nation's highest offices in Washington. In 1917, 3 months after the United States' entry into the war, Sinclair had resigned from the Socialist Party to throw his support behind the Wilson administration. He assured his socialist friends that he was not going bag and baggage to the capitalist system. Indeed, when the Wilson administration began jailing his former allies and friends on the revolutionary left, Sinclair quickly withdrew his support for the president, gushing out his despair and sense of betrayal on the written page. In just 6 weeks in the summer of 1920, he dashed off a novel titled 100%, The Story of a Patriot, a play on the term 100% Americanism, which excoriated both the government and the press for its role in fomenting anti-socialist hysteria. One critic summed up the novel as a cumulative record of blackmail, espionage, intimidation, intrigue, unwarranted assaults, invasions, property destructions, paid witnesses, illegal jailings, horsewhipping, lynchings, frame-ups, patriotic murder, an orgy of confiscation, Bolshevik baiting, mad hysteria, mad fear, and a madder frenzy. This was what Sinclair saw when he looked at the early events of the Wall Street case. He opened his first column on the explosion, printed in the October 9th issue of Appeal to Reason, with a striking image, not of bodies strewn through the streets, or businessmen nobly resuming their work, but of a truckman grinning before a newspaper pinned up on a city wall. The paper contained an announcement, erroneous, as it turned out, that the explosion had successfully destroyed the offices of J.P. Morgan and Company. "I wouldn't dare tell what happened," Sinclair joked. "I am sure that if I were to describe the grin that spread over the face of that truckman, I would have half a dozen of Attorney General Palmer's detectives out looking for me immediately." Even without the description, Sinclair's message was perfectly clear. Jack Morgan should not misinterpret the public mourning over the bomb attack as a sign that his critics had any intention of backing down. Sinclair saw the explosion as a chance to go on the attack against the policemen, press agents, and explosives companies he had so often lambasted in his novels. Like the editors of The Call, he assumed that the explosion was an accident, puffed up into a bomb plot by newspaper editors, explosives companies, detectives, and capitalists who saw an opportunity for personal gain. He labeled this view an economic interpretation of the explosion, echoing historian Charles Beard's recent An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States, which accused the nation's founding fathers of acting not in the public good, but in their own class interests. In the case of the explosion, Sinclair argued, the primary cause for all the drama and talk of a bomb planted by some radicals was a similar kind of financial and class self-interest. With a bomb plot, he argued, editors sold more newspapers, capitalists gained more sympathy, and explosives companies protected themselves from liability. Leading the list of self-interested liars were the very officials, Flynn, Enright, Burns, Palmer, charged with ferreting out the supposed truth. "Put yourself in the position of the head of a great detective agency," Sinclair suggested. "You are summoned to investigate, and you know that if a truckload of explosives has been set off by accident, the investigation will occupy only a few days, and you will be paid only a few $1,000s. Whereas, if there has been a bomb planted by some radicals, you will have a free hand to investigate for years." This was not a flattering portrait of the nation's detective forces, but it was far more generous than some of the other scenarios circulating through the socialist press. Though the accident theory was by far the most popular, some observers entertained the possibility that a group of detectives from either the Bureau, the police department, or the Burns Agency had actually planted the bomb themselves. "While I believe that the Wall Street horror was an accident," wrote Pennsylvania socialist James Morer, "I also believe that if it was a bomb plot, then it was accomplished by bunglers, interested in holding their jobs as heresy-hunting sleuths, eager to serve the money-mad industrial kaisers of America, who are the only ones who could possibly hope to profit by bomb scares of any kind." As if to illustrate how such a conspiracy might work, in early October, Enright came forward with a plea for $200,000 to form an undercover secret service within the police department to infiltrate and expose the radical left. He warned the Board of Estimate that this sort of appropriation was all that stood between the city of New York and a new outbreak of terrorist attacks. "The situation is one that threatens the very lives of the city and country. The pursuit and apprehension of criminals responsible for plots against society are essential to the safety of the community." Sinclair, like many socialists, scorned this appeal as yet more bald self-interest. "It took only $17,000 worth of rewards to cause the frame-up of Tom Mooney and 4 other people in San Francisco," he responded in Appeal to Reason. "At this rate, the procedure of the New York authorities ought to result in the arrest of some 30 Reds for the Wall Street explosion." In New York itself, the call went on the offensive against Enright, surveying dozens of public figures, both inside and outside socialist circles, for their opinions on the appropriation. Unsurprisingly, given the selective nature of the effort, opinion was almost uniformly negative. The prospects for wholesale hectoring of labor and radical leaders and organizations was never better, warned Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. Only Fiorella LaGuardia, president of the Board of Aldermen and future mayor of the city, suggested that it might be a good idea, assuring the call that the police needed the money to hunt down violent criminals such as the ones who had attacked Wall Street, and for no other purpose. Indeed, for all the talk of frame-ups and railroads, of conspiracies and collective guilt, the actual hunt for the bomb plotters was the one area where the police and the Bureau seemed to be moving with remarkably little speed. Between September 19th and the beginning of October, neither the police nor the Bureau made a significant arrest. Broadly speaking, they know about as much about the explosion today as they did 2 weeks ago, and they are about as near to solving the mystery as they were then. The New York Evening Post summarized on October 2nd. When news broke 2 days later of a genuine arrest in Pittsburgh, "Wall Street bomb suspect caught, carries dynamite, fights police," read the headline in the Times. It was no more conclusive than what had come before. The man arrested, Florian Zelenko, was a Polish immigrant and itinerant miner who had recently moved out of Brooklyn. When the Bureau searched his former residence, they found a trunk crammed with Russian literature of a radical nature, and a pay stub for $46.55 from the Hercules Powder Company. But after grilling Zelenko, "Do you believe in the form of government we have in this country? Have you ever heard anyone talk about anarchy or anarchists? Do you believe in the Soviet form of government under Levin and Trotsky, now in Russia?" they found little reason to move ahead with the case. The call interpreted Zelenko's arrest as another attempted frame-up, staged to make the case for greater police appropriations. In truth, the explanation behind his quick dismissal was far more straightforward. The Bureau did not want Zelenko, because Flynn already had his eye on another suspect.